Agni arrived at the very center of the fiery mountain Gamelphis. He walked confidently forward along the narrow rocky path. The hero exhaled heavily, feeling the unbearable scorching heat around him. Even his fireproof boots could barely protect him from the scorching heat. The Fire Dragon Knight proudly reminded of his high rank. The legendary flame artifact was hidden in this secret dungeon. The dragon's heart beckoned him with its incredible crushing power. Agni grinned predatorily, anticipating the world spinning around him. Finally, he saw the coveted entrance to the lair of the ancient creature. Inside the dungeon, the legendary flame dragon was peacefully dozing. Clenching his fist, the knight admitted to himself that he was very nervous. He froze, finally seeing the sleeping dragon in front of him. A stranger slept carefree on the rocks, covered with a traveling cloak. Agni was stunned to find a living man in the inferno. He was amazed at the audacity of the guy who lay down in such a dangerous place. The knight sincerely did not understand what this sleeping idiot was thinking. He wondered in confusion what the hell was going on here. Agni forced himself to calm down and soberly analyze the strange situation. He noticed that all of the stranger's equipment was of legendary level. A sly smile distorted the hero's face, because the enemy was now defenseless. Agni reminded himself to think rationally, assessing the enormous risks of the expedition. He noticed a ruby on his opponent's glove that increased fire resistance. The stranger continued to snore brazenly, completely unaware of the threat behind him. The knight decided to strike first in order to fatally reduce the target's defense. Agni tried in vain to remember this guy among the top 100 rankers. He realized that he was facing a very dangerous, unofficial ranker. However, Agni decided not to lose his vigilance before the decisive attack. And then he activated the most powerful summon of his fire dragon. The system confirmed a preemptive strike, foreshadowing the imminent death of the sleeping idiot. The victim suddenly screamed as the flames came close to his body. The enemy suddenly dodged, and Agni realized that he was awake. The system has alerted the target to the transition to combat sleepwalking mode. The knight was horrified to realize that his enemy was indeed still sleeping. The sleeping boy immediately counterattacked, forcing Agni to defend himself with all his might. Agni was amazed at the sleeper's incredibly quick reaction to his attack. The hero frantically wondered where the enemy's next crushing blow would come from. Ranker sensed the approach of a sneak attack, relying on his intuition. Instinct screamed that this attack should not be missed under any circumstances. He quickly held out the legendary dragon scale shield in front of him. Agni relied on the strength of his most powerful defensive equipment. Agni grinned maliciously, seeing only the chain flying at him. And then his pupils narrowed in sudden realization of horror. This attack proved inevitable, impossible to block or avoid. Defeated, Agni collapsed, cursing this incredibly strong bastard. The system notified about a critical hit and the applied weakness effect. The knight gnashed his teeth in impotent rage at the shameful defeat. The enemy continued to sleep peacefully, without even opening his eyes. Agni received a fatal blow and plunged into a terrible nightmare. A bony figure of death appeared before him, oozing dark energy. The hero screamed hysterically, choking on blood and his own hallucinations. Agni died and his game session was forcibly ended. The system blocked the knight's access to the game for a whole day. The hero's body slowly disintegrated into sparks right in the middle of the rocky path. At the sight of his death, only a sword and a bag of gold remained. The sleeping stranger rose slowly, completely unaware of what had happened. The guy wrapped himself in his cloak again, deciding to continue his rest. Several hours later, he was still sleeping peacefully next to his prey. Finally, the stranger opened his eyes, feeling completely rested and invigorated. He stretched sweetly, wondering how long he had slept this time. Seeing someone else's equipment, the guy realized that his sleepwalking had worked. Hyun-sung looked at the sword and the bag of gold he had obtained with satisfaction. The guy noted with satisfaction that it was easier to survive with such things. He confidently walked towards the huge red doors of the secret dungeon. Hyun-sung dreamed of catching a dragon and quickly becoming a ranker. The system confirmed his divine status with the title of a true legend. The hero smiled in anticipation, preparing to begin his triumphant ascent. The next morning, Hyun-sung was scolded by his angry boss for being late to the office again. The guy guiltily justified the delay of the nurse looking after his sick sister. The boss continued to yell furiously, not accepting any apologies at all. Colleagues only sighed sympathetically, watching the poor guy's morning dressing down. Colleagues discussed Hyun-sung's kind nature and amazing work ethic. The enraged boss shouted about the problems with promoting educated employees. Hyun-sung remained silent, guiltily, as he listened to the stories of his success without an education. He realized that without a diploma, he would not find a better place. The boss arrogantly refused to give me time off to treat my sick sister. Hyun-sung suppressed his anger, putting on a fake smile for the sake of survival. The guy flattered his boss, obediently heading off to get a double latte. The enormous costs of treating his sister forced him to endure humiliation. The guy desperately needed a stable income from this company. Hyun-sung sighed heavily, summing up this unbearably difficult day. Hyun-sung really wanted to punch his arrogant boss. The guy went home, leaving a hard day at work behind. He thanked the assistant and walked her to the door. Hyun-sung promised to return home much earlier tomorrow. The hero carefully knocked on the door of his sister Hyuna's room. Hyuna, who was in a wheelchair, happily greeted her older brother. The girl gently reproached her brother for his constant overwork. Hyuna said she spent the whole day reading books and playing. Hyun-sung carefully asked if his sister had had time to eat dinner. The guy lied about dinner and went to his room to change. Hyun-sung saw how his sister skillfully hid her pain. And exactly 6 years ago, a cold rain brought disaster. Since then, the guy blamed himself for that absence. Hyuna's frightened gaze froze just before the moment of the terrible blow. Then a flash and a roar divided their lives in half forever. The parents died on the spot, leaving the children alone in the world. Hyuna later woke up in the silence of the hospital, trapped in a wheelchair. From that day on, she blamed herself for asking for dinner. Although her body was not harmed, the girl's legs no longer obeyed her. And now, 6 years later, bitter tears once again clouded my eyes. Hyun-sung grieved, remembering the horror of his 13-year-old sister when their parents died. And then the doctor reported the good news of the girl's noticeable recovery. The guy smiled, remembering her endless previous tears and self-flagellation. He was genuinely enjoying her laughter until his sister suddenly winked. Hyuna jokingly hit her brother, calling him a weird pervert. The stunned Hyun-sung did not expect such a sudden attack from his sister. The girl boldly asked if her brother would really dare to hit her. The guy finally realized that it was the virtual game that saved them both. A year ago, he convinced Hyuna to simply try VR on the advice of a doctor. The boundless digital world became a new, healing reality for her. The virtual city of Other Earth amazed with its majestic and fabulous appearance. Crowds of players stormed this digital world every day for new adventures. The sister kindly advised her brother to go to bed quickly after a hard day. The girl confidently stated that she no longer needed constant care. Hyun-sung smiled kindly, looking at his mature and lively sister. The guy asked Hyuna to knock if she suddenly needed anything. He installed an expensive gaming capsule right in his small room. Hyun-sung climbed inside, finding the capsules to be an incredibly useful invention. Time flowed more slowly inside, turning 1 real hour into 5. The guy decided to use the capsule to finally get a good night's sleep in the game. The capsule gave Hyun-sung 25 hours of sleep in the game. The guy thanked the capsule's creators for the opportunity to survive after being overworked. He recalled rumors that big money was being made in the virtual world. The idea project has long ceased to be just an ordinary computer game. The world has invested heavily in creating better virtual reality. Inferno Corporation has turned the idea into a powerful and profitable industry. People quit their jobs en masse to earn money in the digital space. Hyun-sung believed that his skills would be on par with the younger players. At school, he was encouraged to play esports, but his parents were against it. The hero cast aside his old dreams for the sake of the well-being of his small family. Hyun-sung pushed aside his unnecessary thoughts, deciding to quickly fall into a deep sleep. The system scanned the player's eye socket to authorize him in the virtual world. The guy confirmed the entry, eager to find himself in the world of the idea as soon as possible. The hero found himself in a completely empty and silent starting village. Hyun-sung entered the house, considering it his only refuge. The guy collapsed with pleasure onto the very soft playbed. He dreamed of being able to sleep just as sweetly in real life. The sleeping hero muttered through his snores about wanting to punch his boss. The system suddenly changed his specialty to Divine Descendant of Thanatos. Hyun-sung continued to sleep, cursing the hated Chief Park in his sleep. Hyun-sung woke up in the village feeling incredibly rested. The guy then called up the interface to quickly find out the exact time. It turned out that 6 real hours flew by completely unnoticed. Suddenly, a mountain of missed game notifications appeared before his eyes. Hyun-sung was taken aback by the endless list of system messages. The hero was genuinely surprised to read about the sudden change in his specialty. The system congratulated him on receiving divine status for his sleep. The crazy characteristics shocked the guy, who hadn't even undergone training. He became a divine descendant of Thanatos, dreaming of big money. Then Hyun-sung hurriedly went out to think things over. Hyun-sung sat at the computer, genuinely admiring the new gaming capabilities. He realized the chance to earn millions thanks to his divine level. The guy bitterly admitted that his low rank makes his path much more difficult. Then he began to think seriously about how long he could live on his current savings. Hyun-sung happily calculated that the savings would definitely last for a long time. In an elevated mood, the hero began to cheerfully prepare breakfast for his beloved sister. The guy smiled broadly, sincerely dreaming of quick wealth and change. Hyuna suddenly woke up and asked her brother about his cooking. The sister quickly exclaimed that she didn't need to go to the toilet at all. And then Hyun-sung teased her, but Hyun-na denied being childish. Hyun-sung insistently offered to help his sister with the bathroom. The guy sat Hyuna down in a chair, ignoring her angry requests. Hyun-sung sincerely thanked the game for bringing back his cheerful sister. The hero went to prepare breakfast, asking his sister not to rush at all. Hyuna tried to get up from her wheelchair on her own with trembling legs. The girl realized that real training is much harder than game exercises. Hyuna angrily refused to let her brother in when he offered to help. Hyun-sung smiled and promised to come at her first call. The girl cheerfully sent her brother away, hiding her difficult attempts to get up. Hyuna decided to open up to her brother only when she was completely stronger. Manager Park was stunned when he saw the resignation letter. Hyun-sung smiled confidently, officially confirming his departure. The boss panicked, trying to figure out the real reason for the sudden decision. Colleagues became worried, realizing the upcoming increase in the volume of their work. Park hypocritically reminded the guy about his sick sister, trying to persuade him to stay. The boss's face was distorted with fear of losing his most valuable employee. Hyun-sun dryly thanked the boss for the years of service together. The hero sternly added that he never wanted to meet him again. The stunned boss was left alone, unable to utter a word. Hyun-sung left the office to the admiring glances of his speechless colleagues. He felt like a lottery winner, even though he didn't win money. The hero entered the club for the chance to get rich through gambling. At the counter, Hyun-sung found out the rules for paying for playing time. After which, the guy preferred a regular computer to an expensive capsule. As he moved towards the place, he reminded himself to be extremely careful. Having settled himself comfortably, the hero began to carefully study the current situation. He estimated the demand for rare items among top rankers. Suddenly, his gaze caught the frightening details in the text. The boy realized the monstrous difficulty of developing his divine specialization. Suddenly, he began to seriously doubt the wisdom of leaving his job. The guy realized that his leveling up would be 5 times more difficult than usual. He realized that strength is only affected by level and skills. At the counter, the hero inquired about the possibility of entering the capsule after payment. Hyun-sung glanced at his watch, doubting his new specialization. He was very surprised by the exorbitant price for 9 hours of play. Finally, the guy resolutely lay down in the technological capsule for diving. The system identified the player and instantly transferred him to the virtual world. Inside, Hyun-sung decided not to waste his valuable stat points for now. The hero learned the status of his incredible divine class in the game. The boy read with apprehension about the bad temper of the god Thananos. Hyun-sung realized that his divine patron was a real maniac. The guy cursed, looking at Thananos' mad and frightening grin. Soon the hero discovered 6 powerful skills in the menu. He appreciated the passive that allowed him to level up his skills while sleeping. The guy then studied the points accumulation system in a special store. Hyun-sung was amazed at the chance to obtain legendary items without the risk of losing them. The hero laughed with delight, anticipating his incredible dominance over the players. Suddenly, narcolepsy activated, causing the boy's eyelids to close with difficulty. The system instantly notified him that he had entered deep sleep. And then the character's body remained lying motionless on the bed. Hyun-sung suddenly realized that his body was completely paralyzed by the system. In reality, with trembling hands, he demanded a full refund from the administrator. Narcolepsy acted treacherously at the very moment of a detailed test of new skills. The guy left the establishment, loudly grumbling about the absolute uselessness of the sleeping curse. The hero realized that the passive skill reflected the very essence of his specialization. Meanwhile, the hero's sister diligently trained her weakened legs. Dr. Mina recorded the progress, noting the striking impact of the idea system itself. Lee Mina sincerely admired the way Hyun-sung supports her sister. The girl was eager to quickly demonstrate her incredible success to her brother. He now forbade the doctor from telling her brother about paying the bills herself. Haya now remembered how her brother didn't believe her earnings. Lee Mina confirmed the popularity of games as a source of income. The girl anticipated his shocked reaction to the truth. The doctor also wanted to see the boy's surprised face. Hyena promised to secretly take a photo of her brother's reaction. The sudden call from Hyun-sung left his sister very puzzled. She lied on the phone that she was walking with her aunt. Hyun-sung became worried when he didn't find his sister in the apartment. Hyena cheerfully assured her brother that she would soon return home. The girl was outraged by the guardianship, and the doctor called them twins. Hyena hurried to leave so that her brother would not reveal her secret. The girl was frightened by Hyun-sung's arrival and began to quickly get ready. Dr. Lee Mina watched her restless patient with a smile. The assistant promised to play along with her story about an ordinary walk, after which they hurried together to the exit of the clinic. At home, the hero suggested to his assistant that they finish work early today. The sister noticed his strange state and suspected hidden anger. The woman thanked him for the rest and left their apartment. And then the guy silently picked up his confused sister in his arms. Hyena wondered if he knew the truth about her treatment. Hyun-sung silently carried his sister into the room, hiding his heavy thoughts. He carefully lowered her onto the bed and sat down next to her. The hero suddenly stunned his sister with the news that he had finally quit his job. Hyena thought sympathetically about his constant fatigue and overwork. The guy confidently declared his intention to now earn money only in the game. The girl was wildly delighted by his bold act. She admitted that she had long wanted to suggest this path to him. The sister offered to help, asking about his current level and new specialization. Suddenly, Hyuna shocked her brother with her incredible level 331. Hyun-sung grinned ominously, demanding a detailed explanation from his sister. Hyun-sung persistently questioned his sister about secretly paying her bills, and then the guy jokingly scolded his sister for being so secretive. The hero admitted that he was very worried, not knowing the whole truth. Hyun-sung felt a warm feeling as he realized how Hyuna had matured during this time. The guy decided to play idea and sometimes ask her for advice. Hyun-sung ambitiously promised to reach the top within 3 months. The hero deliberately kept his unique divine specialization a secret. The guy left the room, leaving his sister completely bewildered. Hyun-sung was seriously worried about losing due to his narcolepsy skill. At night, the game capsule in the empty room beckoned with its glow. The hero confirmed the login, and his gaze lit up brightly. Hyun-sung found himself in a familiar, completely empty newcomer village. The system reported that skills had improved during 2 days of deep sleep. The guy was amazed at the real increase in characteristics during rest. He grinned contentedly, realizing how cool his new class was. Hyun-sung approached the massive doors leading to the training area. The hero remembered his father's instructions about the importance of the first step. Touching the gate, he received a request to begin training. The guy resolutely agreed, and the portal was illuminated by a blinding light. And then he found himself in a mysterious learning space. Hyun-sung sighed in disappointment, thinking that all game tutorials were the same. The guy decided to choose a familiar weapon from the list offered by the system. Hyun-sung picked up the longsword, remembering his kendo skills. The hero swung his blade confidently, preferring swords in any game. The guy decided to use a regular sword for now to complete the training. Suddenly, a bizarre training target appeared in front of him. The system launched a test, pitting him against a straw man. Hyun-sung looked at the enemy skeptically, not seeing him as a threat. And then he cut the enemy down with lightning speed and one powerful blow, after which the system notified about the successful completion of the first task. The system issued 4 notifications at once about the hero's new achievements. Hyun-sung has received unique titles and appreciated the benefits of anonymity. The experience bonus perfectly compensated for his leveling being 5 times slower. After receiving divine rewards, the boy resolutely set out on his journey. A detailed map of the game world's central continent opened up before him. The hero chose the most difficult village, Daeha, to start the game. He was attracted by the orc camp located very close to the settlement. These dangerous monsters were beyond the capabilities of ordinary beginners. Hyun-sung was looking for a place without competition to farm quickly. And then he finally arrived at the gloomy village of Daeha. Guards Hansen and Smith grumbled about the lack of new visitors. The acid slug was considered a simple but extremely dangerous local monster. His rapid spits burned through equipment, and even the hair of the newcomers. Hansen timidly suggested that having orcs around might not be such a bad thing. Smith responded by offering to explain everything to his friend again using his fingers. And then a blinding pillar of light flashed at the gates to the village. The amazed guards froze, not believing their eyes because of the glow. A crowd of residents joyfully ran out to greet the first guest in a long time. Hyun-sung entered Daehu, surprised by the NPC's intense attention. Soon the residents dispersed in disappointment, recognizing the guy as an ordinary newcomer. The guards mistook Hyun-sung for a guest, who turned out to be an ordinary newcomer. The guy politely asked them where he could find monsters. He was pointed out the slugs and warned of their mortal danger. Hyun-sung boldly confirmed that he was looking for these very monsters. Ignoring the threat of rapid acid, he ran on, laughing. The guards only sympathized with the stubborn man, predicting that he would soon meet with trouble. The hero ran quickly along the path towards his first goal. Suddenly he froze, noticing a suspicious bright movement ahead. A small slug, difficult to hit, was jumping in front of him. Hyun-sung rushed into attack after realizing the real reason for the rookie's failures. The slug spat a stream of scalding green acid at the hero. The guy easily dodged, noting the high speed of the enemy projectile. Hyun-sung's blade instantly pierced the defenseless monster's core. With one crushing blow, the target was blown to pieces. Having gained experience, the boy considered such hunting too easy a pastime. Hyun-sung decided to find out the way to the dangerous orc camp. The guards froze in shock upon hearing of the newcomer's suicidal plan. He confirmed his intention, not understanding the panic and fear of the soldiers. The fighters tried to stop the madman, forbidding him to approach the orcs. They persuaded the hero not to waste his young life in vain. The guards unexpectedly handed Hyun-sung their modest savings. The guy silently accepted the handful of gold, sincerely thanking him for his help. The soldiers, in a fatherly manner, asked him to abandon the dangerous undertaking and leave. The system suddenly awarded Hyun-sung the offensive title of King of Beggars. And then the hero walked away, reflecting on his dubious achievement. He decided to find the orc camp behind the slug field on his own. Suddenly, Hyun-sung froze, noticing something very important ahead. A huge footprint on the ground confirmed the proximity of his dangerous target. The guy smiled in anticipation, realizing that he had finally found the right path. And then, fierce red orcs jumped out of the thicket, seeing the man. The enraged red orcs rushed to attack with wild cries. The monster's heavy club crashed into the empty ground with a loud thud. Hyun-sung calmly prepared his devastating and swift counterattack. The boy cut deeply into the flesh, calling the enemy's movements too predictable. The system alerted to a critical injury and the launch of Thananos' nightmare. The hallucinating orc, in horror, ordered his kin to flee immediately. The mystical energy of the nightmare began to rapidly devour the red orc's mind. The beast, maddened by fear, screamed hysterically, writhing in agony. The hero easily dodged the orc's next attempt to crush him. Then Hyun-sung delivered a powerful and accurate kick. A crushing kick sent the monster flying. The red orc only wheezed pitifully, unable to keep up with the attacks. The system literally exploded with notifications about receiving 4 levels at once. The guy quickly flew past the enemies, screaming in wild horror. Another level up proved that Thananos' nightmare works flawlessly. Hyun-sung calmly noted that he had found an excellent location. Suddenly, a new crowd of enraged red orcs burst out of the bushes. The guy decided that he could easily cope even without magical skills. The monsters were taken aback, not understanding where a man had come from in the forest. With a predatory grin, the hero prepared for a large-scale slaughter of levels. The guard yawned lazily, complaining of unbearable mortal boredom. The partner reminded that silence guarantees complete safety for all residents. Suddenly the warriors tensed up, noticing someone's swift, confident approach. They were dumbfounded, recognizing the guy walking by as that very newcomer. Hyun-sung calmly walked out to them straight from the orc's side. The hero laughed awkwardly, noticing the silent horror on the guards' faces. The guards decided that the guy had simply miraculously escaped from the monsters. Hyun-sung politely inquired where he could sell the loot profitably. He dumped out a mountain of skin from 40 red orcs he had personally exterminated. The shocked guards silently showed the hero the right way to the store. The guards watched him go, finally recognizing him as a hidden pro. The guards suddenly changed their minds, deciding to ask for their money back later. Hyun-sung quickly found the right store by its distinctive sign. The hero entered and politely offered the buyer the accumulated loot. The merchant was seriously surprised to hear about the murder of a couple of orcs. Hyun-sung stunned him by announcing the extermination of as many as 50 monsters. The old man valued the quality leather and bones at 150 gold pieces. The guy was taken aback, not expecting to receive such a huge sum. Having taken the gold, he quickly estimated the real value of the profit. Hyun-sung happily realized that the game was more profitable than his regular job. Hyun-sung reflected on the importance of leveling up instead of money, but the thirst for profit from the junk made his eyes shine. The boy ran away cheerfully, deciding to work even harder. The guards recognized his strength and offered to hunt orcs, and then they were amazed by his wild enthusiasm for fighting. The hero ran faster, fearing the return of his tuition fees. Soon he swung his sword with a flourish, beginning his bloody harvest. With one powerful blow, Hyun-sung decapitated the huge red orc. Immediately after this, he rushed headlong towards a new target, and then he cold-bloodedly pierced the flesh of another monster with his blade. The red orc warrior was burned alive after the player's crushing victory. Hyun-sung calmly put away his sword without meeting any worthy resistance. After 10 hours of grinding, he was collecting only useless ingredients. The guy was determined not to leave until he reached level 100. He then thought about looking for stronger opponents in the village. The hero realized that he had a severe lack of combat skills to fight the boss. He soon opened the menu, planning to increase his mana supply. Hyun-sung quickly invested all available points into the intelligence branch. Immediately after that, he activated the terminal of the mysterious DP store. And the first thing I did was open the items tab, putting off the skills for last. Hyun-sung began his shopping by choosing the most ordinary item first. Suddenly he received a rare ring made from a valuable bloodstone. The guy was genuinely happy to receive a good thing at such an early stage. He then took out the unique item, while remembering his severe lack of sleep. Next came a regular branch, but the hero was hoping for a heroic rank. And then he received the heroic item and froze in complete amazement. The hero decided to save this strange thing for an important future quest. After this, the guy suddenly knocked out an incredible legendary system item. He sincerely believed that this legendary would definitely not disappoint him. But the result truly horrified him, because the money went down the drain. The red orc suddenly spotted the man and immediately screamed very angrily. Hyun-sung struck his opponent with a single, crushing punch in a flash. The hero calmly prepared for the imminent opening of the mysterious DP game store. The guy was seriously considering the high cost of new combat skills. At first, he was determined to try his luck on a very common skill. Hyun-sung then confidently moved on to immediately purchasing the rare skill. The system issued a unique battle cry, but the guy was expecting a heroic rank. The hero looked with disappointment at the completely useless skill of summoning a dangerous sea siren. The guy took a risk and suddenly acquired a new legendary random skill. He was thrilled to realize that he had long awaited the acquisition of a powerful skill against groups of enemies. Hyun-sung was genuinely overjoyed to receive a truly powerful legendary new combat skill. Meanwhile, mysterious men in business suits watched him closely. The head of the management team from headquarters kept a close eye on the impudent player. The huge Inferno Corporation in Korea completely created and controlled the idea project. Specialists from the User Control Center have recorded extremely abnormal gaming activity. The subordinate excitedly asked his boss to immediately look into the strange events. Jo Min-woo was amazed at the madness of a player capable of such incredible feats. The head of the department was genuinely perplexed as to why the developers had introduced these functions at all. He then ordered that the boy be immediately added to the watch list. The chief was amazed, because the guy suddenly received the rarest divine hero specialization. The boss nervously wondered if Hyun-sung had chosen the village to level up. Then Jo Min-woo fiercely grabbed the frightened subordinate by the ears. Suddenly, an employee loudly shouted that Hyun-sung had opened a DP store. The team leader exclaimed with relief that this long-awaited moment had finally arrived. At first, he ignored the player, but then he began to watch him very closely. The boss soon had a very bad feeling about everything he saw. He was seriously thinking about the exceptional fighting talent of Hyun-sung today. The system officially recognized the guy as being among the elite top 01. The head of the department was sincerely amazed by the incredible skill and speed of the young hero. And finally, he was very puzzled as to why this genius had hesitated before. Jo Min-woo seriously wanted to tweak the odds in the DP store. Hyun-sung nimbly put away his sword while the AI was in complete control of the world. The guy didn't even suspect that there were elements of the game that were beyond the developer's control. The head of the department did not believe in God, but began to pray frantically. Then the hero cursed in disappointment his completely useless new stick that had fallen out. Jo Min-woo laughed wildly, delighted at the young genius's pathetic catch. The boss soon froze as Hyun-sung opened a new heroic chest. And then the team leader screamed furiously at the player's unprecedented luck. Hyun-sung received a key item for the legendary quest of the mysterious eyeless. Jo Min-woo tried to calm down, hoping for the madness to end soon. The man in the suit prayed excitedly for the legendary staff to drop. A mysterious black egg of legendary level appeared on the main monitor. The control center staff stood frozen in complete bewilderment in front of their screens. The boss ordered Hyun-sung to gather information while he chose his skills. The man in the suit feverishly hoped to gain useful skills. He watched the cards nervously, praying for no offensive abilities. The hero laughed maliciously, expecting Hyun-sung's imminent defeat. Suddenly the boss roared about the jackpot, frightening his faithful assistant. The leader was literally speechless when he saw the description of the incredibly powerful Reaper chain. A subordinate made a remark to the boss, who predicted a complete purge of the orc camp. The chief wiped away his drool, anticipating the hero's expedition into the secret dungeon. The boss hurried to the management, and his subordinates discussed his excitement. Hyun-sung found a terminal to purchase legendary gaming skills. The guy realized that his sleepwalking allowed him to farm even at night. The hero rejoiced, happy to leave the office and his new profession. He shuddered as he recalled the constant stress under his boss. A few hours of playing have already brought him a solid monetary income. The young man thought about his sister's profits, which had reached sky-high levels. He looked at his sick sister, remembering her avatar. Pride didn't allow the guy to even think about other people's money. Hyun-sung planned to reach level 300 in 3 months. He then set out with determination to find the main boss. Ahead lay a huge camp of ferocious red orcs. The guy hid in the bushes, looking out for his main target. Soon an elite sorcerer appeared, guarding the peace of his relatives. The hero realized that 2 mages would make the battle difficult. Hyun-sung decided to use special skills to control. And then he activated the heroic song against the small fry. The orcs went mad from the sudden sounds. A siren appeared in the sky, instantly freezing the will of the monsters. Suddenly, a crowd of enraged orcs discovered the presence of an impudent forest stranger. Kurak, the great hero of the orcs, quickly burst onto the battlefield. Hyun-sung calmly acknowledged the arrival of the long-awaited and dangerous camp boss. And then the monster made a crushing leap, trying to crush the guy. The hero instantly activated Reaper's chains to launch a powerful counterattack. A powerful explosion of energy marked the player's rapid level increase. The great Kurak fell, finally admitting his complete defeat before the hero's power. Hyun-sung received legendary titles and a map to Kurak's secret passage. The guy froze in complete amazement, realizing the scale of his victory. After the battle, he was preoccupied with collecting a huge mountain of valuable trophies. The red flag with skulls fluttered alone over the completely empty camp. Hyun-sung wondered why the monsters he had killed hadn't revived yet, and then he carefully studied the received map of the secret passage of Kurak. An ancient scroll pointed the way to a mysterious and extremely dangerous barracks. The hero walked resolutely towards the huge entrance in the shape of a white skull. The young man considered this wide slope too obvious for a secret place. Hyun-sung realized that the elite monsters here would be much more dangerous than the ordinary ones. Soon the guy found himself in front of a massive stone door into a deep dungeon. The player is seriously focused on quickly leveling up and collecting rare items. A magical system notification has confirmed successful entry into the orc tomb. The hero realized that normal attacks would only deal half damage to the souls. Hyun Sung was saddened by the limited selection of suitable attack skills. The orc warrior's soul growled furiously, calling for the man to die quickly. Hyun Sung landed a punch and confirmed the theory of weak damage. The ghostly enemy angrily promised to kill the guy for his daring behavior. The young man then activated a magical blast of destructive purple energy. A successful hit on a vulnerable spot resulted in a powerful critical blow. The guy noted the benefit of crits and skills that act separately from weapons. And then he made a swift circular swing with his sharp sword. The monster was taken aback, not expecting such a crushing rebuff from an ordinary person. Hyun Sung deftly dodged and fired a magical blast at the ghost. The guy discovered a new vulnerability in the knees of a huge translucent monster. The hero successfully timed the enemy's attacks to launch a devastating counterattack. The young man memorized the intervals of the strikes, now making perfect and timely dodges. The player realized the tactical advantage of combining skills for an easy victory. A devastating magical explosion finally dispelled the soul of the first fallen orc. Hyun Sung looked forward to gaining 5 levels for completely clearing the dungeon. In reality, the hero's sister was diligently pursuing necessary rehabilitation on the street. The woman, with a kind smile, asked the girl about her impressions of the new game. The sister cheerfully suggested that her brother had only reached level 20 in the game. The sister suggested that her brother had a very rare or unique specialization. The girl in the wheelchair watched the ordinary schoolgirls with sadness, and then she looked for a long time after her peers, who were chatting cheerfully. In her mind, she imagined a simple life with trips to noisy concerts. But then Hyuna remembered all the good people in the game with a smile. The girl cheerfully boasted about her beloved brother's successes in the guild chat. Hyuna worked diligently to undergo complex rehabilitation, under the very strict supervision of a doctor. The doctor inquired about the reason for her patient's sudden, genuine joy. Hyuna told the doctor in detail about the ambitious bet she had made with her brother, and then she laughed maliciously at the impossibility of fulfilling the terms of the bet. Hyuna jumped briskly, dreaming of a generous gift after her victory. The doctor politely declined to play, inquiring about her brother's current progress. The girl mysteriously promised to help Hyun Sung only after 3 months. In the dungeon, the hero was looking forward to reaching level 30 after the battle. The guy was looking for a new control skill instead of killing too quickly. The young man sincerely hoped to receive a truly useful class skill. Hyun Sung stood frozen in front of the majestic red door to the boss's lair. The hero resolutely confirmed to the system his firm intention to enter inside. The awakened soul of the sorcerer instantly called upon the ghostly warriors for help. The appearance of a whole squad of spirits came as a complete surprise to the guy. A crowd of enraged orc ghosts furiously attacked this impudent man. Then the awakened soul of the orc sorcerer used a powerful enhancing skill. Hyun Sung was unpleasantly surprised by the presence of magical buffs on ordinary enemies. The guy dodged the crushing blow in time, noting the increased strength of his enemies. The hero decided to save the Reaper's chains, dealing with the small fry with an ordinary sword. Suddenly, a blinding flash of enemy magical flame flashed past Hyun Sung. The young man barely managed to jump back from the sudden and extremely dangerous spell. And then the sorcerer again drove his warriors into another attack. Hyun Sung was only provoked by such a difficulty, and he decided to answer. The player instantly became a whirlwind of deadly and precise strikes. The sorcerer's soul roared furiously, trying to incinerate the hero with powerful lightning bolts. Hyun Sung dodged deftly, realizing the destructive power of the mental blast. The guy immediately realized the benefit of the experience he gained in this fight. Then he decided to first thoroughly study all types of attacks. 5 minutes later, the hero finally destroyed the soul of the strong warrior. The young man noticed that the enemy sorcerer began to cast spells much less often. And then he spun in a deadly whirlwind of rapid strikes. Soon, only one ghostly sorcerer remained on the battlefield. The hero brazenly called the freak a name and quickly rushed straight into the attack. The system message confirmed complete victory over the soul of the orc sorcerer. Hyun Sung smiled contentedly at his latest rapid increase in game level. The hero looked around the mountain of junk, lamenting the completely wasted effort. The young man approached the huge scarlet doors, expecting to meet the boss. And then he froze in front of the gate, behind which the enemy was lurking. The system suggested going down lower, which was an extremely unpleasant surprise for the tired guy. The player suddenly realized that he had to go further to get to the real boss. The guy moved decisively deeper, wanting to try out his chains as soon as possible. Soon Hyun Sung began to grumble because the boring walk was taking too long. Meanwhile, the management office staff kept a close eye on the virtual world. One man entered the office through a special capsule of the Inferno headquarters. The exhausted employee reported that 25 hours had passed in the game. Colleagues argued about breaking the law due to the time difference. Hyun Sung ordered his subordinates to remain silent and return to work immediately. He sincerely did not understand why he was so concerned about the newcomer. The holograms confirmed that there was only one such player left in the system. Min Yuru was only concerned about whether Hyun Sung was a user. The descendant of Thananos' specialization stood out from the others due to its high rank. He reflected that no one should have received this class. Min Yura's ideas made the project unique, and everyone recognized this. Hyun Sung was angry because the company always approved of her strange decisions. The subordinate reported that Hyun Sung had returned to the secret dungeon again. The boss was surprised that the guy passed the mini-boss without the Reaper chains. The guy was just testing his skills in preparation for a meeting with the big boss. The assistant confirmed that the player had already reached level 33. The boss was taken aback, because that very skill was unlocked at level 30. Other players needed a week, but Hyun Sung only needed 1 day. Experience after level 30 grew quickly, creating the first obstacle in the game. At this stage, the progress of ordinary players usually slowed down sharply. The boss wondered with interest how Hyun Sung would cope with this. He hoped the guy would stick around for the huge reward for the dungeon. By activating objectivity, Hyun Sung continued to legitimately accelerate his development. The boss was ecstatically celebrating the discovery of the desired item in the system. A fierce battle between the world's best rankers unfolded on Paramount Mountain. The huge Cyclops, in a rage, emitted a blinding beam from its eye. A group of heroes desperately resisted the onslaught of a giant monster in a gorge. The blonde warrior and the heavy knight prepared for the decisive attack. The one-eyed monster swung its massive fist to deliver the killing blow. The girl deftly blocked the crushing attack with her sword, striking out a shower of sparks. The powerful collision caused blood to splatter, but the warrior did not retreat. An armored ally with a huge hammer then entered the battle. The heavy hammer fell with a crushing blow on the giant's body. The enraged Cyclops let out a deafening cry full of pain and rage. The mage warned her allies not to get hit. The leader ordered the squad to immediately retreat from the danger zone. The heroes quickly rushed away from the enraged one-eyed monster. The red-haired sorceress confidently announced that it was now her turn. The stones began to spin around her, filling with powerful magical energy. A colossal stone sphere formed in the sky above the battlefield. The girl anticipated triumph as she prepared a destructive gravity spell. A magical meteor fell upon the defeated monster with enormous force. The heroes watched in fascination as the aftermath of the massive magical explosion unfolded. Suddenly, the squad leader rushed up to help Sunny. She realized that even her powerful skills only stunned the beast. The magical pulse incapacitated the Cyclops Lord for 5 seconds. The tired sorceress fell down while the monster stood helplessly on his knees. And then the warrior rushed forward to deliver the decisive blow. The Aptolican roared one last time, crushed by the team's sheer force. The system solemnly announced the destruction of the boss and the great feat. After the victory, all the main parameters of the characters increased significantly, and then a mountain of priceless gold appeared before the rankers' eyes. The head warmly thanked the entire squad for their invaluable assistance. Tanguri modestly praised his boss's leadership qualities. Little Rin was joyfully recognized as the main heroine of this great victory. The allies confirmed that without Tanguri the team would not have survived. The swordsman wondered why Hyuna had missed such an important joint raid. Friends explained that Hyuna had become seriously ill and was admitted to the hospital. The guy sincerely regretted his inappropriate and rude questions. The heroes wondered what rank their friend's mysterious brother was hiding. The warrior justified himself by saying that he was only very worried about the absence of his ally. The little guild of heroes was no less powerful than even the greatest. In the Heroes Guild, the leaders Rin and Sunny were of legendary rank. Only those with unique gaming specialties were selected for the elite team. Sunny suggested inviting her younger sister to join their little team. She explained that her sister had recently achieved the required unique rank. The girl managed to reach level 50 in just a month of playing. His teammates were amazed by such speed, recognizing the newcomer as a talented player. Kaiser agreed to accept her after she reached the coveted level 100. Tanguri also immediately supported the idea of inviting a new participant. All guild members happily voted to expand their ranks. Little Rin finally came to her senses and laughed cheerfully. Sunny announced her temporary retirement from her main game account. She confirmed her decision to focus on developing her sister's character. The group discussed the benefits of creating auxiliary accounts for resource farming. The squad temporarily abandoned joint raids in order to level up the newcomer. The girls grumbled about having to hunt alone again without a team. Sunny was genuinely pleased with the kind and understanding reaction of her comrades. The heroes enthusiastically began the long-awaited division of the mountain of honestly earned treasures. The fighters eagerly took apart valuable magical trophies and gold from the chests. After the division of property was completed, the squad prepared to return to the guild. Sunny said a warm goodbye to Rin, promising to see her again soon. The girl planned to finish her loot and change her gaming account. Hyun Seong tore the scroll, remembering the meeting in the city of Rehe. The hero destroyed the orc's soul, receiving a point for the skill Dream of Thananos. He headed resolutely towards the door, trying not to waste time. The guy was planning to use Death's Sabbath against the second-floor boss. With his stamina restored, Hyun-sung prepared boldly for the upcoming fight. The system warned that it was impossible to exit until the enemy was completely defeated. The hero confidently confirmed the entrance to the dangerous chambers of the Mad Karak. In the center of the giant hall, he saw a powerful, motionless opponent sitting. Hyun-sung was amazed by the size of the room, which was significantly larger than the previous halls. Hyun-sung was amazed at the size of the mob, comparing it to an ogre. The boy looked at the sleeping giant, confirming his Orcish nature. He decided to fight with his own strength, saving the Reaper's chains. The hero planned to use the Reaper's chains only at the end. The boss suddenly opened his eyes, awakening from a long sleep. The monster's deafening scream gave the guy goosebumps. Hyun-sung realized that the battle with the main boss was inevitable. Suddenly, the hero's vision became blurred, causing him great anxiety. The guy desperately asked not to close his eyes at an important moment. Hyun-sung cursed, because the boss was already standing right in front of him. Hyun-sung desperately resisted sleep, but his eyelids treacherously closed. Thananos' sleepwalking activated, causing jubilation at the development headquarters. The employees rejoiced at the rescue, because now an AI was fighting for the hero. The boss grinned contentedly, ignoring the confused cries of his subordinates. One of them realized that AI would replicate all skills. Observers realized how devastating this automatic battle would be. They anticipated a quick victory over the formidable boss using the forces of the system. The entire department expected the AI to pass Karaka with ease. Using Sabbat and chains guaranteed the boss's death before the phase. The mysterious chef only smiled slyly, promising the team something incredible. The chief rejoiced, because the gods had finally heard his secret prayers. Sleeping Hyun-sung furiously hacked at the enemy in sleepwalking mode. 20 minutes later, the exhausted boss meekly fell to his knees. Hyun-sung finally finished off Karak, grinding him into dust. The developers' headquarters were filled with genuine admiration at the battle they had witnessed. Observers acknowledged the superiority of ideal AI over player skill. The boss just silently thought about how cool it was. Suddenly, the headquarters staff froze again in complete bewilderment. The technicians screamed, not understanding what kind of nonsense the hero was doing. And the guy just fell asleep peacefully on a pile of sparkling gold. The developers watched in horror as the character slept peacefully on the screen. They were afraid that the boss's rare trophies would soon disappear without a trace. The chief only grinned smugly, looking at the panic of his technicians. The boss was jubilant, because his cunning forecast worked out perfectly. He explained that the sleepwalking AI shuts down immediately after the battle. The team was upset, realizing the inevitable loss of all the treasures of the cleared dungeon. Hyun-sung finally woke up to reality, feeling completely empty. The boy angrily cursed his unfortunate ability to fall asleep in the game. He hoped that the AI had improved considerably in 40 hours. The sudden ringing of his mobile phone interrupted the flow of his bitter thoughts. Hyun-sung saw an unexpected call from Jae-hwan on his smartphone screen. The old friends cheerfully clinked glasses, celebrating their long-awaited meeting in real life. They had a warm conversation in a cafe, complaining about being constantly busy with work. Jae-hwan was one of Hyun-sung's few old friends. A friend stunned Hyun-sung by admitting that he had opened his own personal business. He told his friend how he had worked his way up to success from the very bottom. Jae-hwan explained that he is currently editing various cool videos. It turned out that most of these orders were based on the idea. Hyun-sung asked with genuine interest about the video for this game. A friend confirmed the demand for the content due to the high speed of gameplay. Jae-hwan noted a sharp increase in demand for high-quality video editing. He explained that bloggers only trust large companies with their work. A friend clarified that he created the company specifically for professional editors. Hyun-sung drank, predicting his friend would have a huge backlog of work. The guy asked if his friend had already signed a contract with Matube. Jae-hwan planned to deal with this issue only tomorrow. The friend didn't believe that Hyun-sung quit without a backup plan. The hero smiled because his old friend knew him too well. Hyun-sung finally briefly voiced his decision regarding the idea. He admitted his intention to start making money within the game. The hero honestly admitted that he hadn't even spent a day in the game. Jae-hwan asked his old friend about his gaming specialization. Hyun-sung praised his friend for his amazing and quick wit. The news of the divine specialization left the comrade in complete shock. The shocked friend decided to immediately wash down the incredible news he had heard with a drink. He asked Hyun-sung about the level he had reached, his gaze boring into his head. The answer about the 30th level made my friend doubt the reality. The guy explained that he spent only 8 hours on pumping. Jae-hwan jumped up emotionally, demanding that the game reel be recorded immediately. He recalled Hyun-sung's school invitation to the professional league. A friend stunned Hyun-sung by earning him $1 million for one game video. He assured that professionals easily make this kind of money every month. The announced sum of 100 million completely threw the guy off track. Hyun-sung immediately wanted to know where he should sign. The guy already had his pen at the ready, demanding that the contract be issued immediately. A friend explained that I just needed to send a gameplay recording file. Hyun-sung was doubtful, but his friend confirmed the demand for skilled players. The hero then suggested that his friend take complete control of his channel. A friend warned that other managers could brazenly pocket all the profits. Hyun-sun suggested that they split all the income fairly in half. The friend was indignant, demanding that he take at least 80% for himself. A friend recalled how Hyun-sung donated his savings for his sister's treatment. The guy responded warmly that such nobility was impossible to forget. They finally decided to split all profits strictly in half. Jae-hwan drank, remembering the intense bullying he experienced in middle school. He reminded his friend how he was the only one who extended a helping hand. Then Hyun-sung simply invited the outcast to go out to lunch together. The comrades joyfully decided to drink another one to their success. Jae-hwan mentally swore not to take a penny from his friend. Then the inspired hero returned to his game capsule. Hyun-sung inserted the flash drive to activate video recording. The hero discovered secret additional settings in the system. The guy grinned slyly, seeing the hidden possibilities of the game. Jae-hwan heard a notification about a new file being sent. The friend realized that Hyun-sung had sent the promised material. The editor sat down at the computer to check the gameplay. What he saw on the screen left Jae-hwan very surprised. The masked hero in the video puzzled the experienced specialist. The mask seemed to his friend to be an excellent element for future intrigue. Hyun-sung easily crushed the monsters, surprising his friend with his skill. Hyun-sung assessed the enemies as dangerous and strong elite monsters. The witness was amazed, not understanding how such power was even possible. The fighter moved flawlessly, excluding any unnecessary or empty gestures. A viewer demanded to skip the boring part before the boss fight. The guy shouted excitedly, calling for the main enemy to be shown as soon as possible. A huge red-haired monster in armor suddenly appeared in front of the hero. The observer froze, noticing something extremely suspicious in the player's behavior. Then Hyun-sung deftly dodged the giant's crushing blow. The witness was afraid that the guy had managed to fall asleep right during the fight. The hero put on the mask, and his aura instantly became sinister. Hyun-sung controlled the fight with the huge armored monster. However, now his style of play has become completely different. The hero waited gracefully, and then struck sharply at vulnerable spots. Previously, he always acted with the furious pressure of a hunter. And here, every move he made was perfectly thought out. The guy resembled a knight with perfectly calibrated, memorized techniques. The observer in glasses suddenly realized the beginning of the second stage. And then he froze in complete shock at what he saw. A huge beast roared under a sky covered with black cracks. This creepy video made the guy's hair stand on end. Hyun-sung calmly asked if something bad had happened. And then he instantly summoned the legendary Reaper chains. The monster screamed hysterically as an invisible force pierced it. The hero's gaze under the black mask remained frighteningly cold. The boss begged in horror for salvation before the decisive blow. Soon the guy struck and landed spectacularly. The bloody beast let out a final wheeze and fell silent forever. Jae-hwan was genuinely amazed at how cool it was. Hyun-sung then stared at his phone screen in shock. The awakened hero read his friend's enthusiastic stream of messages in bewilderment. The guy immediately called his friend back and asked if he had woken up. The friend admitted that he had not slept at all the entire stormy night. He called this video the best of all the previously edited ones. Even the world's top players have never filmed anything like this before. Hyun-sung suggested uploading the recording to the internet as soon as possible. A friend promised to make the editing perfect in one very long week. He was confident that fame would bring them huge financial success. After the conversation, the editor immediately began his very painstaking work. His entire team was absolutely thrilled with the incredible gameplay. In conclusion, Hyun-sung thanked his family for the delicious breakfast. Hyun-sung was having a cozy breakfast at home with his beloved sister. The girl in the chair asked him curiously about his current rank. She hoped that her brother's rank would be truly high and heroic. The sister's thoughts immediately turned to the prospect of joining a powerful guild. The guy casually mentioned that his level had already passed 30. This answer made the sister literally freeze from extreme shock. She simply didn't believe that such a crazy speed of pumping was possible. The girl nervously asked if he was sure he was logging into the game for the first time. Hyun-sung calmly confirmed his recent words about changing his specialization. Now she finally realized how cool her older brother had become. Suddenly, Hyun-sung froze from a very loud and sharp sound. A whole mountain of blue system windows literally covered his entire field. The guy decided to carefully examine all the valuable awards he received for the victory. He sincerely hoped to get something truly useful and very rare. The hero looked a little puzzled by the strange behavior of his game system. Hyun-sung tried in vain to find the hidden items from the secret dungeon. The guy was very surprised that his inventory was empty. The system reported a long sleep and a significant increase in all characteristics. The text stated that the secret dungeon had now turned into a completely ordinary one. Hyun-sung was hurried to collect the reward, and his sleepwalking mode was turned off. The system reported that all uncollected items were lost after restarting the dungeon. The guy suddenly woke up right in the middle of the street in the nearest village. Hyun Sung was very upset about the irretrievable loss of all his valuables. The hero carefully studied his new level and a very strange skill. The guy was sincerely happy to receive a powerful divine skill without spending mana. He thought about the rare skill books from the game's secret dungeons. Hyun Sung quickly disappeared as soon as the city guards appeared. The enraged guy furiously demanded that the monster return the map to the secret dungeon. The hero froze in complete stupor from the sudden disappearance of his target. The passage to the secret lair finally disappeared, and the guy cursed angrily. Hyun Sung laughed loudly and was genuinely happy about his great luck. The guy continued to laugh cheerfully and calmly walked away from the guards. The hero decided to just think about the good and be happy about his survival. Soon he opened the system window and carefully checked his characteristics. Hyun Sung held a valuable weapon enhancement item in his hands. The guy was just going to attach this weird new thing to his sword. The magical object instantly took hold and began to severely break the old blade. Suddenly the sword turned into a huge and very powerful golden blade. Hyun Sung looked at the new weapon with admiration and felt its power. Now all the hero had to do was continue hunting and quickly level up. The guy found a great place for hunting at levels 70 and 80. An improved version of the city of Reha sounded very tempting to the young hero. Hyun Sung resolutely tore up the scroll and set off on a new journey. A huge statue in the square beckoned passers-by to sell any of their belongings. Players desperately pleaded for help, wanting to obtain the coveted teleportation scroll. The central square of the city of Reha was filled with crowds of very noisy people. Hyun Sung was very surprised by the huge number of people in the square. Everywhere, poor players were tearfully begging for rare scrolls for quick teleportation. The hero wanted to quickly find the entrance to the dungeon of his 80th level. A red system window suddenly prevented the guy from entering this lair. The system window prevented Hyun Sung from entering the lair without a command. Buyers in the crowded square offered to buy even the most unnecessary equipment. Players desperately begged for scrolls and warned about the insidious scammers. Suddenly, Hyun Sung screamed loudly about searching for people in the dungeon. The guy very loudly begged random passers-by to go with him. The beautiful girl Rina immediately noticed the problem that had arisen in the city square. She thought doubtfully about the incredibly fast daily leveling of the newbie. Rina knew that no one would want to go into the cave. The girl was very surprised by another loud cry about searching for the group. She looked around with interest, trying to find this player. Beautiful Rina watched the loudly screaming guy in surprise. Hyun Sung tearfully begged passers-by to go into this dangerous dungeon. The girl reflected on the goals of experienced players on their second accounts. Suddenly, the guy noticed a stranger approaching him and shuddered violently. Rina suggested that the hero join forces with her younger sister. Hyun Sung waved his hands at first, but quickly figured everything out. The new acquaintance cheerfully introduced herself as Rina, and the guy gave his name. The girl asked the hero how long he planned to hunt today. Rina apologized for being rude, but Hyun Sung just laughed good-naturedly. The beauty explained that for difficult dungeons, everyone definitely needs a group. The girl assessed his level and realized that he was not a twink. She then suggested that Hyun Sung and she clear difficult dungeons together. She admitted guiltily that her group's levels weren't very high. Hyun Sung responded by modestly citing his own low level. She wondered if the boy would be able to keep up with the pace of their group. The girl planned to curb Ye Yun's impatience with the help of the newcomer. After receiving a message from her sister, she asked the guy to wait a bit. Before leaving, Hyun Sung decided to first buy himself a new sword. She pointed to the best blacksmith and remained waiting in the square. Hyun Sung sped away, shocking the girl with his abnormal speed. The blonde figured that the nimble Hyun Sung wouldn't slow them down. He returned quickly, but his clothes hadn't changed at all. The guy showed off a rare sword that looked like an ordinary piece of iron. It turned out that the blade dealt double damage and was suitable for top-tier players. After this, the heroes went into a cafe, enjoying the smell of coffee. There, Hyun Sung met Ye-eun, surprised by her youthful face. The stern warrior in steel armor silently awaited their appearance. The hero realized that Rina definitely had a pumped-up foundation. Hyun Sung introduced himself politely, preparing for some cool farming together. Ye-eun only responded briefly, remaining true to her taciturnity. The trio agreed on permanent cooperation and set out on their journey. Rina apologized for their low levels and possible difficulties. Hyun Sung responded by assuring the girls of his weakness. He noticed that the sisters had completely different characters. The hero looked forward to the day when he could hunt with his sister. Finally, Hyun Sung decided to send the first invitation to the group. The girls accepted the request and froze in complete bewilderment. Seeing his 35th level, the allies were literally speechless. They realized that now they would have to carry the newcomer themselves. The guy just smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head from the tension that had arisen. Rina was amazed, because his speed corresponded to level 80. She suspected that the guy had a rare heroic specialization. The blonde shuddered, realizing the power of his hidden characteristics. She suspected the legendary rank and wanted to play only together. The younger sister, confused, asked about their next plan of action. Hyun-sung was worried that he would be kicked out due to the difference in levels. Rina assured Hyun-sung that everything was fine. She asked if he had enough skill for a dangerous fight. The girl decided to personally test his skills in a real case. The guy asked permission to film their upcoming hunt. Hyun-sung admitted that he recently started his own gaming channel. The guy suggested moving forward, but the girls were stunned again. The allies were surprised by his desire to immediately rush into the thick of the battle. Ye-eun noticed that he was acting like a complete newbie. Hyun-sung justified himself by saying that this was his first time hunting as part of a team. Rina suggested holding a short briefing before the start of the dangerous raid. The hero thought that cramming monsters took all the fun out of the game. After all the discussions, the trio finally headed to Lycan's cave. The group resolutely walked deeper into the dark and damp dungeon. Rina clarified the team's combat readiness before entering the location. Ye-eun suddenly suggested that Hyun-sung become their vanguard. She wanted to personally test what Hyun-sung was capable of. Rina remembered the betrayals for the sake of experience in such raids. The girl was indignant, considering her sister's request to the newcomer unfair. Hyun-sung shocked everyone by calmly agreeing to this risk. The guy admitted that trust in a group is the key to success. He decided to prove his usefulness by throwing away empty excuses. Rina became nervous, not wanting to look arrogant in front of her ally. The Trinity finally entered the ominous vaults of Lycan's cave. The system pleased Hyun-sung with the strengthening of monsters and a mountain of experience. The hero set the recording settings and selected the mask mode. Hyun-sung wore a mask, calling it his special style. From the darkness came the eerie roar of a huge predatory beast. The guy prepared for battle, frightening the girls with his determination. A huge werewolf suddenly jumped out of the shadows at Hyun-sung. The humanoid monster with long claws growled furiously. The hero just grinned under his mask, anticipating a fun fight. Hyun-sung rushed forward to attack the flying enemy. The girls froze in horror when they noticed their allies' empty hands. Ye-eun was afraid that the newcomer would be torn to pieces. Hyun-sung delivered a swift and incredibly powerful critical strike. The girls were taken aback, doubting the reality of such a crushing attack. The system detected a critical hit at an abnormally high speed. The guy realized the possibility of critical hits without hitting vulnerable spots. Hyun-sung prepared to activate his devastating nightmare charge. He used Thanatos Nocturne, aiming the magic sphere at the beast. His companions were in complete shock, wondering what the hell he was doing. The dark energy hit the monster right in the top of its head. The beast was engulfed in a dark flame, causing it to shudder in pain. The werewolf fell to his knees, completely overwhelmed by the eerie aura of death. The werewolf froze, enveloped in the eerie and all-consuming energy of true death. The system congratulated the hero on his victory over a powerful and dangerous enemy. The girls were stunned, refusing to believe that such a lightning-fast massacre was possible. Rina clearly remembers his first, incredibly precise and clean movement. She realized that such blows depended only on personal skill. The shocked sister was confused, and wondered how a person could move like that. Rina admitted that Hyun-sung's movements in combat are pure art. The blonde was determined to recruit the guy at any cost. Hyun-sung felt satisfied that he had fully demonstrated his hidden potential. The guy grinned cheekily, suggesting that they finally start a real and fun hunt. Ahead, in the dark cave, 3 fierce and dangerous werewolves appeared. Hyun-sung rushed into attack with lightning speed, shocking his companions with his speed. Ye-eun was amazed by his agility, not noticing the activation of his special skills. The girl realized that she needed to speed up for the success of the common cause. A huge monster suddenly attacked from above, revealing its sharp, long claws. The boy activated Thanatos' nightmare, instantly paralyzing the enemy with his powerful magic. Hyun-sung stood there coldly in front of the 3 enraged and powerful enemies. The hero behind the mask noted the astonishingly high speed of his predatory opponents. He delivered a critical blow right into the large werewolf's vulnerable spot. Hyun-sung once again cast Thanatos' Nocturne, enveloping his enemies in dark energy. Ye-eun rushed forward, drawing her swords for a swift attack. She made a powerful leap, aiming straight into the thick of the enemies. Hyun-sung, behind the mask, calmly delivered his crushing blow. The guy instantly killed all 3 werewolves with one precise movement. Ye-eun froze, realizing the incredible speed of her allies' reprisal. Rina ran after them, horrified, wondering where the monsters had gone. The hero calmly suggested continuing on his way, checking his game notifications. The girls were completely speechless from the newcomer's frightening effectiveness. The companions exchanged uncertain glances, but nevertheless decided to continue on. 4 enemies appeared ahead, and the main skill was still recharging. Hyun-sung decided to test the new equipment in a normal fight. The ferocious monster roared furiously in pain after the accurate hit. Hyun-sung realized that spinning kicks do more damage. The boy enjoyed the battle, finding the process of clearing the cave very fun. He calmly blocked the beast's powerful clawed attack with his sword. The werewolf was shocked when his claws hit a steel block. The hero immediately launched a swift counterattack right after the block. The sharp blade cut deeply into the enemy's flesh, spraying thick blood. Hyun-sung swung his sword for the final crushing blow. The wounded monster let out one last furious roar before its inevitable death. Hyun-sung noticed Ye-eun making a dramatic entrance into the battle. Her twin blades in the dance of death looked damn cool. The guy belatedly remembered the number of enemies on the field. The werewolf trembled in horror before the player's inexorable power. Hyun-sung found this spectacle truly entertaining. A valuable trophy shone brightly on the ground next to him. He decided to hide the useless spear for a profitable sale. The hero decided not to interfere, appreciating his ally's excellent technique. The girl deftly blocked all enemy attacks with cold metal. With a sharp rotation of her blades, she brought down a flurry of blows on the enemy. The fight was impressive, combining grace and power. Hyun-sung thought about the possibility of switching to dual blades. The guy changed his mind, deciding to maintain his usual fighting style. The ally was amazed at the speed with which the hero eliminated his enemies. With a smile, he suggested that the detachment immediately continue the dangerous journey. Hyun-sung rushed forward, enjoying the excitement of the group's game. His companions were frightened, suspecting hidden anger in his cheerfulness. Only the leaders of the most influential guilds kept secret information. The heroes became the only small detachment to receive their own territory. The majestic Ishtain Castle became an impregnable stronghold for the legendary team. The legendary Sunny was dying of boredom in the absence of her friend Rin. She listed the tasks of her comrades, who had scattered across important game quests. The girl is seriously considering creating a second account for fun. A sudden glow from the magical portal announced the arrival of a guest. Hyuna entered the room and asked about her friend's vacation plans. Sunny happily rushed to hug Hyuna, celebrating her long-awaited return. The friends were discussing the secret game of their brother, who had recently quit his job for the sake of the idea. Over the meal, Hyuna explained the reason for her brother's dismissal as a rare specialization. The girl confirmed his departure from a large company for a higher rank. Sunny was shocked to learn of her friend's mysterious brother's heroic rank. Hyuna thought about her brother joining their guild. Sunny expressed concern about the unusual nature of their elite lineup. Soon the friends switched to discussing Rin's gaming successes. Then the news of the guy's unprecedented upgrade shocked Sunny. But Hyuna confirmed that there was absolutely no lie in her brother's words. Sunny acknowledged that such growth was impossible without incredible talent. After this, the girls realized the true scale of this player's skill. His friend even admitted his complete superiority over the experienced Rin. However, Hyuna modestly rejected her friend's bold comparisons. As a result, the girls decided to immediately ask Rin about the situation. Sunny happily called her sister Rin via video call. Rin, out of breath, reported that the boy had pulled ahead again. The friends realized that Rin was very busy right now. The girls agreed to immediately go hunting together. The companions could barely keep up with the hero, who was running forward at a rapid pace. The wild pace even increased the girls' agility. The system confirmed the bonus, but Hyun-sung remained dissatisfied. Sunny burst into tears as she realized the impossibility of recruiting such a player. The guy continued to run forward without slowing down his insane speed. His gaze was focused only on the goal ahead. Hyun-sung saw a crowd of ferocious werewolves in front of him. The guy counted 11 opponents and promised to kill them all. The monsters bared their teeth, sensing a threat from the lone player. And then the hero fearlessly jumped into the thick of the enemies. He prepared to release all his hidden power. The first blow instantly pierced the flesh of the stunned beast. The werewolf stared in horror at the magical vortex that had appeared. Hyun-sung activated a devastating volley of shadow projectiles. Numerous magic bullets fanned out across the cave. The shells simultaneously pierced the bodies of several opponents. Hyun-sung smiled contentedly after his excellent shot. The guy quickly slid down, escaping the pursuit of the enraged monsters. The hero ignored the werewolves, who were already charged with magic. He simply hit the remaining enemies with his quick and precise strikes. The stunned animals froze in complete bewilderment at the player's actions. The monsters were angry at the impudent man who dared to run away from them. The predators quickly surrounded Hyun-sung, preparing for the final deadly attack. Hyun-sung grinned sinisterly, and finally activated Thananos' Nocturne. Marks of deadly magical ability flashed ominously above the heads of the enemies. Dark energy instantly bound all monsters within the radius of impact. Hyun-sung finished the attack spectacularly with a powerful roundhouse kick. The system confirmed the death of 11 werewolves and awarded experience. The guy's level finally increased after this heated battle. The hero was surprised by the weak level increase after the mass murder. The tired allies barely caught up with their too-fast leader. The guy realized in time that he had gone a bit too far with the tempo. He politely suggested that the girls take a short break. Hyun-sung apologized to them for his haste. The hero allowed a halt, warning of the imminent arrival of the elite. The exhausted girlfriends breathed a blissful sigh of relief, enjoying their long-awaited rest. The girls were taken aback when they saw dozens of copies of the hero training. The companion realized at what a heavy price the hero had to pay to gain this power. The friends felt ashamed of their momentary desire to rest longer. They suspected the guy of hidden anger because of their laziness. Hyun-sung has discovered a way to make his punch even more powerful. The guy was delighted by the opportunity to break the laws of physics for the sake of an attack. The hero's body began to deteriorate from excessive physical exertion. Hyun-sung was overcome with the excitement of training during someone else's vacation. The exhausted companions hurried to end their rest stop in order to continue the hunt. The girls decided to speed up the cleanup so that the guy would stop training. Hyun-sung promised not to run away from his companions anymore. Ye-eun was delighted to finally be able to keep up with the leader. The girls were amazed by their partner's sudden and powerful acceleration. The companions decided that the guy was angry because of their slowness. Hyun-sung noticed a significant increase in the speed of his punches. A huge muscular werewolf blocked the impudent hero's path. A dozen ordinary monsters surrounded their new dangerous enemy. The hero ordered the girls to quickly deal with the small monsters. The girls were surprised by the guy's sudden offer to join the fight. The guild leader prepared to prove her skills to Hyun-sung. The huge werewolf angrily called Hyun-sung a fool. Then the monster brought down its deadly claws on the guy. Hyun-sung easily dodged the powerful attack of the strong beast. After this, the hero prepared to strike back. The sharp blade pierced deeply into the shoulder of the muscular opponent. The wounded werewolf recoiled, and the guy skillfully changed his position. The hero then immediately activated a destructive magical volley. Dark energy struck the monster, causing it to howl wildly. The enemy promised death, but Hyun-sung only grinned cheekily. And then the enraged predator again rushed into a furious attack. Hyun-sung made a swift lunge, cutting through space with his shining blade. The blow hit its target, leaving deep, bloody wounds on the werewolf's face. The monster only chuckled, calling the impudent opponent a pathetic and naive fool. The beast then attacked furiously, but the hero dealt a counter-critical blow. The werewolf roared shrilly, feeling the full force of the crushing attack. The enraged enemy swore that he would leave no living place of the insolent man. In his anger, he promised to tear Hyun-sung into small pieces. The hero coldly recited the name of the deadly skill, activating Thananos' Nocturne. After this, the monster's body began to rapidly deteriorate under the influence of darkness. The system confirmed the destruction of the werewolf, but denied the award of points. Hyun-sung chuckled, finding the victory over the werewolf too easy. He then watched Ye-eun's high-speed attacks in fascination. And then he appreciated Rina's extremely precise and accurate strikes. The swordsman silently admitted that both allies had fought magnificently. But he was alarmed by Rina's sudden and strangely unnatural movements. She was angry that a weak character was preventing her from showing her skills. Soon both girls fell helplessly to the ground from exhaustion. The friends started talking about taking a break, since there was no healer on the team. Hyun-sung calmly asked if they really wanted to take a break. The girls confirmed with relief that they really needed to catch their breath. Ye-eun was amazed by her partner's incredible tenacity and strange endurance. The allies breathed a sigh of relief, finally receiving the long-awaited opportunity to relax. Hyun-sung suddenly realized that he needed to rest too. Suddenly, the system activated the dangerous and unpredictable narcolepsy skill of Thananos. The hero cursed as he received a system notification about the inevitable forced sleep. The guy fell into despair because his character was left defenseless. He considered the sudden shutdown a severe punishment for excessive greed. Hyun-sung woke up in reality, leaving the game capsule broken. The guy sighed heavily, deciding to hunt alone from now on. And his character continued to sit while the girls watched in surprise. The companions were taken aback when their leader suddenly and powerlessly fell to the ground. Ye-eun assumed that the guy had simply instantly fallen asleep. Rina was amazed that this battle monster was really an ordinary person. Suddenly, Hyun-sung jumped up sharply, frightening his allies with his sudden activity. The girls realized that not even a minute had passed since they had stopped. The system has activated the sleepwalking skill, prohibiting rest for the rest of the current raid. The hero silently went deeper, and his companions quickly followed him. The swordswoman couldn't believe her eyes, seeing her allies' incredibly short respite. Both girls quickly rushed after him, trying not to fall behind at all. They discovered mountains of gold, amazed at the speed of the complete clearing of all monsters. Ye-eun suggested collecting all the dropped items into her inventory. The girls greedily picked up even the rarest and most valuable trophies. Rina was amazed by the number of elite items and resources the hero abandoned. Then the partners hurried after him, afraid of losing his trail. 10 hours later, Rina looked extremely exhausted and tired. Ye-eun was also barely holding on after a day of continuous farming. Soon the allies begged for rest, leveling up once again. The girls realized that Hyun-sung's frantic pace was simply unbearable. Suddenly, Ye-eun screamed and pointed to a huge door for her sister. Ahead, a massive gate appeared, leading straight to the boss's lair. The companions were amazed that they reached the boss in just one day. Ye-eun realized that they were setting an absolutely incredible record. Hyun-sung stood at the gate, sensing that something was wrong. Rina apologized to the leader, asking for forgiveness for the long wait. The hero then silently touched the door, ignoring any attempts to speak. The girl considered him evil, promising to return the collected loot later. The system blocked the exit, declaring the awakening of the soulless werewolf Cerbus. The sisters screamed in panic, begging Hyun-sung to wait a minute, and then he opened the gates, ignoring the girl's screams. The werewolf finally awakened, leaving his partners frozen in wild horror. The system has announced a significant increase in the power of the soulless werewolf Cerbus. The girls screamed that no experience would save them from death. Hyun-sung stood silently in front of the gate, preparing for a solo battle. The companions realized that the swordsman was seriously angry at Ye-eun's behavior. The guy in the black mask looked extremely focused and extremely dangerous. The hero analyzed the sudden activation of the narcolepsy skill right during the raid. He doubted that he would ever meet these random fellow travelers again. Hyun-sung decided to look for level 100 monsters to hunt solo. Suddenly the silence of the room was broken by a call from an old friend, Jae-hwan. Hyun-sung answered, and his friend immediately noticed his extreme fatigue. Hyun-sung admitted on the phone that he had not slept for 2 days. A friend advised him to rest and reached for a can of energy drink. He then asked if Song remembered the moment he killed the boss. Hyun-sung was stunned into silence, trying to remember that boss. He only remembered the battle with the orc sorcerer, doubting his status. But a friend clarified that he was talking about the distraught Karak. Sun was horrified to realize that the hidden skill had been activated during the battle. The hero confirmed that he does not remember the details of that fight at all. A friend noticed a sudden change in the style of play and suggested a concept. While Sun was asking for details, he suspected problems with his head. Companion noticed that his movements became much more thoughtful and precise. Hyun-sung usually went out of his way to find openings in defense, but this time he acted in an unusually methodical and calm manner. The hero literally wore down the boss with a hail of blows, giving him no respite. A friend even compared this style to the technique of elite knights. He jokingly suspected that Sun had bipolar disorder or psychopathy. Dream explained that the skill's artificial intelligence fought in his place. My friend was amazed, as he had never heard of such abilities before. Having calmed down, he asked to send a recording of this fight by email. Hyun-sung confirmed that the AI completely copies his level. A friend suggested the concept of Jekyll and Hyde-style masks. The Dream was offended, because Jekyll was considered good in that story. A friend advised me to choose a suitable nickname for my new look. The guy was embarrassed when he started watching the recording of his battle. In the video, a hero in a white mask effectively attacked the enemy. Sun watched intently as his double performed flawless technique. He was genuinely surprised to recognize himself in this agile fighter. The hero noticed a white mask, although he initially planned to leave a black one. Sun realized that his friend had put a lot of work into the new concept. As a result, the guy decided to learn fighting techniques from AI. Hyun-sung thought about his recent hunting experience. Watching the AI video was much more beneficial for the hero. The ancient monster reminded them that they had risked entering here themselves. Sleep in a mask covered 2 shocked girls. The huge werewolf appreciated their commendable but foolish bravery. Suddenly the beast bared his teeth, calling everyone present impudent little people. He rushed into the attack, boasting of his great ancient power. Then the monster's claws quickly fell upon Hyun-sung. The companions panicked and realized that the boss was too fast. The monster's devastating blow instantly turned the earth into crumbs. Hyun-sung heroically blocked the crushing blow of the giant boss's claws. The girls watched in horror at the incredible power of this collision. Then a shockwave with enormous force threw the guy back. The collision site instantly turned into a cloud of dust and debris. The monster towered over them, and the allies ordered themselves not to relax. Suddenly, magical golden projectiles flew towards the monster. The shells hit the beast's shoulder painfully, causing it to become enraged. The werewolf became enraged by the weak attack and promised to tear everyone apart. The companions flinched as something swift rushed past them. And then the boss again brought down his claws on the jumping hero. The sharp steel suddenly cut through the powerful back of a huge, enraged monster. The werewolf turned around in a rage and growled insults in the enemy's face. The beast then prepared its claws, intending to make a crushing attack. Hyun-sung bravely faced the monster in a bright flash. The boss brought down his deadly claws, trying to crush the agile guy. But the hero pushed off the stunned beast's shoulder with his foot in time. The guy performed a spectacular somersault, quickly breaking the dangerous distance. The companions were amazed by the skill and calculation of this unexpected retreat. The enraged monster attacked again, ordering Hyun-sung to die immediately. The werewolf let out a deafening roar, gathering all his dark power. Hyun-sung delivered a crushing blow, causing critical damage to the monster. A stunning followed, and the werewolf Cerbus froze for a full 10 seconds. The hero suddenly activated a frightening skill called Thananos' Nightmare. The monster thrashed in agony from terrible hallucinations and pain. Blood spurted copiously from a deep wound on the beast's shoulder. Hyun-sung retreated calmly while his opponent was choking on his rage. An enraged Cerbus growled that thousands of deaths would not atone for the humiliation. Sun closely watched the enemy's preparations for a new attack. The guy rushed forward, tearing apart space with a bright flash. He realized that the Black Lightning skill was currently unavailable to the enemy. The monster couldn't believe his eyes as he received a series of rapid blows. He wondered why a strong enemy was making such weak attacks. The stunned beast staggered, trying to comprehend the terrifying superiority of its enemy. Cerbis froze, waiting in vain for that very Black Lightning to appear. Hyun-sung slashed the monster's body with his sharp blade again. The enemy decided to focus entirely on defending against the swift attacks. A series of furious attacks rained down on the werewolf's powerful armor. The hero outpaced the monster in speed, but remained extremely cautious. The beast admitted that the threat of lightning prevented him from acting rashly. The werewolf was furious because Sun still hadn't used the skill. Hyun-sung snapped his fingers, ending this stage of the protracted battle. The crushing blow dealt critical damage to the beast, causing a wild cry. The soulless werewolf collapsed, stunned by the precise attack for 10 seconds. Cerbis fell into despair, suddenly realizing his complete powerlessness. The formidable enemy finally admitted his defeat in the face of the hero. Then Sun delivered a powerful blow, sprinkling the ground with the monster's blood. However, deep down, the monster was still planning revenge. The werewolf growled angrily, saying he wasn't going to give up so easily. Darkness once again enveloped the boss's body as he prepared for the final leap. Cerbis let out a deafening howl, causing all living things around him to shudder. The soulless werewolf Cerbis suddenly fell into an indescribable rage. The monster quickly became much stronger, frightening everyone present. The second phase of this deadly battle has officially begun. The monster's eye turned bloodshot as it roared. The werewolf howled deafeningly, preparing to crush his impudent enemy. And then the beast furiously fell upon Sun from above. The boss made a powerful leap, trying to reach the agile guy. The girls noticed that Cerbis had slowed down due to his enormous size. Hyun-sung gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing to strike back. The hero pointed the blade forward, concentrating all his power. A multitude of bright sparks rained down from the crushing blows on the boss's body. Suddenly, there was a loud clang of metal from the powerful collision of two opponents. Hyun-sung launched a swift attack while the huge monster was recovering its strength. The hero powerfully pushed off with his foot from the shoulder of his huge, furious enemy. The nimble young man performed a somersault, effectively closing the life-threatening distance. The companion whispered in shock that Hyun-sung's actions looked truly incredible. Instead of dodging, the boy fearlessly rushed forward to meet his inevitable death. Sun used the boss's enormous size to push off and jump away in time. Sun landed as the bewildered werewolf Cerbis flew high above him. The enraged monster cried out in despair that this could not be. The blue beast recoiled in horror from Hyun-sung's swift attack. The monster wondered why the enemy didn't use his black lightning. The time had come, and the swordsman rushed in pursuit of the boss. The girls watching from the side were amazed by the incredible speed of the daring guy. One of them suspected that this maneuver was just a clever bait. Cerbis realized that the enemy had not originally planned to use the skill. The black bullet strategy forced the mighty boss to flee in disgrace. Hyun-sung, wearing a mask, acted with extreme cold-bloodedness and calculation. His ability to combine two different fighting styles was astonishing. The girl was determined to recruit such a strong hero into the guild. The werewolf hoped to break away, considering himself much faster than his impudent opponent. The monster gleefully wondered how exactly the hero would try to stop him. Hyun-sung remained silent, hiding his face behind his black mask. Suddenly the guy turned around, which greatly frightened the animal he was pursuing. The swordsman activated a rare skill, reaching for the shining golden cross. The Death Sabbath instantly plunged Cerbis's mind into a terrible illusion. The boss fell into a stupor and realized that he could not move. The system notified about the expenditure of 100 points for using the technique. Damage to a sleeping enemy has doubled, heralding a quick victory. The hero's wounded hand reached through the phantom chains towards the target. The bloody chains finally bound and tore apart the body of the blue beast. After this, a powerful energy literally tore apart the space around the boss. The werewolf realized the end, and the system declared him dead. The guy destroyed an enemy with Thananos' Nocturne without receiving any DP. The hero then cleared the dungeon and received a double portion of experience. The reward for triumph was the best artifacts from the boss's treasury. The companions were taken aback by the sight of the rapidly increasing levels of the daring warrior. The experience bonus has exhausted itself, causing new questions among the companions. The system then activated an exclusive task for the guy's hidden specialization. Hyun-sung froze in his mask, fully prepared for new challenges. The companions silently looked at the exhausted Hyun-sung lying on the ground. The girl in armor wondered if the hero had instantly fallen asleep from fatigue. The magician admitted that they had only been running after him and were very tired. The sisters decided to look after the mountain of gold and the sleeping warrior. The friends argued about whether they should take Hyun-sung to the hotel room. The guy in the black mask snored peacefully right in the middle of a deep dungeon. At Inferno headquarters, staff were keeping a close eye on the player's progress. The leader learned that Hyun Sung had already reached level 53. Department head Jo Min Woo concentrated on pressing a button on his smartphone. The official then introduced himself and clarified the reason for his urgent call. The interlocutor informed the official that the hero had reached level 50. The leader assumed that a reconnaissance squad would soon appear due to the suspicious silence. The man doubted that the iron-blooded monarch would simply stand aside. It turned out that Hyun Sung would sleep for 7 hours in real time. Long sleep during 35 game hours became a problem. After unlocking the quest, a huge, gloomy castle grew in Venice. The popular water city was teeming with dangerous level 100 monsters. Monarch Charon planned to send scouts to the mysterious new castle. The employee emphasized the importance of Hyun Sung's primacy in this place. The chief ordered the team to monitor the situation and report immediately. Due to narcolepsy, user Hyun Sung was not expected to wake up anytime soon. The iron-blooded monarch Karen was considered extremely unpredictable in this situation. Many users were sentenced by Karen to a century of imprisonment. The administration hoped that the monarch would simply entrust the reconnaissance to a local lord. The manager was in a hurry to find out who the mayor of Venice was. The official hoped that the mayor of Venice would send ordinary players to conduct reconnaissance. The monarch's personal intervention could have awakened a dangerous monster in the castle. The wyvern serpent Aquavore was considered the most dangerous monster in this game. The staff doubted whether even the formidable Karen would be able to defeat the wyvern. The entire empire could have been plunged into chaos because of this monster. The admin decided to secretly help Hyun Sung avoid the wyvern's awakening. The man vowed not to allow chaos and the destruction of the entire empire. Thananos' second follower also received a task due to the hero's progress. This legendary warrior was supposed to go to the same palace. The developer prayed that their combined efforts would save the gaming world. He sincerely begged the higher powers to prevent the impending catastrophe. The conversation turned to the most influential and powerful figure on the continent. The iron-blooded monarch Karen sat majestically on his high throne. The formidable ruler listened attentively to the emergency report of his loyal subject. The envoy reported the appearance of a suspicious structure in eastern Vienna. The frightened vassal was afraid to make the slightest mistake in front of the formidable monarch. Karen considered his subordinates to be two spineless and weak people. The frightened messenger stuttered awkwardly, unable to find the right words. The monarch asked again how this news concerned him personally. The man, horrified, promised to immediately send scouts to Venice. The ruler coldly drove away the servant, sparing him his miserable life. After this, Karen looked for a long time after his vassal, who was running away in panic. The ruler was sincerely perplexed as to why his subjects were so afraid of him. Then he remembered the instructions about prudence and dignity of the emperor. The tyrant never spared his enemies, creating the most powerful empire. The king lamented that his guards were trembling with fear alone. The ruler gloomily called his subordinates pathetic fools for their cowardice. The bored monarch yawned, not finding anyone interesting in the palace. He left the throne, dreaming of meeting at least someone funny among the travelers. The man looked sadly out the window, wanting to escape to meet dangerous adventures. The hero feared that his escape would raise the entire empire to its feet. Rumors of a strange structure in Vienna were curious, but risky. The monarch found hunting weak monsters too boring for himself. A sudden inspiration caused the king to exclaim joyfully that the plan was ready. The ruler ordered his servant to organize a grand event for the whole country. The ruler intended to involve everyone in the game, including simple artisans. He decided that a large-scale fighting tournament in a huge arena would be entertaining. The monarch looked forward to the spectacle, grinning slyly under the frightened gaze of his faithful servant. The servant asked about a reward, but the king dreamed only of fun. The man rightly considered all visiting adventurers to be unbearably greedy people. He unlocked the treasure chest, deciding to let the winner choose absolutely anything. The main prize of the tournament was the fulfillment of any secret wish of the lucky daredevil. The ruler hoped that the champion would ask for something unique and truly strange. The king was burning with curiosity, waiting for the appearance of a truly outstanding hero. An event has begun on the Korean server, bringing together the strongest warriors of the entire empire. And all this gameplay chaos was caused by just one NPC. Hyun Sung was bored after finishing his tedious analysis of the battle with Karak. The guy noted that recently only the fighting style has changed. He leaned back in his chair, contemplating the insidious flaws of his narcolepsy. The sudden advertisement for kendo lessons on the monitor made him genuinely surprised. Then Hyun Sung leaned forward, carefully studying the website page. The guy realized that the game idea began to advertise swordplay more often. It turned out that physical condition directly affects the capabilities of the game avatar. The hero signed up for the gym and confidently walked to his first training session. He chose a school on the go, becoming interested in the Academy of Practical Martial Arts. Hyun Sung finally arrived at the place, looking at the nondescript entrance door. The guy resolutely pressed the doorbell, hoping to find someone inside. Soon the sound of footsteps was heard, and the door of the academy slowly began to open. The stern man looked at the guest suspiciously, asking who had come to see him. Hyun-sun's gaze expressed extreme amazement at what he saw from the master. He was amazed by the fighter's muscles, which were clearly the result of grueling training. The hero smiled contentedly, realizing that he had come to the right place to learn how to fight. The master appreciated the boy's instincts and invited him in without warning. The abundance of training weapons in the hall impressed Hyun-sun with its variety. He appreciated the high ceilings, perfect for sweeping spear thrusts. The owner asked if the guy had finished looking around his room. Suddenly, he ordered Hyun-sung to take off his clothes immediately. The old man grabbed the weapon, offering to begin their acquaintance with a small duel. The hero agreed, finding the master's offer to fight quite amusing. The boy chose a sword that reminded him of his blade in idea. Hyun-sung admitted that he practiced kendo in his early childhood. The teacher noted the talent and amazing precision of this boy's movements. Hyun-sung confidently stated that he was fully prepared for the fight. The mentor smiled slyly, confirming his readiness to get down to business. They froze opposite each other, anticipating a test of skills. The spearman lunged forward, challenging Hyun-seong to try and parry the blow. The opponent was genuinely surprised, because the guy was able to withstand this heavy blow. Hyun-sung rushed forward, realizing the correctness of the aggressive decision he had made. The battle continued, taking into account the difficulty of fighting against a long spear. Then the experienced opponent suddenly threw the guy back with a powerful and accurate blow. The hero froze in complete surprise, feeling the force of the attack. Soon he barely dodged a sharp steel tip whistling nearby, after which the spearman made a leap, without ceasing his rapid onslaught. The guy quickly rose to his feet, adopting a new stance for the fight. Hyun-sung breathed heavily, suddenly realizing his poor physical condition. The mentor smiled slyly, finally recognizing the boy as a worthy student. He praised the swordsman's skill and suggested mastering other weapons. Hyun-sung decided that he had to fully live up to his role. The boy wanted to learn to fight with a sword with his left hand as well. The old man asked what fighting style his student preferred. The hero calmly replied that he adhered to the daring style of a mad dog. The teacher laughed loudly, imagining his student rushing at his enemies. After this, the old man approached the counter and offered to try the dagger. He quickly selected a suitable pair of blades for the upcoming training. The mentor then gave a spectacular demonstration of a sword and dagger combination. He ordered to watch carefully, explaining the protection of weak points with a dagger. Then the mentor instantly threw away one of his training blades. Hyun-sung watched in fascination, pondering the combination of the sword and dagger. The master assured that the student would quickly get used to the new style. Hyun-sung expressed his desire to immediately begin new challenging training. Meanwhile, the blonde warrior encountered a huge wolf king. The girl concentrated on preparing for the battle against the dangerous and powerful monster. She made a lightning-fast lunge, striking the beast's armored body. The warrior clashed violently with Traeg in the eye of an ice storm. The battle flared up with renewed vigor, filling the air with the ringing of sharp steel. The girl looked at her dying enemy, fascinated. She realized her arrogance, remembering the incredible strength of the mysterious stranger. The warrior thought about recruiting Hyun-seong into her guild. The girls stood over the sleeping boy, wondering when he would wake up. They continued to wait, hoping for their savior to awaken soon. Finally, his patience snapped, and his companion resolutely rushed towards him. She shook the guy violently, demanding that he open his eyes immediately. Hyun-sung continued to sleep peacefully, completely unaffected by the screams. Suddenly, a strange, bright blue system notification appeared in front of them. The game forcibly shut him down because he had been in a sleep state for too long. The system forcibly shut down Hyun-sung and he instantly disappeared. The girls decided to look after his things, planning to meet him later. Rin was determined to find the guy at all costs. She anticipated the online furor that would follow the release of the video of his fight. The girl vowed to definitely recruit Hyun-sung into her guild. The warrior rushed away, wishing to quickly become much stronger. Her companions cried out desperately after her, wanting to go together. The leader loudly apologized, refusing to wait for her friends who had fallen behind her. The girl quickly disappeared, promising to discuss all the details on the spot. The remaining warriors breathed heavily, completely unable to understand their friend's haste. He woke up with difficulty, feeling an unbearable aching pain throughout his body. Hyun-sung decided to spend some time online before his next training session. Then he clicked the mouse, peering closely at the contents of the bright screen. The hero remembered the city he had chosen for hunting the previous evening. The guy admired the incredibly beautiful views of that very virtual location. Suddenly he noticed something strange and frowned in puzzlement. He sighed, glad that the toxic discussions didn't concern him at all. Soon he entered the apartment, immediately noticing the dead silence there. The brutal training paid off, honing his fighting moves to a shine. Hyun-sung climbed into the capsule, eager to test out his new skills. Hyun-sung found himself in the bustling central square of Reihai village. A multitude of bright system notifications instantly appeared before his eyes. He slept for almost 2 days, but his performance improved significantly. The guy noted the noisy crowd and others' desperate pleas for help. Then he noticed a player who was buying up unwanted junk at a good price. Hyun-sung decided to sell his things and approached an unusual merchant. The transaction amount was twice the regular store price. The player thanked him, and the guy politely wished him luck. After that, he went to get the scroll, deciding to check the messages. Suddenly the hero stopped abruptly, seeing an abnormal number of new letters. Hyun-sung stared in amazement at the message about receiving an exclusive mission. He then grinned contentedly, suddenly opening a divine rank quest. The boy looked at the gloomy quest window about finding Thanatos' disciple with puzzlement. After that, he was shocked by the crazy gaming news. The hero then became nervous, fearing the success of the foreign reconnaissance squad in searching for the target. Hyun-sung imagined the terrible fall back to the first level of development. In a panic, he realized the pointlessness of losing his enormous gaming progress. Soon the guy froze, considering the colossal benefit in case of complete success. A ghost appeared before him, offering him divine power or a rare relic. The hero's eyes lit up with excitement in anticipation of incredibly powerful rewards. After this, Hyun-sung ran quickly towards the majestic palace. Soon he found himself in a noisy square that resembled a real beehive. The guy was glad that the reconnaissance detachment had not yet advanced towards the castle. Then some guy snorted derisively, looking down at the hero. Players mockingly called Hyun-sung a tramp because of his appearance. He then noted that the equipment of the arrogant warriors looked chic. Afterwards, the hero realized his similarity to the beggar in the starting clothes. Then he decided to urgently buy armor for future battles. Soon the guy found a store with excellent protective equipment. Finally, Hyun-sung transformed himself by wearing his famous red jacket. Hyun-sung spent millions on armor, believing it was a good investment. After that, he rushed headlong towards a distant, extremely mysterious castle. The boy soon realized that the journey without a horse would take forever. As he ran, the hero thought intensely about the future power of divine authority. Then he looked forward to finding the relics, smiling slyly and contentedly. Meanwhile, in Vienna, the mayor's luxurious, light-flooded residence appeared. Inside, the fat mayor lazily inquired about the progress of his reconnaissance squad. His mysterious interlocutor then confidently assured him that everything was going well. It was Reiner, the guild leader, fawningly thanking the influential official. Dorgnum laughed loudly, appreciating Reiner's insight and loyal friendship. Reiner secretly despised the mayor, forced to smile for personal gain. The mayor then recalled the importance of the Order of the Emperor himself. After this, Reiner promised to assemble a combat squad today, and then Dorgnum handed him a sparkling golden sign of power. Reiner then obsequiously accepted the gift, showering him with hypocritical thanks. He looked at the symbol greedily, dreaming of revenge on the strong players. The mayor soon coldly confirmed that he was very much counting on success, and in the end he threatened imperial wrath for failure. Reiner smiled submissively, secretly cursing the fat freak in the threats. Finally he hurried away, hiding his growing fear of failure. Reiner walked purposefully through the luxurious, brightly lit halls. Soon he began to dream of quickly receiving the high title of mayor. Then Reiner looked forward to triumph, baring his white teeth in anger. Meanwhile, the eastern square of the city of Venia became crowded. After this, a registration point for the elite reconnaissance unit was opened there. Manager Edel lazily checked the levels of the players who came for the selection. Then he indifferently handed out scrolls with tasks to the next newcomers. Afterwards, Edel secretly cursed the stupid players for their naivety. The guy noted that only those approved by the guild would be accepted into the squad, and soon he became completely bored, dreaming of a real hunt. The mysterious stranger walked confidently, wondering who they were trying to overtake. She passed through the magic circle with almost no change in her appearance. The beauty of the dark-haired sorceress in reality turned out to be truly dazzling. Then Edel brazenly demanded that the girl state her name and level. Hanso Ah introduced herself as a level 110 mage, hiding her irritation. Edel enthusiastically promised her a better place, only to provoke anger. After this, the sorceress left, having difficulty enduring the manager's obsessive attention. Soon she decided to urgently get into that mysterious castle. The girl considered it pointless to waste emotions on such a pathetic scumbag. Edel called the next one, dreaming of keeping the sorceress closer to him. Edel stared in surprise at the new, extremely suspicious candidate. Then Hyun-sung, wearing a mask, coldly announced his 53rd level. Edel was angered by the insolent tone, remembering his boss's instructions. After that, he casually threw the scroll with the task to the hero. Soon, the manager maliciously promised to teach the impudent fellow a lesson during the trip. The hero studied the map, realizing that he had been running in the wrong direction for half an hour. He then walked away, blaming only himself for the loss of time. Meanwhile, unknown persons were actually watching the guy leaving. The respectable man in the suit angrily ground his teeth in frustration. And finally, the colleagues discussed how the heroes had unfortunately missed each other in the square. The man in the suit was angry at the players' lack of teamwork. He analyzed the characters' skills, lamenting the cruel irony of fate. In the game, Hyun-sung thoughtfully watched the departing sorceress. The observer was sincerely perplexed as to why the hero suddenly offered her cooperation. The man in the office justified Hyun-sung's caution in the face of an unknown enemy. He then noted the lack of mention of So-A in the quest window. The expert brought 2 quests that were completely different in essence to the screens. Hyun-sung was asked to find only mysterious traces of an ancient enemy. So-A was tasked with preventing the dangerous resurrection of an ancient wyvern. The observer soon felt that things were about to go wrong. He realized that he had no choice but to pray. A motley crowd gathered in front of the eastern gate, ready to set out on a raid. It's strange, but instead of an entire army, the guild selected only 100 fighters. The hero understood that the top guys don't hand out lucrative quests out of kindness. He decided to use this human shield and rush forward at the castle. Suddenly the recruiter turned around, fixing the guy with a suspicious and heavy look. This arrogant guy is clearly used to everyone bowing to him. Apparently the blonde boy harbored a childish grudge for the hero's previous impudent answer. The leader was infuriated that some newcomer was boldly looking him straight in the eyes. The villain decided to give the guy a hard time as soon as the squad stopped for a rest. And in the chat, the commanders were already planning to screw everyone over and take the loot. The top brass wanted to reduce the number of extra mouths to feed on this expedition. The blonde understood that if he failed, he would be made the scapegoat. Out of nerves, he decided to take out his anger on our hero. The guy felt the sticky, hate-filled gaze of the enemy on his back. But he only grinned, because he had foreseen this stupid move. The squad stood stupidly in place for 3 long, real hours. The hero was bored, thinking about the mechanics of fatigue and exiting the game. As night fell, he sat by the fire, waiting for the inevitable. The system kindly turned off his narcolepsy, giving him a chance to fight. Hyun-seong took the sword, deliberately leading the enemy into the thicket. The blonde crept quietly after him, anticipating an easy and quick reprisal. He grinned, because the stupid victim had walked into a deadly trap. The villain didn't understand how a noob dared to be rude to a player of a rare class. With the thought of killing, he swung, wanting to cut the guy down. Raynor, in his jump, already saw his blade pierce his back. But suddenly the commander's ears were filled with the frightening sound of heavy chains. Hyun-sung turned around, meeting the attack with a frighteningly calm and cold gaze. The aggressor was overcome with trembling and froze with a terrible premonition of disaster. The commander noticed with horror that there was no chain on the enemy's belt. At that very moment, an invisible attack tore the flesh of the hapless killer. Ghostly purple chains pierced the commander's expensive armor. Hyun-sung recognized the skill immediately, but it looked different. These were the legendary Reaper's chains, but with a frightening aura. The system inundated the villain with notifications about critical damage and stunning. Raynor couldn't even move because his soul was shackled. A second later, the impudent fellow crumbled into pixels, receiving a 24-hour ban. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak landed softly nearby. The girl with the huge braid simply decided to follow this couple. She calmly asked the guy how he was feeling, as if nothing had happened. The hero froze in shock, not understanding the essence of what was happening at all. Hyun-sung immediately realized that the girl possessed the legendary Reaper's chains. This person clearly possessed hidden power of at least legendary rank. The hero suggested leaving before the noise brought the others running. He said goodbye dryly, deciding not to get too close to his competitor. The guy hid in the forest, protecting his secrets from prying eyes. The mysterious lady only blinked her eyes after him in silence and confusion. A strange, burning feeling of utter defeat grew inside her. And in the office of the Inferno Corporation, a real nightmare was happening. The developers grabbed their heads when they recognized a familiar character on the screen. The curator screamed because the noob rejected the heroine who was connected to him. The curator in the office admitted with annoyance that the hero's logic was quite understandable. He checked the data and saw that the character's task formulations were different. The conflict was inevitable. One is looking for a trace. The other must prevent the resurrection. The manager broke out in a cold sweat from a terrible premonition of imminent failure. Hyun-sung decided to quickly find a clue and disappear before the girl came to her senses. Suddenly, the guild announced the end of the rest stop, forcing everyone to move on. Players were outraged because the top players decided to simply abandon everyone who went offline. The hero realized that Reiner's murder had made the guild leadership nervous. And in the real world, the murdered rich kid had already called his daddy with a complaint. Raynor brazenly lied to his boss about the ambush and his accomplice, justifying his death. The man hung up, irritated by the stupidity of his dead subordinate. He climbed into the capsule with contempt, calling his predecessor an idiot. The boss personally logged into Raynor's account to sort out the problem. Panic broke out in the guild chat, and players were afraid to walk alone. A spy in the crowd immediately spotted Hyun-sung, highlighting his mask. This big guy dreamed of gaining favor and receiving a noble title for surveillance. The hero simply walked forward, ready to overcome any obstacles. The Reaper stared blankly at the screen, not understanding the essence of her vague quest. In the end, she decided to simply not let anyone into the castle. Tension within the squad grew as everyone pursued their own hidden agendas. The Reaper caught the leader's gaze and literally went cold with horror. She realized that she had drawn a target on the guy's back. The girl was amazed at how this noob even survived among monsters. Her pride didn't allow her to simply throw the poor fellow into the trash. In her mind, she was already training her new tame debtor. By nightfall, only a pitiful handful of survivors remained from the powerful army. 7 hours of hellish marathon squeezed every last drop of juice out of the players. Hyun-sung longed to pass out, but his instincts screamed wildly of danger. The hero's back burned from the sticky, angry gazes. The jackals were no longer hiding, openly anticipating easy prey. Hyun-sung simply turned around, ignoring the hysterical screams of his pursuers. He ran and wondered why these noobs were falling so shamefully behind. Soon, a gang with axes blocked his escape route. The guy blamed himself for not finishing off that long-tongued bastard right away. He could have set up the guild in the chat, but he chose to fight. The thug with the axe cackled, thinking that the mouse had finally been caught. But the predatory smile under the mask said that he was the hunter here. The hero reached for his sword, preparing to play his only trump card. In a split second, he closed the distance, shocking the enemy with a mad lunge. The blade ripped open his throat, unleashing Thanatos' monstrous nightmares. The brute stood on his feet, screaming from terrifying and painful hallucinations. His partners froze, unable to block the blows. Hyun-sun struck a vital point, but the enemy miraculously survived. The barbarian yelled, ordering his team to dodge the attacks at all costs. The boy stood calmly, beginning to get used to the frantic pace of the battle. The enemies decided to overwhelm him with numbers and rushed at him in a crowd. The assassin with the dagger rushed forward, showing quite good speed. But attacking head-on was a stupid mistake for a stealthy class. The hero easily parried the attack, instantly counter-attacking the insolent man. The system notified about the death of an enemy and awarded a pleasant bonus. Hyun-sung lazily parried the powerful blow. The deadly arrow whistled past, only slightly cutting through the thick air. The guy landed softly, already preparing for an immediate and brutal counterattack. The archer, hidden in the bushes, collapsed, catching a dagger right in the forehead. A new blade, shining with cold steel, instantly materialized in the hero's hand. He leaped over the tank, delivering a bloody blow in mid-air. The blades clashed with a terrible screech, striking out bright sheaves of sparks. Hyun-sung blocked the sword, finally breaking the pattern of the terrified enemy. With a deft blow, he knocked the bulky weapon from his trembling hands. Before the knight came to his senses, death was already breathing down his neck. The man decided to finish the job and began to attack. Hyun-sung landed gracefully, plunging his blade into the gaping knight. The armored blonde turned pale, looking at the fragment with horror. Darkness burst from the hero's palm, ready to devour these fools. The enemy panicked, trying to avoid the hail of deadly dark clots. The shadow shot landed right on the forehead, instantly knocking out the insolent man. Hyun-sung mentally praised himself as he opened his inventory of throwing knives. The giant with an axe attacked, but ran into impenetrable defense. The hero accidentally spun around, dealing fatal critical damage to the knight. The remaining enemies trembled, finally feeling the predator's gaze on them. A wild, uncontrollable rage flared in the guy's eyes. System windows rained down, confirming the death of another loser. Hyun-sung danced under the rain of arrows, dodging playfully. Even the faceless mask radiated the chilling, cold confidence of a killer. The blonde froze in horror, seeing the enemy's mad grimace. The hero said goodbye mockingly, enjoying the complete humiliation of his enemy. The clearing was strewn with trophies, and the soul was warmed by the filmed content. The guy enjoyed watching the recording of his perfect victory. Hyun-sung busily collected the alien weapons, anticipating the reaction in the camp. For the sake of secrecy, he finally had to take off his favorite mask. A rare topographic map of the city of Vienna fell into the hands of Hyun-sung. Such valuables usually belonged only to influential leaders of top guilds. The guy grinned predatorily under his mask, mentally thanking his defeated enemies. He immediately left the virtual world, deciding to have a hearty snack and work out. The witness of his triumph froze, completely unable to understand the reasons for his sudden disappearance. The impeccable control and combat skills reminded her of the hero's past achievements. The girl realized that the entire forest chase was just a clever bait. Hyun-sung came up with a plan on the fly to effectively shed his tail. Having taken the main trophy, the daring player simply disappeared among the dense trees. The puzzled sorceress was left alone, trying to figure out his true motive. The sorceress left the game, intending to track down this strange guy in reality. The forest beasts fell dead, struck down by a series of lightning-fast critical attacks. Hyun-sung charged into the crowd, giving his enemies a real dance of death. The monsters' carcasses scattered like bowling pins from the monstrous force of the blow. A dark aura enveloped the clearing, foreshadowing the appearance of something terrible. The boars went into a rage, empowered by dark magical energy. The hero braked sharply, raising dust with his emergency maneuver. He rushed on, weaving between the trees at top speed. The guy checked the route, expecting quick revenge from the robbed guild. His eyes widened in shock at the panorama that opened up. Hyun-sung turned around abruptly, feeling someone else's gaze boring into his back. He looked around the forest suspiciously, trying to spot the observer hidden in the foliage. Blaming it all on nerves, the guy took off at full speed. The sorceress could barely catch her breath, pressing her back against the wide trunk of the tree. The girl was speechless, having assessed the monstrous speed of the monster's extermination. The mysterious black lightning seemed to her to be an incredibly dangerous and destructive force. She immediately attributed the swordsman to legendary rank for such power. The observer was already dreaming of dragging this monster into her future guild. Suddenly the rhythm was lost. The hero froze due to the treacherous cooldown of skills. At the last moment, he miraculously escaped a deadly attack with fangs. A huge sword cut through the air, breaking all the laws of physics. The spinning attack tore through the monster's flesh like a hot knife through butter. Hyun-sung collected the dropped loot faster than the observers could blink. The girl blushed, completely captivated by his brutal fighting style. A simple jump turned the monster's furious attack into a ridiculous collision. The guild chat erupted into hysteria and panic over the lost card. The leader realized in a rage that he had fatally underestimated this loner. He consoled himself with the thought of a time penalty for the impudent thief. The villain was already planning to assemble a high-speed elite squad to intercept. The guild leader estimated the unknown enemy's extreme level with horror. Hyun-sung ran for days, wasting precious playing time. Suddenly his sharp gaze caught on suspicious tracks ahead. The enemy quickly regrouped, replacing the fallen fighters with a fresh punitive detachment. The map confirmed that the pursuit would catch up with him before he reached the castle. The hero only grinned predatorily, not at all afraid of the crowd of opponents. The absence of karma penalties turned the battle into an ideal experience farm. He was already mentally trying on the trophy gear and editing a viral video. In the silence of the night, he finally discovered the camp of his pursuers. 5 powerful players relaxed around the fire, letting their guard down. The swordsman gripped his weapon, ready to challenge even the elite tops. Hyun-seong has identified an elite guard far more dangerous than his previous enemies. The hero hid behind a tree, coldly calculating every step of the perfect attack. The scarlet gaze of the predator from the darkness had already signed their death warrant. The sentries yawned carelessly, fatally underestimating the threat looming over them. The enemies told stories with laughter, considering the hero's strength a stupid fiction. The soldiers despised their cowardly commander, dreaming only of the end of their shift. Suddenly, mystical lights surrounded the camp, causing the squad to break out in a cold sweat. The system mercilessly announced the imposed curse, shocking seasoned veterans. The magic forcibly pulled their bodies forward, stripping them of all control. The helpless crowd rushed in terror straight into the set nets. The enemy froze, seeing before him only a bloody flash of certain death. Horror distorted the commander's face when he recognized that damned mask. A series of blows tore through the formation, instantly knocking the spirit out of the entire squad. The system unleashed a nightmare upon them, locking their consciousness in a cycle of pain. The elite fighters stood frozen like dummies, bleeding black from critical wounds. The warrior's hand crumbled to dust, causing a wild cry of pure horror. The poor man looked up, seeing his imminent death in the black sphere. Dark lightning fell from the sky, finishing off the helpless group. The red interface windows screamed hysterically about the complete collapse of their health. Hyun-seong stood coldly over the enemy, reveling in his absolute victory. The system generously rewarded the hero for killing a player of an extremely high level. The legendary achievement mocked balance by giving the guy monstrous damage bonuses. The triumph was cut short, as the main enemy force was already breathing down their necks. Hyun-song calmly counted the victims, assessing the fresh meat that had arrived. The head of the guild roared like a wounded beast, demanding immediate reprisals against the insolent man. Instead of running away, the hunter decided to boldly greet his prey. Balls of dark magic flew out of the shadows, aiming straight at their faces. A sudden attack engulfed the squad, forcibly activating combat mode for everyone. The commander finally lost his mind, screaming hysterically into the void. The hero achieved his goal by locking his enemies in the game without the right to exit. The battle mode subsided, leaving the enemies in complete bewilderment and tension. A sudden shot from the darkness forced the battle system to reactivate. The enraged leader yelled into the void, demanding a fair fight from the coward. The timer expired again, driving the tired squad to white heat. 10 minutes later, the commander finally went off the rails with rage. Hyun-sung calmly stepped out of the shadows, scaring the screamer to death. The crowd roared joyfully, rushing towards the enemy in a single living stream. The leader suddenly froze, realizing the fatal mistake of this stupid attack. Dark magic bound their bodies, turning the fighters into helpless statues. His eyes rolled back, his mind unable to withstand the monstrous pressure of force. The leader's murder gave the hero 5 whole days of blissful silence. Hyun-sung leisurely collected the valuable loot, savoring his complete impunity. his keen gaze caught on the only remaining obstacle on the field. The guy simply logged out, considering the lonely sorceress harmless. At breakfast, the perceptive sister immediately noticed her brother's extreme fatigue. The girl complained about the frantic pace set by her suddenly emboldened leader. Her eternal caution gave way to aggression, which gave her a whole 30 levels. Hyun-sung listened with a smile to how much the game had captivated the girl. The news of her guild's small size made the hero show professional interest. The little girl confidently stated that each clan has its own unique goals. The sister enthusiastically talked about the dirty schemes of the top guilds to seize territories. But her clan simply enjoyed the game, ignoring the brutal race for power. Hyun-sung only smiled warmly, hiding the experience of a killer behind the mask of a simpleton. He responded to the invitation to join with a polite but firm refusal. The hero didn't want to embarrass his sister with a noob level, so he decided to level up first. The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance, because the fish had slipped off the hook. The guy pulled his cap down, preparing to put in a hellish workout for the sake of honor. Suddenly, Hyun-sung froze at the door as if he had been electrocuted. He realized with annoyance that the footage of Reiner's murder would have to be deleted. The battle with live players turned out to be much more exciting than boring bot scripts. He recalled with delight how, in battle, he had cut a flying arrow in two. In the gym, Hyun-sung was furiously working out the tension on the treadmill. The guy stared at the TV, where they were discussing the hype surrounding the mysterious castle. Reporters have uncovered the truth about the guild's dirty crimes against its own. The show's hosts harshly criticized the superhumans for their vile betrayal. Instead of the promised assistance, the elite squad simply got rid of excess players. Hyun-sung ran, listening to the experts' frighteningly accurate retelling of events. No one saw the leader of Reiner again, as if he had disappeared into thin air. The hero grinned guiltily, knowing full well the true reason for the disappearance of the tops. The program's guests shouted in rage that there was no room for lawlessness in games. Hyun-sung gave up on the guild, worrying only about that girl. He was tensely wondering whether she was an enemy or a random ally. The hero had to reach the castle before his competitor. Her fighting style turned out to be dirty, devoid of any nobility. The movements looked crude, but they worked with frightening efficiency. It was pure, cold-blooded violence without a shred of mercy. In reality, the editor was surprised to recognize the handwriting of a familiar psychopath. The bespectacled man raised the alarm after noticing the appearance of a new video. The entire studio froze, anticipating millions of views of this madness. The guys ordered a ton of energy drinks in preparation for a sleepless marathon. The coach noticed that the boy's reaction became lightning fast, like a cat's. The hero was clearly working alone, instantly absorbing every new movement. In the heat of battle, his face turned into the mask of a wild beast. The mentor sternly reminded them that they were teaching them to kill, not to play. He tried to overwhelm the newcomer with experience, wielding his long spear. The student, however, parried the hail of blows, breaking all logic of the fight. Hyun-sung rushed forward, bringing down his heavy sword on the enemy's defense. The veteran had difficulty holding back this onslaught, feeling his hands trembling. Fear flashed in the master's eyes. He realized that his death was near. The man quickly stopped the fight before the training session turned into a bloodbath. Hyun-sung thanked him for the sparring as if it was just a light warm-up. His palm, however, was reduced to a bloody mess by the monstrous recoil. The psycho looked at the wounds with a smile, even finding this pain interesting. Nimble fingers quickly concealed the damage under layers of fresh, tight bandages. The guy promised to return tomorrow, which caused a real shock to the coach. The old man strongly recommended rest until the torn skin was completely healed. The student refused, deciding to turn the fresh wounds into tough, battle-hardened calluses. The mentor chuckled nervously, realizing the frightening determination of this restless newcomer. The hero left, leaving the veteran to digest what he had seen in complete silence. He later puzzled his friends by choosing a cool nickname for the video hosting site. Hyun-sung took over editing, racking his brains over a cool nickname. A friend was surprised to learn about the wild mix of two different fighting styles. I needed a short name, but my thoughts were treacherously scattered. Suddenly, a bold idea was voiced to name the channel with the formidable name of Asura. The image of a multi-armed god perfectly suited his insane fighting style. Friends immediately approved of the choice, sensing the power in the word. The guy agreed, realizing that he couldn't find a better name. In the game, he calculated the time, knowing about his enemy's penalty. The hero warmed up thoroughly, preparing for a grueling run through the virtual world. The path to the castle was long, but there was nowhere to retreat. The warm-up was over, and the hero prepared for a real, brutal massacre. A sudden call made him freeze, breaking all his fighting spirit. The sorceress blocked the way, incinerating the guy with her icy gaze. She cut off all escape routes harshly, demanding immediate answers. Under the mask, the hero swallowed nervously, sensing the threat emanating from it. The girl was shocked to realize the level of his deadly skill. The system confirmed his power by granting him a rare and cool achievement. The enemy screamed in panic, having lost track of this elusive ghost. He played cat and mouse with the crowd, methodically eliminating his opponents. The observer trembled as she saw this terrifying perfect work of the killer. The girl looked at the empty clearing, realizing that he had left the game. She decided to switch off too, so as not to waste precious time. The sorceress hoped to return in time and not miss him. After an hour and a half of real time, she logged back in. The forest was empty, but the heroine did not lose hope of waiting for him. She nimbly climbed the tree, taking up an ideal position for observation. 10 hours of waiting turned into a real torture for her patience. Night gave way to day, but the stubborn stalker still sat on the branch. 30 hours later she hung wearily, cursing the hero's long sleep. The girl justified him, continuing to senselessly wait for a meeting in this forest. The girl screamed furiously into the void, not understanding why the guy was not there. 40 hours of pointless waiting had turned her into a tired zombie. The sudden flash of teleportation made the stalker instantly perk up. She fell down like a stone, deciding to break her silence. The sorceress screamed hysterically, blocking the hero's escape routes. Under the mask, the guy broke out in a cold sweat from surprise. He realized that this person was too dangerous for a newbie. The hero realized that one mistake would now cost him his life. He didn't care about levels, he was hungry for a unique reward. She stopped watching, afraid of failing her important task. Hyun-sung and the sorceress froze while the manager cursed their stupidity. The manager panicked, realizing that their quests had dangerously intersected. The girl was surprised when the enemy decided to speak frankly with her. He honestly admitted that he was blocking the passage to the ancient castle. The hero understood her motives, because he knew the essence of this task. The beauty's true, monstrous status suddenly flashed above her head. She became nervous when she noticed his gaze fixed on the hidden inscription. The guy mentally rejoiced, because the situation turned out to be as simple as possible. The hero's eyes saw in her not a person, but an avatar of Thanatos. He calmly stated that her fighting style had revealed all her cards. The hero released the Reaper's chains, instantly cutting the wild beast to pieces. The girl froze, seeing her unique ability in someone else's hands. She realized that the stranger knew secrets inaccessible to ordinary players. The guy demanded passage, declaring an important quest in an ancient castle. He chuckled, revealing their shared connection with the dark god of death. The sorceress was surprised to realize the existence of a second bearer of the legendary class. She accepted this fact, remembering the limitless power of Thanatos. As proof, the hero pulled out a card knocked out of common enemies. He calculated the risks, realizing that his competitor could steal the victory. Hyun-sung showed off a trophy that dropped from a guild fighter. Hyun-sun admitted that he himself lured the enemy into a deadly trap in the forest. The girl was silent, and the hero tensed up, thinking that he had revealed his cards in vain. She was surprised when she asked again about his gruesome plan to finish off his enemy in cold blood. The sorceress remembered with horror how he single-handedly slaughtered entire squads. The guy realized that this quiet observer had been hanging on his tail for eternity. She apologized, admitting that she had been monitoring his every move since he received the card. The heroes compared notes, trying to understand why their paths had crossed so strangely. The girl had to prevent the monster from being resurrected without clear instructions. Hyun-sung was surprised, because his own quest was planned down to the smallest detail. He realized that although their goals were different, their infuriating skills were suspiciously similar. The girl complained about the uselessness of her passive sleep skills. Hyun-sung listened attentively, realizing that the girl was too sincere to be a liar. The guy nodded sympathetically, remembering his own problems with the long cooldown of abilities. The heroes agreed that their divine patrons were simply constantly sleeping. The interlocutor suddenly realized that she and Hyun-sung had a lot in common. Hyun-sung was finally convinced of the honesty of this trusting and strange person. He even felt a little sorry for the poor thing, glad that she was not an enemy. The protagonist decided to continue keeping his divine class a secret. The system confirmed his superiority, because the girl's rank was only legendary. Hyun-sung relaxed and simply made conversation while his companion continued to whine. The heroes finally introduced themselves formally, breaking the ice after a long and strange conversation. Han-soa asked curiously why the boy always wore this mask. Hyun-sung admitted that he hides his face for the sake of intrigue on his gaming channel. The girl watched, fascinated, as her companion slowly removed his black gear. Hyun-sung's appearance was so striking that Soa was instantly speechless. She mentally admired his perfect control, cool skill, and stunning face. The guy suggested going to the castle together, since their goals completely coincided. They instantly took off, turning into two swift bright spots. Soa predicted the handsome man would have wild success on YouTube, barely keeping up with him. Hyun-sung was surprised that the legendary class allowed her to easily keep up with his pace. Hyun-sung tried his best to finally overtake his fast companion. The guy was genuinely perplexed by the huge difference in levels that separated them. Soa suddenly offered to be his friend, completely embarrassing the hero with her pressure. The girl made amusing excuses, not wanting to lose the card or valuable experience. Hyun Sung silently sent a request, deciding to end this awkward conversation. The system instantly confirmed the friendship, sealing the new alliance with a short handshake. Before them arose a majestic castle, bathed in the crimson colors of the sunset. Soa was amazed at the guy's endurance, because he didn't look tired at all. The beauty was finally convinced that Hyun Sung would soon conquer the world rankings. The duo paused before the shimmering barrier, preparing to step into the complete unknown. The barrier clanged deafeningly, throwing the uninvited guests away from the main entrance. Soa froze in shock, not understanding the reasons for the system's sudden aggression. The red notification window made it clear that the passage was temporarily closed. The girl asked suspiciously if Hyun Sung had received any messages. Secret data intended only for the gods appeared before the boy's eyes. Hyun Sung smiled guiltily, hiding the extent of his total luck. Soa immediately guessed that this entire location belonged only to him. The guy awkwardly joked, trying not to reveal his true identity. The battle girlfriend decided to guard the entrance while the hero was being tested. Hyun Sung fearlessly disappeared into the portal, ready for a new challenge. Han Soa suddenly realized that her main task had become simple security. The heroine activated the global territorial takeover by releasing black flames from her scythe. The girl sincerely hoped for her partner's triumph, left in frightening loneliness. Hyun Sung crossed the threshold and found himself in a huge, dazzling white hall. Meanwhile, outside, Soa used holiness, completely transforming her outfit. Graceful golden wings opened behind her, radiating a frightening power. The skill of summoning ancient demons filled the corridors of the castle with hundreds of grinning skulls. The silhouettes of colossal creatures froze in the shadows, waiting for the slightest rustle of the enemy. Any madman who encroaches on this territory will be immediately destroyed by the guards. The system's cruel order finally began to be carried out, protecting the peace of this place. Soa felt goosebumps from the frightening power emanating from the depths of the gloomy castle. The girl pushed away the bad thoughts, sincerely believing in her partner's absolute success. Hyun Sung stood frozen before the colossal wyvern, whose breath shook the ancient vaults. The monster's huge claws looked sharp enough to pierce any legendary armor. The monster suddenly bared its teeth, letting out a deafening roar, full of rage and age-old pain. The boy instantly drew his blades, preparing for the hardest battle of his life. The system suddenly ended the battle, declaring the wyvern merely a prisoner of this strange place. Hyun Sung received a stat bonus simply by enduring the ancient creature's terrifying gaze. The space around him distorted, revealing to the hero an ordinary office desk in the middle of the arena. The first test turned out to be not a battle, but a difficult test of logic and intelligence. The system mercilessly allocated only 1 hour for this strange test. Hyun Sung looked at the lonely table in the middle of the huge empty arena with confusion. The guy suddenly grinned, accepting this crazy challenge from the insidious gaming world. He lazily skimmed through the first question, deciding not to waste any precious time at all. The second point about the ancient apostles was also put on the back burner. The daring hero demonstratively refused boring tests, choosing the path of a true warrior. Deep down, he felt a little sorry for ignoring the important plot for the sake of levels. Hyun Sung resolutely drew his blades when the system timer ran out completely. The space around him began to hum, starting the process of counting his catastrophically failed results. The maximum difficulty was activated, awakening a deadly wyvern doppelganger for the final battle. The wyvern's colossal paw nearly turned the hero into a bloody pancake. The guy realized that he himself had pumped this boss to the absolute maximum. The stone slabs shattered into pieces under the weight of this mad monster. Hyun Sung jumped back in time, realizing that any touch from this nimble creature would be fatal. The creature let out such a roar that any spectator's ears would have been blocked. Instinct screamed at me about danger, even though the system hadn't applied a fear debuff. A huge, dark silhouette completely blocked out the light, depriving the hero of any hope of escape. A powerful shockwave threw the guy to the floor, knocking the air out of him. The enraged wyvern landed nearby, causing the entire arena to shake from the weight. Hyun Sung noticed with horror that his stamina was declining due to simple shock. The system suddenly stripped Hyun Sung of all his equipment, forcing him to skillfully dodge. The hero felt a fatal vulnerability, suddenly left without his trusty sword. The guy frantically poured his last experience points into agility, trying to survive. Hyun Sung acrobatically soared up the walls, barely avoiding the deadly claws. The boy greedily drained the rare elixir, which he had long been saving for a rainy day. The huge wyvern suddenly spread its wings, shocking the hero with its new form. The furious flow of air from the monster's wings almost threw him down. Hyun Sung desperately ran away as the arena literally exploded from the impact. The boy realized with horror that the excruciating battle had only lasted 5 minutes. The hero ducked behind the rubble, glad for at least temporary shelter. It was becoming increasingly difficult to dodge, as the creature anticipated his every move. The wyvern opened its mouth wide, releasing a searing stream of furious fire. Hyun Sung froze behind a rock fragment, feverishly thinking of a plan for further rescue. The siren's call skill suddenly activated, shrouding the battlefield in ghostly water magic. The boy rushed forward at the limit of his strength, completely focused on his survival. The monster released a concentrated bolt of energy, turning the arena into a blazing trap. A gigantic flame instantly filled the hall, leaving the hero no chance. Hyun Sung was horrified to realize that this monster was capable of spewing streams of flame. In an instant, the entire hall was literally drowned in a raging ocean of fire. The hero chuckled guiltily, realizing his mistake in awakening this ancient monster. The huge boss seemed invincible, causing the hero to curse his stupid mistake. Hyun Sung was seething with rage, frantically searching for a weak spot in the monster's defense. The wyvern's tail crushed the arena, producing extremely strange and frightening sounds. The guy froze in front of the scaly mountain, concentrating all his strength for a decisive attack. Hyun Sung suddenly noticed that the damage to the boss was rapidly accumulating. The guy grinned excitedly, realizing the hidden mechanics of this complex and deadly battle. The hero decisively returned the mask to his face, completely transforming into a formidable warrior. Hyun Sung ordered the system to begin recording his triumphant battle in an icy tone. A powerful magical darkness engulfed the wyvern, triggering the most terrible curse. The guy delivered the sentence in cold blood, turning the boss's last seconds of life into a nightmare. Inferno's office is in chaos after a sudden threat to the server. They were watching Hyun Sung at this time. Analysts panicked and realized that the collapse of the Korean server was now inevitable. The head of the department realized with horror that even the special forces were powerless against the wyvern. The checkpoint shook as the creature breathed out more streams of furious flame. The guy miraculously dodged the fire, causing all the observers to hold their breath. The professionals were amazed by his tactics, as he masterfully caught the monster in a mistake. The hero prepared his blade and magic, ignoring the skeptical cries from headquarters. The leader of Inferno froze, doubting the possibility of defeating the wyvern clone. The staff frantically assessed their chances, realizing the true power of this insidious double. The employees whispered about a possible drop, hoping for a rare artifact for victory. The senior manager recalled a manual that promised a huge reward for the bravest player. The headquarters employees secretly begged the hero for mercy, fearing the final death of the rare wyvern. The specialist watched the mask with concern, fearing the appearance of legendary items in the inventory. The manager recognized this forbidden skill, whispering the name of the awakened mask in horror. The heavy blows of the blade finally reached their target, causing the monster to roar in unbearable pain. Observers realized the guy's incredible luck, because he didn't last a second against the original. The hero looked tiny against the backdrop of this giant, but his determination overwhelmed everything around him. The guy engaged the monster in close combat, skillfully taking advantage of the clumsiness of this insidious double. Hyun Sung grinned predatorily, looking straight into the mouth of this enraged creature. The nightmare effect has paralyzed the wyvern's will, plunging it into a tangle of terrifying hallucinations. The huge difference in levels has halved the duration of this powerful skill. The guy quickly closed the distance, ignoring any slim chance of success. Hyun Sung noticed a vulnerable spot hidden beneath the creature's constantly moving scales. The sharp blade entered the weak spot, causing the monster to roar shrilly. The hero knew that even legendary dragons always had such a flaw. A cascade of critical hits rained down on the enemy, confirming the skill of an experienced player. The wyvern wasn't going to give in, forcing the guy to prepare his most powerful trump card. The dark energy of the 8th Nocturne enveloped the arena, draining the last of its strength from its opponent. The timer was counting down inexorably, leaving only 10 short minutes for victory. The decisive blow landed right on the head, blinding the monster with a bright flash of magic. Hyun Sung activated Siren's Call, causing the creature to momentarily lose its guard. The wyvern spewed out a colossal stream of flame, turning everything around into a living hell. The guy launched into a desperate sprint as his opponent's stamina rapidly declined. The hero realized the critical situation, because he only had 1 minute left. The enraged monster let out a deep roar, preparing for its final devastating attack. The dark energy of the dead Sabbath enveloped the field, but the monster suddenly ignored the controls. Hyun Sung froze in horror when he saw the system message about double damage. The boy realized the end was near, looking into the fiery abyss of that open mouth. A deafening explosion engulfed the arena, putting an end to this mad and deadly confrontation. The ancient serpent's enormous mouth opened wide, revealing thousands of razor-sharp fangs. Hyun Sung rose into the air like a tiny dot, challenging the colossal monster. The shadow of the chained monster trembled, filling the space with crimson horror. The creature began to concentrate its furious flames, preparing to incinerate the impudent intruder. An all-consuming stream of fire burst out, turning the battlefield into hell. The boy activated the Berserker's song, hiding his face behind an impenetrable black mask. He fearlessly rushed straight into the beast's throat, betting everything on one blow. The player's cold gaze met the monster's eye, awakening Thanatos' Nocturne. The hunter froze on the head of the fallen giant, sprinkling his scales with enemy blood. The hero exhaled heavily amidst the sparks, barely believing in his insane victory. Hyun-sung exhaled heavily, acknowledging his damn lucky victory over death. The guy looked around the ruins, dreaming of new cool dodging skills. A sly grin touched his face at the sight of a mountain of valuable loot. The system congratulated the hero on reaching level 60, unlocking the status of Divine Collector. A strange glowing figure appeared out of thin air, greeting his god. The hooded stranger introduced himself as an apostle, hiding his face behind a mysterious smile. The ghost appreciated the boy's stubbornness, calling his courage truly amazing. Hyun-sung immediately sensed something was wrong when he looked at this suspiciously polite spirit. A flash of rage washed over the player when he recognized the author of those stupid tests. The hunter only grumbled tiredly about being boring, ignoring the hologram's pompous speeches. Hyun-sung could barely contain his rage, dreaming of personally crushing this impudent idiot. He was painfully choosing between a mysterious force and some very strange relic. The guy froze in front of the glowing portals, wondering about his new crazy destiny. The hunter immediately assessed all the risks, realizing the significant downside to his future leveling. The hero's eyes widened in shock when he saw something beyond the pale. His hand resolutely pressed the select button, setting off a chain of irreversible, horrific events. Meanwhile, the specialists from Inferno were actively discussing his successes in the skyscraper. The poor manager broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the unreal speed of the cleanup. The office plankton hoped for the player's victory, because the wyvern wouldn't kill itself. The eerie call of Thanatos filled the screen, awakening a truly frightening power within the boy. The manager sensed something was wrong, fearing that this crazy player's progress would come to a complete halt. A deathly silence fell over Inferno's office, broken only by the timid whispers of the employees. The poor fellow was drenched in cold sweat, not understanding the reasons for such a wild failure. He naively hoped for a slowdown in leveling up, forgetting about the true power of the skill. The specialist was completely confused by the calculations, recognizing the incredible complexity of this entire situation. The man wandered towards the management, sincerely sympathizing with the head boss for such a choice. Hyun-sung stood frozen in front of the mysterious machine, weighing all the risks of losing experience. The guy burst into happy laughter, anticipating buying legendary skills in packs. The apostle approved the daring decision, wishing to see the hero at level 100 as soon as possible. The spirit suddenly evaporated, leaving the hero in a rapidly crumbling ancient castle. The castle began to rapidly disappear, urging Hyun-sung on with eerie system messages. The hunter flew out of the ruins like a bullet, barely managing to escape eternal burial. The guy froze in shock when he saw Han-soa suddenly change clothes in front of him. The girl inquired skeptically about his failure, looking at the disappearing remains of the fortress. Hyun-sung quickly explained the situation, mentioning the mysterious activities of the ghostly apostle. The companion only calmly confirmed that she had also recently encountered him. She boasted about completing her quest, looking indifferently at the new skills she had acquired. The hunter suddenly remembered the trophies that had fallen out of that huge wyvern. He quickly looked into the bag, discovering a truly priceless legendary item there. The guy laughed heartily, anticipating the new power from the found book of ancient skills. Soa acknowledged her partner's wild luck as she looked at his new mountain of loot. The heroes said a warm farewell under the bloody sun, planning their next joint expedition. The girl mysteriously disappeared into the glow of the portal, leaving Hyun-sung alone. The beauty finally clucked her tongue enviously, remembering his incredibly cool, legendary clothes. She grumbled philosophically about the strange game mechanics while admiring the vibrant sunset. Hyun-sung finally reached the cozy hotel on the central square. The guy collapsed exhausted onto the bed, exploring his new incredible capabilities. He instantly devoured the snake's heart, becoming twice as smart and strong. The player tried on the dream belt, feeling an unreal surge of magical power. The new boots perfectly complemented the look, promising to make the hero an elusive ghost. Hyun-sung dreamed of overwhelm everyone with magic balls, pretending to be an ordinary weak magician. The guy decided to throw all the points into strength, leaving only a little for endurance. He collapsed exhausted on the bed, enjoying the long-awaited, well-deserved rest after the raids. His chubby friend also didn't sleep all night, freaking out about the new video. The heroes settled comfortably in the cafe, discussing a temporary break from endless hard work. A friend suggested that I immediately publish a short video filled with the wildest, most epic events. A friend inquired about the new nickname suggested by the player's mysterious caring nurse. Hyun-seong froze in surprise upon hearing the legendary name of the three-faced god Asura. The guys found this nickname ideal, remembering an old manhwa about a powerful viscount. The hunter thought about raising the nurse's salary, looking at the steaming, delicious lunch. The friends were devouring soup, discussing the publication of a new video with a wild mixture. Hyun-sung admitted that he had previously relied too much on the power of his intellect. A friend sincerely advised me not to spare the deleted content, choosing the best. The guy decided to hold back the recording of the battle with the wyvern, protecting his friend's rest. The fat man asked to record every movement, wanting to see his skill in the frame. Hyun-sung just smiled mysteriously, strictly filtering his gaming content. A friend jokingly called him a terrible perfectionist, demanding juicy action. The news of the hero's stay in dangerous Vienna shocked his old friend. This location was accessible to top players, raising questions about the actual level. Level 74 didn't stop Hyun-sung from enjoying the game. Hyun-sung called the Superhuman Guild a bunch of common hooligans. The guy surprised his friend with his desire to play together, hiding his loner habit. The friend laughingly demanded new recordings, not believing in the hero's sociability. Hyun-sung grumbled, refusing to promise miracles as he finished his soup. The friends made a gambling bet, putting their gambling success on the line. At this time, Rainer realized that the allies had declared a hunt for him. The huge fighter dreamed of sending the enemy to jail, losing his composure. The thought of his career collapsing made the big guy literally boil with anger. He kept the game capsule for one purpose: brutal, swift revenge. Rainer started creating a new profile, hoping to start from scratch. Rainer grinned wildly, anticipating revenge with his new unique game class. Vienna greeted Hyun-sung with bright reflections on the spires of the central square. The guy stretched sweetly after a 31-hour hibernation. A vigorous workout in a luxurious hotel room quickly restored my body's sense of lightness. The notification of a new divine skill made the hero smile contentedly. The ability seemed a bit simple, but the hidden potential of the combinations was clearly intriguing. A huge crowd of adventurers literally swarmed the board with the most lucrative quests. Hyun-sung thought about the team's mission, his eyes searching for the most valuable reward. A sudden voice from the crowd made the guy turn around and freeze in bewilderment. A funny guy in a frog hat reminded me of an old deal in the city of Rec. Amir brazenly thrust his name forward, forcing the hero to finally remember his new acquaintance. Hyun-sung admitted that the castle is a thing of the past, and now he is drawn to hunting. The merchant appreciated the boy's sharp mind and invited him to join his elite squad. The old acquaintance's goals coincided, as both were drawn to the secrets of the underwater cave. Amir overwhelmed the guy with profits, promising to buy junk and give discounts. Hyun-sung quickly realized that only fools would refuse such conditions. The cheerful fellow broke into a smile, genuinely delighted to see a familiar face. The hero cleverly lied about his rare class, hiding his true sky-high level. The guy grinned contentedly, as his hidden status gave him a huge advantage. The friends moved towards the others, preparing to introduce the newcomer to their battle group. A naive voiceover assured that these guys were nice guys. Hyun-sung honestly admitted that he had a low level and a rare class. Archer Kuma smiled dazzlingly, demonstrating his complete readiness for a joint raid. The charming girls immediately introduced themselves, hiding their true intentions behind sweet smiles. The protagonist politely greeted the team, counting on honest and long-term cooperation. One of the sly ones greedily examined the newcomer's high-quality shoes and leather belt. The cunning ally appreciated the expensive sword, rejoicing at the fortunate appearance of this rich simpleton. She considered guys to be helpless weaklings who would be very easy to clean out. The boy in the frog hat laughed loudly, anticipating the beginning of their great hunt. The joy instantly turned to a chilling fear when he noticed the approaching mortal danger. The massive turtle monster swung for a crushing blow. His partner deftly slid under the enemy attack. Hyun-sung's sword cut across the skin with a screeching sound. This armor seemed completely impenetrable to the guy. Blue lightning instantly froze the movements of the furious beast. The creature roared, horror frozen in its eyes. Scarlet blood splashed thickly onto the cold stones of the cave. The archer froze as the bowstring was pulled to its limit. The magic arrow pierced the throat with a loud crunch. But even while dying, the monster launched a final attack. The guy in the cap froze, realizing that death was already breathing down his neck. The huge axe was flying towards its target, but the hero managed to intervene at the last moment. The metal screeched, and a wild heaviness pierced his hands, forcing the guy to grit his teeth until they hurt. Suddenly, a soft warmth enveloped the body, and the wounds began to heal right before our eyes. An ally came to the rescue, giving a chance to catch his breath in this mad chaos. It was time to go on the attack before this armored monster finally came to his senses. The turtle roared in rage, trying to reach the nimble, insolent fellow with its massive, heavy blade. The pink-haired sorceress raised her staff, calling upon the full power of heavenly, bright electricity to help her. A powerful electric shock pierced the monster through and through, burning away the remains of its pathetic, worthless life. A heavy carcass fell to the ground. But was this the last threat to the dungeon? The allies whispered in the shadows, amazed by the furious speed of this mysterious guy. Hyun-sung just grinned. The disguise worked perfectly, and there were no unnecessary suspicions. The system notification confirmed the increase in strength, and holding back was becoming more and more fun. Amir held out the monster's fins, promising a fair division of all the spoils later. The sight of the huge amount of gold made the hero's eyes literally light up with excitement. While the squad was resting, The guy was sincerely surprised by the laziness and weakness of ordinary players. At the fork in the road, Amir froze, deciding the fate of the entire group before the next step. The safe path to the right was teeming with people, but to the left only complete uncertainty awaited. The swordsman craved real risk, because peace and boredom did not appeal to him at all. The girls chose caution, relying entirely on the wise decision of their leader. Hyun Sung resolutely supported the dangerous path, wanting to quickly test his strength. The guy nodded happily, turning the whole group towards the complete unknown. A huge shark man blocked the way, but the hero's blade pierced his flesh instantly. Blood splashed onto the stones, and the boy felt the increased resistance of the local creepy creatures. The system produced a mountain of gold while the hero silently examined the shark fin he had obtained. Another suggestion to make a stop made the hero wince with growing irritation. Constant stops killed all the drive, turning a dangerous raid into an endless get-together. The comrades behaved extremely strangely, constantly casting sidelong glances at the silent mercenary. Their whispers behind their backs suggested thoughts of a vile betrayal being prepared. Hyun Sung froze, wondering if the insolent men had decided to appropriate his valuable trophies. Hyun Sung sat in the shadows, carefully observing every gesture of his partners. The archer jumped to his feet cheerfully, urging everyone to quickly continue this raid. The swordsman clearly liked this open guy, who honestly shared all the spoils he got. Suddenly, images of those who once walked alongside him surfaced in the hero's memory. The calm instantly evaporated when a huge and very toothy creature flew out at the archer. The commander deftly tossed a coin into the air, activating his rare monster lure skill. The huge shark roared in rage, rushing straight towards the source of this strange ringing. Hyun Sung's steel flashed in the darkness, cutting deep into the enemy's slimy body. Bright bolts of lightning covered the monster from above, completely turning it into a charred mass. The battle had only just begun to rage, and a real abyss of nightmare awaited them ahead. Hyun Sung deliberately slowed down, wanting to test the reaction speed of his new companion. A heavy blow shook the whole body, and sparks flashed before the eyes. A soft warmth enveloped the wounds, instantly restoring the boy's strength to continue the fight. A blinding flash of lightning burned through the darkness, turning the enemy into a charred mountain of flesh. The girl laughed loudly, because her destructive magic worked here simply flawlessly. The leader happily opened the loot window, showing off the trophies he had obtained to the rest of the raid members. The gold jingled pleasantly in his pockets, although the rare artifact had slipped away this time. Suddenly the archer froze in alarm, peering into the ominous depths of the abandoned damp corridor. A cold draft touched their faces, bringing with it only the smell of decay and the unknown. The hunter grinned confidently, because his animal instinct had never failed him before. Hyun Sung peered into the void, but didn't notice anything strange. The archer pretended to be a know-it-all, although he played his role extremely poorly. Amir just scratched the back of his head in confusion, completely confirming the words of his mysterious partner. The guy in the cap was already dreaming of mountains of gold, anticipating easy money. The whole group froze in front of a blank wall, which looked completely ordinary and boring. The leader pointed his finger forward confidently, clearly knowing the secret of this cursed place. The stone barrier trembled and began to slowly dissolve, revealing a hidden passage inside. A secret dungeon filled with thick fog and frightening silence opened before my eyes. Amir burst into joyful laughter, sincerely believing in his incredible fairy tale luck. The squad slowly moved deeper into the corridor, towards new dangers and great treasures. The allies exchanged satisfied glances, clearly celebrating their successful and very dirty trick. The huge ice door of the boss room loomed ahead, freezing hearts with icy fear. The archer was briskly trading arrows, trying to make the most of this respite. Hyun Sung was wondering why these suspicious, insolent men were hesitating in their attack. The leader's sinister grin only foreshadowed a bloody denouement in the depths of this hall. Boredom and irritation were growing. The swordsman dreamed of ending this tedious raid as soon as possible. The hunters gathered in a tight circle, discussing survival tactics in the face of the unknown. Amir put the hero forward, promising to come to the rescue in time and trouble. The system blocked all exits, cutting off the squad's last escape route. The saber-toothed monster finally awakened, filling the entire dungeon with its eerie, furious roar. Hyun Sung looked at the boss with interest, anticipating a truly difficult and fun fight. The guy kept an eye on his partners out of the corner of his eye, fearing a sneaky blow in the back. The swordsman rushed forward, closing the distance to the multi-armed sea monster. The steel flashed predatorily. The hero put all his accumulated rage into the first lunge. Blood spattered onto the stones as the blade sank deep into the monster's flesh. Amir screamed in admiration, amazed by his partner's impeccable control and incredible speed. The hunter raised his hands, activating his unusual skill of magical and rapid gold multiplication. Hundreds of coins rained down on the boss, causing him to roar in confusion and surprise. The giant shark tried to crush the impudent boy, but Hyun Sung had already changed his position. The hero flew into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing final blow to the back of the enemy's head. Amir yelled loudly, urging the group to deliver the decisive fatal blow. Red debuffs immobilized the enemy, increasing incoming damage by a full 10th. The huge monster rushed to attack, hoping to tear the impudent youth in half. Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes slyly, deciding not to dodge the attacks anymore. He instantly activated the Mirage skill, leaving only a ghostly shadow behind. Blood spurted as the creature's jaws clamped down on the false target. The saber-toothed shark man was triumphant, not even realizing his shameful, stupid failure. The monster fell into a stupor, as its prey suddenly dissolved into smoke. The real swordsman had already moved behind him, preparing a crushing final series. The boss screamed in horror, feeling the approach of his inevitable bloody end. Hyun-sung flew back, feeling the crushing power of this furious boss. Amir ordered to use everything, hypocritically imitating the rescue of his partner. The mercenary's ominous grins confirmed his worst and darkest fears. The healer lied about lacking mana, deliberately leaving the swordsman without support. The pink-haired sorceress unleashed a bolt of lightning, aiming straight at her ally's back. A huge electric discharge struck nearby, almost incinerating the guy alive. Hyun-sung finally realized the vile betrayal and the beginning of a deadly game. The saber-toothed creature bit into his shoulder, tearing out chunks of flesh with a wild roar. Blood spurted like a fountain onto the cold stones, painting the dungeon crimson. The hero dealt a critical hit and greedily clung to the vial of potion. The group stood frozen in shock, watching their partner's incredible agility. The hero immediately realized that these people were planning to stage an accident. Their calculation was frightening, because he was clearly not their first victim. The pink-haired girl released a powerful bolt of lightning, pretending to scream about danger. The guy deftly dodged, directing deadly energy straight into the monster's body. The accomplices froze in horror, not understanding how their plan could fail. A magical beam followed, which was supposed to finish off the hero. He smiled bitterly, noticing the healer's lie about the lack of magical powers. Again and again their attacks hit the boss, causing him to roar in rage. They could not understand why fate itself was now playing against them. The guy sincerely admired the incredible skill of his new companions. Saber-tooth Lakwatan has finally fallen. Hyun-sung and his young partner happily exchanged approving gestures. The rest of the group froze with extremely dissatisfied and gloomy faces. The magical portal instantly transported everyone to the exit at the picturesque mountain lake. The rescued boy warmly thanked the allies for saving his fragile life. He suddenly offered to split all the loot dropped by the boss equally. The heroes were given a choice of leather armor, an ice sword, and a skill book. The leader of the squad immediately took for himself a strong suit of armor made of rough leather. The girl chose the elegant ice sword for herself without a shadow of a doubt. The companions greedily took apart the trophies, completely forgetting about decency and manners. Hyun-sung just smiled calmly, holding the old skill book in his hands. The system confirmed that powerful magic was now completely under his control. The huge mana consumption no longer frightened this confident guy. A cheerful merchant in a frog hat formally offered the hero a strong friendship. The group of conspirators quickly disappeared, leaving behind only cold silence. The boy promised huge discounts and the most profitable deals in the future. Hyun-sung politely declined to go on a shared journey, choosing his own secret path. The system suddenly announced the equipping of the legendary and ancient merchant's briefcase. The would-be killers were still wondering if it was just a coincidence. The three discussed Hyun-sung, perplexed by his incredible and strange luck. The traders decided to deal with Amir in order to take his huge profit. They crept up stealthily from behind, anticipating easy money and a quick victory. Suddenly, terror froze in their eyes as Hyun-sung struck. The guy ironically asked how those who are killed in the back from behind feel. The system notified about the increase in karma for killing several vile players. Hyun-sung thought about going to the temple to completely clear his conscience. A new skill, available for karma points, has suddenly appeared in the health shop. The hero grinned, realizing the hidden benefit of his unexpected and cruel act. 5 days later, the resurrected group searched in vain for traces of their mysterious enemy. Luina was perplexed, trying to understand the reason for their recent and sudden death. Fian didn't believe that weakling Hyun-seong possessed such powerful magic. Kuma confirmed that high-level spells like these are not available to ordinary fighters. The group assumed that the boy must have had a very powerful accomplice. The traders cynically discussed their thirst for money and the death throes of others. The trio decided to lie low, planning a new ambush on the gullible merchant. They were proud of the speed at which they completed the task, unaware of the imminent retribution. The sudden greeting made their hearts freeze with icy primal terror. Hyun-seong coldly finished off his enemies, deciding to sell off all their valuable equipment. The guy spent his accumulated points to clear his karma and get rare trophies. Hyun-sung grinned slyly, taking genuine pleasure in dealing with the vile players. The guy was seriously considering whether to finish off these pathetic losers again. Meanwhile, in reality, the plump guy was preparing to release an explosive video. The monitor screen displayed a preview of a review of the legendary and mysterious Asura. The protagonist threw up his hands sharply, waking up with difficulty in his game capsule. He sighed heavily, cursing his narcolepsy, which had interrupted such a successful adventure. The sharp cry of his younger sister made his heart freeze with icy fear. The girl burst unceremoniously into the bedroom, waving a tablet with breaking news. She insistently demanded attention, calling her sleepy brother a real and hopeless slowpoke. Hyun-sung stared at the screen in confusion, not believing his sudden internet popularity. The sister excitedly showed her brother a tablet, which showed a video about the mysterious Asura. A stern warrior in a mask froze on the screen, astonishing everyone with his incredible strength. The girl was genuinely puzzled as to why Hyun-sung had suddenly thanked her for watching. The guy calmly lied that the video was edited by his good friend named Jae-won. His sister, her eyes shining, asked if he had personally known Asura. Hyun-sung smiled slyly, because all of Asura's contact information belonged only to him. She literally glowed with happiness, hoping to touch the great and unattainable legend. The girl persistently asked her brother to invite this powerful player to their guild. She boasted of an elite team, which already included holders of rare and legendary ranks. The protagonist began to think seriously, because in such a company one could find strong allies. The sister persistently urged Hyun-sung to contact the legendary Asura as soon as possible. The guy promised to ask, but immediately warned about possible difficulties. The girl enthusiastically confirmed that the mysterious hero's rank was legendary. She strictly ordered her brother to keep this important secret a secret. Hyun-sung decided to only share the information with the leader of their elite guild. Han-soa snorted indignantly, but still agreed to her brother's terms. The boy suddenly picked up his sister in his arms, heading towards the game capsule. He asked ironically if she had recently gained any weight. The girl was furiously indignant, demanding that she be put on the floor immediately. Hyun-sung only apologized good-naturedly, attributing everything to concerns about his health. The sister strictly forbade her brother to ever mention any girl's excess weight. Hyun-sung froze in shock, feeling abandoned and extremely alone. The girl laughed mockingly, disappearing behind the massive door of her gaming capsule. The guy smiled with relief, happy at the successful conclusion of this dangerous and awkward quarrel. He decided to keep the secret for a while, putting off the important surprise for later. A sudden call from Jae-won interrupted his thoughts about his recent and successful video. A friend was shouting excitedly that their video had reached #1 in the search results. Hyun-sung stared at the bright monitor in amazement, not believing his eyes. He instantly thought of Khan, wondering about his ally's current situation. Far away on the edge of the forest, a fair-haired warrior fiercely attacked a huge bear. At that time, the girl was fighting with a bear. Lightning bolts froze the bear, giving the girl only a 5-second head start. The warrior's gaze remained cold as she calmly completed the task. The monster choked on its own scream, flying apart into bloody pieces. After the battle, my heart was pounding and my thoughts returned to Hyun-sung again. She felt acutely that she was lagging behind, promising herself to train much harder. It was necessary to return the guy's things at any cost. The magic scroll flared in her hands, instantly transporting her to her home village. The central square of Reka greeted her with the roar of the crowd and bright sunshine. Random passers-by were animatedly discussing Ashura's new video, making her wary. Rumors spread quickly, and even the ID administration noticed the newcomer's resounding success. She couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. The girl froze when she saw a familiar face on the portal's main page. Asura flashed across the screen, his sword and mask painfully reminiscent of Henson's. She noticed that the guy's movements had become frighteningly precise and accurate. Meanwhile, the majestic building of the Heroes Guild was bathed in the rays of the morning sun. Another warrior analyzed the video, amazed at the incredible progress of the mysterious Blade Master. Her sister's sudden scream made her flinch, breaking the silence of the luxurious office. 7 million views in 24 hours turned an ordinary video into a worldwide sensation. The younger sister blurted out the news that their brother was personally acquainted with the legendary Asura. Rin listened to the story with bated breath, realizing that this was her only chance. She asked me to convey a message, reminding her of the meeting in the dark dungeon. The boss's personal belongings were still waiting for their true, rightful owner. Hana was genuinely shocked to learn about her friend and Asura hunting together. Hope flashed in her eyes, promising an incredible, brilliant future for the guild. Meanwhile, Henson calmly crossed the threshold of the house, throwing his bag at the door. The sister immediately pounced on him, demanding that he contact the hero immediately. The guy just smiled tiredly, hiding his true, deep concern. The guild leader's offer of a personal meeting made him seriously nervous. The ring around Asura was tightening, and the price of his anonymity was rapidly rising. Henson froze, realizing the scale of the dangerous lie hanging over him. The sister cheerfully talked about the things abandoned in the deep cave. He instantly realized that Rin and Rina were the same girl. The thought of being exposed made his heart beat much faster. The guy promised to ask the shy hero about the long-awaited meeting. Meanwhile, the majestic Karen Empire was preparing for the great tournament. The emperor listened attentively to the report on the preparation time for the competition. It took 40 days to sift through applications and conduct trial battles. The imperious ruler only grinned, anticipating the beginning of a bloody, vibrant battle. Time for peaceful training was rapidly melting away under the pressure of intrigue. In the throne room, the emperor calmly decided the fates of the participants in the upcoming tournament. His cruel order divided people into categories, depriving them of hope. Suddenly, madness reigned in the east of Venea as the city was surrounded by monsters. The players were horrified to realize their powerlessness before the might of the advancing horde. Blood and screams filled the streets as the creatures carried out their master's will. The monsters thirsted for the death of the descendant of Thanatos, sparing no one in their path. Henson watched his reputation grow as he stood in the sunset. The boy recalled with a shudder the insane exam arranged by this strange apostle. He headed resolutely towards the great temple, hoping to find some grains of truth. The ancient walls held secrets that could change the rules of this game forever. Henson stepped into the majestic pantheon, feeling dozens of frightened glances on him. The guards at the entrance instantly froze, covered in cold, sticky sweat. The guy sincerely didn't understand why they let him through without any extra checks. The priests ran away in panic, afraid of even accidental eye contact. A heavy atmosphere of fear enveloped the hall, causing the hero to narrow his eyes suspiciously. Thoughts about a high level of reputation did not give him a clear, simple answer. Those around him whispered about the high priests, trembling at his mere presence. Even the non-player characters turned away in horror, trying to become completely, utterly invisible. Henson heard every cowardly word, feeling a dull rage boiling inside him. An ordinary visit for knowledge turned into something much stranger and more dangerous. Hyun-sun walked forward, but the players shied away in horror. The priests sensed his aura with their guts, for Thanatos was the god of death itself. Suddenly, his path was blocked by an old man in a luxurious robe, bowing. The boy tensed up when he saw the old man's highest rank, and was already preparing for expulsion. But the priest only trembled all over, humbly apologizing for the stupidity of the novices. To escape prying eyes, they quickly took refuge inside the majestic temple. Inside, Hyun-sung collapsed into a chair, feeling a burning awkwardness in front of the old man. Grandfather continued to kneel, even though he was the one who ran this place. Bishop Balian shook as if he had seen the devil himself, and did not raise his eyes. The guy laughed awkwardly, dreaming of ending this circus as quickly as possible and running away. A sudden roar behind the bishop broke the awkward silence of the rich chambers. Hyun-sung instantly jumped up, his whole body tensing up in anticipation of a possible attack. However, in the doorway stood only a strange priest in dark robes. The stranger was sobbing loudly, and his face was distorted by a fanatical, insane smile. The fanatic hit his forehead on the floor with all his might, breaking the stone tiles. Blood poured into his eyes, but he continued to laugh happily and loudly. This madman called himself Libaeus, a faithful and devoted servant of the god Thanatos. Hyun-seong looked at him with disgust, realizing the priest's complete inadequacy. The bloodied holy man screamed in ecstasy, completely oblivious to the pain and wounds. He offered to take the hero out of here, dismissively calling the temple a useless place. The priest's green name hinted that this guy was a key figure in the quest. Hyun-sung did not hesitate, ordering him to be led to the altar immediately. The temple of Thanatos greeted them with deathly silence and the frightening scale of the empty hall. The hero merely addressed the priest politely, but the reaction was insane. He fell to his knees, begging the gentleman not to humiliate him with formalities. This fanatic went completely crazy, smashing his forehead against a stone with all his might. I had to quickly switch to informal address to stop this bloody circus. As soon as he mentioned his relationship with the god, the priest's broken face lit up. Magic instantly wove a luxurious table out of thin air for a long conversation. But the silence that followed again made the nervous servant tremble with fear. Hyun-sung demanded information about Thanatos, dropping the tea talk. The interlocutor pathetically declared Thanatos to be the strongest of all the gods. The guy nodded curtly and there was a long, awkward silence. They just stared at each other silently and stupidly. God panicked because of the face, and Hyun-sung demanded to continue. It turned out that this idiot knew nothing more about the enemy. Hyun-sung sighed in resignation as he looked at the useless, smiling idiot. Deciding not to waste time, he abruptly stood up from the table, but a sudden noise behind him made him turn around in surprise. The weirdo had already packed his bag and asked to be the hero's companion. Hyun-sung sincerely did not understand the motives for such sudden devotion. God admitted that he was fulfilling the old order of the mysterious apostle. The prophecy commanded to serve the one who will bring dark energy. The boy realized that his appearance had been predicted in advance. His companion seemed to him a living clue for the next step. It turned out that the god was obliged to immediately follow the hero. He assured that he remembered the ancient instruction down to the smallest detail. Hyun-sung was convinced that this weirdo was needed for the quest. He had already come up with a cunning plan to throw the psychopath to level 100, but it turned out that refusal would doom the poor fellow to eternal damnation. The priest added that dangerous monsters would soon appear here. Enemies with the power of a dragon coveted the energy of the rapidly growing hero. Hyun-sung realized that any clue would attract the dark dragons. The system board showed a horde heading straight for Vienna. The guy smiled predatorily, anticipating a very interesting siege. Libius joined the squad, but was not yet able to fight. The hero was surprised by his new partner's insane level of 560. Hyun-sung was delighted to receive free buffs from such a powerful ally. And then he decided to strike the monsters first. The strange couple shouted joyfully and moved forward to meet their enemies. Min-yura breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing her difficult work. Leaning back, she decided that the monsters weren't attacking because of the dragons. The girl was angry at the descendant of Thanatos, regretting the creation of this class. Even the AI couldn't predict Hyun-sung's chaotic actions. Yura went for food, considering such player progress impossible. As she poured boiling water over the noodles, she kept thinking about his speed. She froze with her dinner, analyzing the advantages of the hero's hidden skills. Sitting on the sofa, the girl estimated her level after the siege. Suddenly she became wary, noticing something strange on the 100th level. Typically, the player would have a choice of one of two skills. The girl froze. This madman took two powerful skills at once. She understood that Hyun-sung was now almost impossible to defeat. She chuckled, predicting the hero would only grow 10 levels. And on the screen, a pleased Hyun-sung was already celebrating his victory. Yura turned pale. The guy turned out to be much crazier than her wildest predictions. She urgently requested the AI to calculate the reward for complete destruction. The system promised a unique skill if he killed the boss alone. In addition, enhanced monsters were supposed to drop artifacts. Yura tensed up, remembering the lack of a time limit on the quest. Cursing, she put the empty bowl aside and began preparing for the tournament. Yura turned off surveillance on Hyun-sung by opening the tournament data. Exhausted from misunderstanding, the girl simply dropped her head onto the table. The entire office shook from her sudden, piercing scream. She stared at the keyboard in despair, cursing her choice of path. Having resigned herself, Yura realized that she would have to spend the night at work that night. Meanwhile, the peaceful surroundings of Venea were flooded with sunshine. The blonde warrior frowned, still not finding her target there. She got angry, tore up the map and decided to look elsewhere. Suddenly a crowd of players rushed towards the gate for the ultimate skill. The warrior froze, reading the terms of the urgent rank A+ quest. The girl doubted whether Hyun-sung would make it in time for the battle to begin. She was confused by the strange name of the quest without the word siege. She smiled, allowing the thought of the hero's rest to enter her mind. But then I remembered his love for thrills. Deciding that he was already there, the girl sped up with lightning speed. Hyun-sung watched the enemies approach from the cliff. Libeus enthusiastically praised his master's coolness. The boy knew that the monsters could sense his Thanatos energy. He asked the servant about the possibility of moving this aura. Hearing this, Hyun-sung was genuinely surprised by the answer. Libeus hesitated, trying to find the right words for his master. He enthusiastically thanked Hyun-sung for the new knowledge he had given him. The heroes, having discussed the plan, simultaneously jumped off the high cliff. Below, the monsters were swarming, ready to tear apart the uninvited guests. Among them, the fierce and huge orc boss stood out in particular. The giant was surprised to see the enemy's aura scatter in all directions. The trail fragmented into pieces, confusing the monsters with its number. The monsters fell into a stupor, sensing the presence of the enemy everywhere. But at the point of impact, they found only empty land. Having lost their target, the animals decided to split up and comb the area. Hyun-sung realized that the dragons made the monsters much more powerful. He admired Libeus's ability to completely conceal their magical energy. The guy assessed the huge army, deciding to thin out the enemy ranks. Hyun-sung was counting on the servants' buffs for the difficult battle. At first, he wanted to limit himself to just a couple of cleared dungeons, but he changed his mind, wanting to take absolutely all the local bosses for himself. The hero regretted not receiving a special quest with dragons. He chose the huge leader of the wolf pack as his first target. Hyun-sung announced the start of filming the video with a grin. The enraged animals immediately rushed to attack down the slope. A terrifying and enormous leader of the wolf pack towered before the hero. The monster sensed prey and mentally ordered the victim not to run away. The beast bared his teeth, determined to find the insolent fellow at any cost. The red jacket flew into a tree, instantly distracting the predator's attention. The guy took advantage of the moment and slipped right under the giant's nose. The hero imbued his hands with darkness, increasing the power of his attacks by half. The wolf froze in stupor, realizing the man's daring deception. The leader howled furiously, giving his pack a surge of wild strength. The hero chuckled as his ally also used a powerful buff. The priest imbued the boy with vitality, significantly increasing all his characteristics. Darkness enveloped the body, increasing attack power by 1.5 times. The huge mouth snapped into the void, almost biting the guy. A mad chase began, where the slightest mistake would cost lives. He charged up the slope, scattering the small wolves with his blows. The leader froze, suddenly realizing that he was not looking at a victim. The guy started a real massacre, mercilessly exterminating the pack that surrounded him. This was no longer a battle, but a cold-blooded hunt for animals. The monster opened its mouth in despair, trying to devour the enemy whole. Hyun-sung decided to give them a quick and painless death. I had to fight with a blade, because magic bullets weren't suitable here. He had to trust the blade, and the hero attacked with lightning speed in a jump. The blade crunched into the throat, causing a fountain of blood to spray out. But the wolf still continued to stand on his feet. Suddenly, the eerie funeral melody of Thanatos began to sound in the air. An aura of death enveloped the beast's carcass, squeezing the life out of it. Hyun-sung turned around at the sound of someone's voice, trembling with surprise. The long-awaited level-up messages finally flashed before my eyes. The boss was defeated, and the hero received a valuable soul and a reward. The mob dropped a ton of gold and rare unique items. The hunt was a success. The guy raised 3 levels at once and took the prey. Hyun-sung activated the dark skill Thanatos' soul game. A clod of dark magic flew into the corpse of the fallen leader. The beast twitched and rose, obeying the necromantic call. The resurrected monster became half as powerful as its living version. The hero stroked his new pet to the priest's enthusiastic cries. The guy decided that this hound would be ideal for hunting. Ahead of them lay a meeting with the terrible Black Sharani. The riders noticed a huge snake, fearing its deadly venom. Libaeus burst into tears, as he couldn't help due to the skill cooldown. They galloped away, deciding to wait until all their skills were restored. The huge snake hissed, confusing everyone. His wolf rushed forward, sinking its fangs into the snake. But the reptile instantly wrapped itself around the beast, squeezing it. The guy rushed to help, cutting through the scales with his blade. Hyun-sung aimed straight at the monster's exposed neck. The snake roared in pain, releasing its grip and recoiling. The hero spun around like a top, delivering a flurry of deadly blows. The carcass collapsed, and the system congratulated me on the new level. Unfortunately, the faithful wolf disappeared due to the timer running out. And then the path was blocked by the ugly ogre champion Anicap. The boys burst into the thick of things spectacularly, riding on a shadow beast. The protagonist was surprised at how skillfully the priest restored his wolf. Suddenly, a huge orc leader emerged, furiously accusing them of betrayal. The ally merely smirked, while Hyun-sung maintained an icy composure. He didn't use sleepwalking, deciding to carry it out with buffs. At first, the boy wanted to give the ogre to the wolf and take the leader for himself. But he quickly changed his mind and set the beast on the weaker leader. The ogre champion roared wildly, realizing that his turn had come. Hyun-sung, sword in hand, confidently walked out against the green giant. His eyes flashed, and he declared that he would personally put this monster down. Magic bullets didn't work, and damage stacks didn't accumulate. Hyun-sung realized that this carcass was resistant to his shooting. No problem. The guy immediately activated the deceptive mirage. A huge ball on a chain shattered the earth into pieces with a crash. The ogre fell into a stupor, losing sight of the impudent target. The hero appeared from above and slashed harshly with his sword. Thick blood gushed out like a fountain from the cut flesh. The guy landed spectacularly right behind the stunned enemy. The monster only wheezed stupidly, not understanding where it came from. Thanks to the buffs, Hyun-sung easily dodged the furious attacks. Hyun-sung was racing, calculating his counterattack. There were 8 days left until the DP update. Suddenly, the ogre champion Anicap roared and activated reaction acceleration. Meanwhile, his magic resistance was disabled, and Hyun-sung chuckled at the challenge. And then he raised his blade, raising a tsunami of sharks around him. And then he waved his hand and the wave rushed forward. The water crashed in, knocking the ogre off his feet and tearing up the ground. Then Hyun-sung jumped on the face and pierced the eye. Suddenly a window popped up. Critical. Anicap's left eye was blinded for 10 seconds. But in fact, Anicap activated the nightmare. The paralysis burned for 5 seconds. Hyun-sung turned around and cursed as he noticed the flying black clot. The mace's blow knocked him down, instantly canceling all attacks. He was surprised that he was able to move even under the influence of the nightmare. The situation turned bad when a crowd of monsters surrounded him. Hyun-sung let out a furious roar, gathering his strength. The giant orc chieftain simply trampled the leader of the wolf pack. Looking at the screen, the guy realized the gravity of his situation. He decided to first sharply thin out the number of enemies. The chains shot up, tightly binding and crushing the monsters. The hero prepared himself for colossal mana losses. At that moment, he activated the terrifying melody of Thanatos. The black sphere cracked, releasing blinding bolts of energy. Blue lightning exploded, sweeping away and tearing apart the surrounding monsters. Amidst the chaos, the long-awaited level-up notification flashed. The goblin behind the boar promised to kill the little man. The enemy's attack was thwarted, completely negated by the magic of his belt. Hyun Sung summoned a devastating tsunami of predatory water sharks. The giant boar howled as its magical jaws sank into its flesh. The shark's treacherous attack sent the massive beast flying backwards. Suddenly the guy raised his head, mentally cursing in surprise. He barely dodged the spiked ball that shattered the ground. He only had the weakest attacks left in reserve. The orc chieftain looked unharmed, and the goblin was only slightly battered. Because of the curse, he could only use 2 combat skills. These pitiful attacks were clearly not enough against the rushing monsters. The goblin was making threats, but a protracted fight was unacceptable now. To survive, he needed an immediate and crushing victory. The darkness deepened as he activated the ominous Thanatos dream. Looking at the horde, he decided to deal with each of them personally. He was given a minute of unlimited power to finish off both bosses. The bloody aura exploded as the furious berserker song rang out. The enemies froze in confusion as Thanatos' dream minimized all risks. It took him a minute for the chains to tear the flesh of the small monsters. A golden glow flashed around, signaling a timely level increase. The enraged bosses vowed to immediately destroy the impudent man. A water shark materialized out of thin air at his silent command. The guy and the predator quickly pounced on the huge orc. A hail of blows tormented the leader's body, drenching everything around with blood. Thanatos' melody pierced the enemy's mind, enveloping him in dark magic. The sharks dealt critical damage, furiously biting into the massive carcass. The blinded giant grabbed his face, frightening his smaller partner. The spiked ball shattered the ground, but the hero dodged at the last second. He brazenly ran straight up the back of the stunned monster. Ice magic bound the giant, turning him into a motionless target. The guy mounted the enemy and brutally thrust the blade from above. With one blow, he took off the boss's head, ending the fight. Hyun Sung smirked as he took the soul of the defeated champion for himself. Without wasting any time, he called the mutilated body back into line. The risen dead man stood up, shrouded in a dark aura of empowerment. The zombie furiously attacked his former orc ally. The hero watched with pleasure the effectiveness of his new servant. The giant orc let out a wild roar, demanding the immediate death of the enemy. The club crashed down on the zombie, punishing it for its betrayal. Suddenly, dark magic entangled the hero's legs, pinning him to the spot. The dream belt didn't work, but Hyun Sung just grinned cheekily. A powerful blast wave shook the earth, leaving behind a crater. A mysterious long-haired magician emerged from the dust to the sound of applause. The strange stranger admired the sight with a sincere smile. The orc leader turned his attention to the newcomer, but was met with only ridicule. The invisible attack instantly knocked the massive monster back, knocking the wind out of it. Even the controlled undead froze in confusion from the overwhelming force. The monster froze in horror, realizing that the enemy was still alive. Hyun Sung activated the berserker song, barely believing that he would be saved. With a bloody grin, the hero decided that it was now his turn. The giant boar panicked, not understanding the nature of this monstrous force. The mysterious observer noted with a smile the consequences of the daring rebellion against God. And then the guy fearlessly rushed straight into the monster's mouth. A crushing blow finished off the boss, giving the hero his valuable soul. As a reward for victory, a rain of gold and artifacts fell. But Hyun sighed in disappointment, because he still hadn't received any points. He decided to ignore the failure, collect the loot, and leave. Suddenly, all monsters' defense was reset due to the skill being cancelled. The hero figured that the crowd would knock off half of his health. All this fuss gave the guy a terrible headache. Surrounded by the horde, Hyun decided it was time to make a run for it. But then powerful lightning bolts incinerated the roaring monsters. Sona became wary, wondering if this was the new boss. Despite the recoil, he wanted to finish off the defenseless enemies. The mysterious companion suddenly called out to him with obvious alarm. With a gloomy look, he declared that things were really bad. And then, among the sparks, a menacing voice was heard calling for a hero. The guy was surprised to hear a familiar address in this wilderness. Before him, in all her glory, stood a determined female paladin. Sona coldly asked what the hell she was doing here. The long-haired companion sarcastically remarked that the lady had come for the hero's soul. The blonde was surprised because the stranger immediately figured out her hidden class. The servant began to theatrically humiliate himself, causing the girl to doubt his adequacy. Hyun sheepishly made excuses for his partner, and the guest got down to business. He himself was feverishly trying to figure out where he had leaked information. It turned out that the smart girl simply figured out his location from the video. The hero chuckled to himself, acknowledging her frightening insight. The enraged horde surrounded the trio, demanding immediate and bloody revenge. The heroes immediately decided to break through the crowd of enemies by fighting. With synchronized swings of their blades, the partners began to cut a path to freedom. Soon the team safely reached the majestic city on the water. At the square, Sona casually suggested to his companions that they stop by a cafe. The servant's sudden cry made the guy think about how to get rid of him. Hyun, with a serious expression, entrusted the fanatic with a supposedly secret mission. He He sent a naive assistant to look for traces of the mysterious target. Weeping with happiness, Lebeus immediately teleported to carry out an important order. The girl was embarrassed, deciding that the hero just wanted to be alone. The partners sat down in a luxurious hall for a serious conversation. The girl panicked, thinking that he was angry because of the surveillance. To make amends, she hastily handed over the valuable item. Paladin babbled excuses, afraid that she had hopelessly ruined everything. Sona just laughed, calming the frightened but disappointed girl. And then he was stunned when he saw the skill book and the sword. The blade reduced the enemy's defense, which looked simply amazing. The hero grinned contentedly, as the skill suited Asura perfectly. Remembering her friends, the guy decided to avoid unnecessary meetings. So he strictly asked Yeun to keep his secret. The hero asked to hide his identity from one person in the guild. The girl happily agreed to keep this important secret. The guy felt awkward, but safety was his top priority. As she sipped her drink, she wondered who Asura was avoiding so much. Hyun was already dreaming of getting out and testing the new weapon in action. He stood up and warmly thanked the guest for the loot she had delivered. Suddenly, the blonde panicked and abruptly asked to be added as a friend. She shook, deciding that the hero's stern gaze foreshadowed refusal. But the guy smiled and suggested that they go hunting together sometime. The handshake cemented a friendship that was useful for connecting with her guild. Finally, the hero reached Vania's quiet guest house. Sitting on the bed, the guy felt the long-awaited comfort of home. Without wasting any time, Sona opened the interface to check the loot. His eyes lit up at the sight of a pile of unique items. The first thing the guy decided to do was study the book of spells he had received. The new combo allowed the Asura style to be used while sleeping. Now the auto-combat crushed enemies while the hero restored health. In his delight, he equated this skill to legendary. Hyun then moved on to inspecting the heroic equipment. Seeing the ideal stats, he was even afraid of his own power. Min-hee dryly brushed off the annoying agents, protecting Asura's peace. She reminded me of the secrecy while simultaneously clearing away a mountain of spam in my email. Sang-hoon also fended off calls, redirecting everyone to write letters. The office was in full swing, and the exhausted employees decided to rely on the answering machine. The girl reported a wild excitement worthy of top stars. The director frowned, realizing that they urgently needed new hands. The editors complained that they had become a call center instead of working with video. The boss asked if anyone knew any smart people. Candidates were found, but the main problem remained the requests for Asura. And then the director personally volunteered to supervise the content of this hero. The guy suggested hiring his juniors part-time. The director instructed her to select only the most profitable clients. The rest were told to refuse, citing the studio's enormous workload. The sudden call made the fat man smile predatory and contentedly. He sent his subordinates away at dinner to talk in private. A famous streamer was on the line, unhappy with being ignored for so long. Anma got straight to the point, asking about the mysterious Asher. The director was jubilant because his plan with the bait worked perfectly. The interlocutor hopefully asked whether this newcomer was still available. The streamer asked me to recommend his cool guild to the guy. Sang-hoon promised to put in a good word with the secretive Asura. In response, the streamer offered very valuable information for the deal. The director became wary when he heard about some secret information. His eyes literally popped out of his head when he heard this. The fat man jumped up, confident that the hero would definitely appreciate the news. The talk was about the Grand Imperial Military Tournament. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Hyun Sung's number. The guy was surprised when he first heard about such a large-scale event. A friend explained that there would be a strict level balance. Sona chuckled and casually stated his 94th level. The director almost dropped his phone when he heard about the insane level. He couldn't believe his ears, because recently the hero was a weakling. Hyun calmly attributed his incredible progress to hard work. His friend immediately forbade him from working out until the tournament began. Otherwise, the system will throw the newbie into the hands of ruthless professional players. Sona grinned as he realized that he could easily take out the noobs. The fat man moved on to the question of new battle recordings in a businesslike manner. The hero generously offered to send 2 unique files at once. The first video featured an hour-long footage of an intense boss raid. The second one showed a fresh massacre with an army of monsters. The office staff froze when they learned shocking details about the battle site. Hyun calmly confirmed that he had been closely following the news about the siege. He admitted that he single-handedly took out the bosses for the sake of the city. The director asked in horror about the destruction of an entire army of monsters. The hero decided to hide the true reason for the monster invasion from everyone. The fat man hopefully assumed that the enemies were simply weak. Sona slyly agreed and sent the files for personal evaluation. The team warned about haters who won't believe in its power. The boss was fired up by the idea and promised to edit the masterpiece by the morning. Soon, a smartly dressed Hyun found himself in a movie theater with his friend. Hyun Sung remembered with longing that they hadn't been to the cinema for ages. The boy was sad that his sister grew up without friends and a regular school. Looking at her smile, he was grateful for this bright ray. Hyuna noticed his gloomy look and immediately understood the reason for his anxiety. The sister narrowed her eyes slyly, planning to shock her brother during dinner. The girl was all aglow, anticipating his jaw dropping from surprise. Suddenly, Hyun-sung choked on his water, spitting it out in a fountain from shock. After all, in front of him, his sister stood confidently on her feet, laughing loudly. The guy jumped up from his seat, and she, smiling, demanded a hug. The girl was even slightly surprised by his piercing scream and froze. The brother exploded, not understanding why she hid the success of her rehabilitation. Under his pressure, the girl panicked and began making absurd excuses. I had to admit that she had been walking for 3 whole months already. Hyena apologized, and Hyun-sung mentally scolded himself for his outburst. Exhaling, he changed his anger to mercy and invited her to sit down. It turned out that even his aunt knew the secret, unlike him. Then he pulled himself together and asked about the doctor's prognosis for the future. Having learned about 2 weeks, he realized that university was now a very real possibility. Hyun-sung scolded her, but then got to the main point. Hyuna beamed when she heard the long-awaited order to prepare for admission. Hina froze, shocked by the sudden change of topic. The brother pressed on logic, reminding her of her past successes. He explained that later it would become almost impossible to find friends. With a warm smile, the guy described the joys of student life. These words hit the mark, making the girl think seriously. She became nervous, fidgeting with her fingers, searching for an answer. The guy was inspired to learn that she wanted the same thing. But Hyuna narrowed her eyes slyly, putting forward a harsh counter-condition to him. The brother was stunned when he heard the demand to go with her. His sister held his hand, dreaming of studying alone together. Meanwhile, dark night clouds were gathering in Vienna. The eerie howl of monsters filled the area around the eastern walls of the castle. The ominous silhouette of a predator flashed against the backdrop of the full moon. The guards froze in horror. The creature had jumped over the high wall. The monster fell down, instantly crushing the panicking soldier. The commander tried to close ranks, but the fangs had already closed. The moonwolf charged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the defenders. A giant snake then appeared, spewing a poisonous green cloud. The soldiers fell dead, choking in the deadly fog. Only dawn saved the survivors, forcing the monsters to finally retreat. And then the fighter realized that it was too early to rejoice at his rescue. From behind the walls, the gigantic faces of new, terrifying titans slowly rose. The defenders were stunned, looking at the colossal figures that eclipsed the sky itself. The walls collapsed, and the city was instantly engulfed in a roaring flame of destruction. Suddenly, Hyun-sung woke up from his sister's piercing scream in his ear. Hyuna thrust the remote at him, demanding that he look at the screen immediately. The guy blinked sleepily, completely unable to understand the reason for her wild delight. And on TV they showed epic footage of his night battle. The sister admired Asura's skills, causing her brother to chuckle nervously. In the studio, experts were already heatedly discussing the appearance of the legendary fighter. Idol Jisoo beamed, admiring every move of the mysterious hero on screen. But the fire mage just snorted skeptically, not believing his eyes. It turned out that the guy killed the monsters before the official invasion began. Namu sarcastically attributed it all to hidden bonuses for high levels. Jisoo countered, "Only a level 300 monster could move like that." The girl pricked the magician, reminding him of the difference between a legend and something unique. Confused, Namu quickly changed the subject back to the siege of Vienna. The blacksmith gloomily reported that the city was drowning in waves of intelligent monsters. Hyun-sung's expression darkened, as he had underestimated the strength of the common mobs. The boy suddenly went to bed, leaving his sister completely bewildered. The boy believed that Asura's power would have changed the outcome of the bloody massacre. Jisoo timidly suggested that real-life business might delay him. The boys realized with horror, without a hero, Vinaya was doomed to perish. And then the studio froze. Reporters reported on Asura's sudden appearance. The girl enthusiastically announced that the legend was already beating at the eastern gate. She asked fans to be patient due to the severe time lag. And there, the eastern walls of the castle were already shaking from the fierce attacks. Commander Carson looked grimly at the ruins after 4 waves. The knights panicked as the monsters returned to attack too quickly. But the defenders roared with fury, preparing to stand to the death for their homes. The commander on the white horse called on the knights to fight to their last breath. An army of monsters with a wild roar fell upon a handful of brave defenders. Suddenly, bright lightning from the sky began to incinerate the attacking animals. The knight was surprised to see the silhouette of a mysterious stranger in the flashes of light. The girl coldly cut off the questions, reminding them of the danger of the current moment. She stood up, ready to hold her ground at any cost. The warrior summoned a blinding wrath from the heavens, flooding the battlefield with light. A rain of shining blades mercilessly pierced the crowd of roaring monsters. The inspired defenders, with a battle cry, rushed into a decisive counterattack. The heroine herself threw the impudent monster away with a powerful explosion of energy. The girl froze, frozen by the critical blow and sudden powerlessness. The terrible monsters surrounded her, anticipating an easy and bloody massacre. The warrior closed her eyes, humbly preparing for the inevitable end. But suddenly she opened her eyes wide, hearing a strange noise. A powerful explosion scattered the horde of monsters, clearing the space around it. The familiar silhouette of the mysterious savior emerged through the settling dust. She recognized Asura, although she was surprised by the white color of the mask. The guy stood epically over the battlefield with his sword drawn. He thrust the blade into the ground, preparing to use special magic. Asura quietly whispered the activation words for the sleep skill Sweet Dream. A roaring flock of monsters tightly surrounded the heroes from all sides. A powerful ice blast instantly threw all the attacking creatures away. The boy's consciousness switched off, activating the automatic combat mode of a sleepwalker. The mask's eyes flashed purple, signaling the beginning of a frenzied massacre. Hyun-sung watched with interest as the body itself cut down enemies. The improved skill turned the battle into a high-speed meat grinder for monsters. Asura playfully dodged the heavy attack of the giant lumbering beast. His blade instantly saved the life of another panicking player. The hero realized that this mode was ideal for heroic deeds. He calmly met the enraged ogre rushing towards him. The hero's hand released dozens of black chains straight at the enemies. The dark web instantly bound all the monsters in the area. In the midst of the battle, the system suddenly announced a level increase. The players froze as they realized the true extent of this fighter's power. A horde of enraged monsters rushed at the lone warrior with a roar. Asura soared into the air, unleashing a crushing blow of dark energy. The surrounding creatures were blown to pieces by his monstrous power. The guy chuckled at the strange thought of fighting himself. The rescued girl looked at the back of her mysterious protector in shock. She blushed as the system recorded this heroic moment. Ye-yun resolutely took on the Moonwolf and the Serpent. The partners split up, effectively destroying the monsters in their areas. Hyun-sung panicked that a random level-up would ruin his plans. The hero's path was blocked by huge and ferocious elite monsters. The guy realized that this was the first time he had encountered such fat mobs. The enraged orc unleashed a powerful ice attack on the hero. Asura deftly ran up the monster's arm, dodging the blow. The hero's hand was involuntarily filled with dark, destructive energy. Black magic automatically struck the giant monster's head. The eyes of the defeated monster flashed with a terrible purple fire of submission. Cold sweat broke out on his face as he realized the ending. A huge shadow of nightmare loomed over the trembling horde of monsters. The audience froze, stunned by Asura's resurrection of the boss. Dark energy boiled furiously in the veins of the roaring beast, and the bloodthirsty pack rushed into the attack with a roar. Like a tsunami, a flood of monsters swept through the city streets. The hunters roared and also rushed into the thick of the battle. The blades clanged as they hit the fangs, turning into a bloody mess. And Hyun-sung fell upon the giant with explosive force. But he immediately pulled himself together, remembering about collecting loot. The hero landed spectacularly as the defeated carcass fell. A golden level-up sign flashed above his head. But the joy was replaced by horror from pumping too quickly. These numbers became a real nightmare for him. After all, level 100 blocked his access to an important tournament. Luckily, the sleep skill turned off in time, saving the situation. Returning to his body, the guy began to frantically vacuum up the loot. And suddenly I received a thank you message from the rescued girl. Asura waved his hand casually, saying goodbye to the stunned hunters. And he disappeared into thin air, leaving fans without an autograph. Players rejoiced, disproving the stupid rumors about Asura's sky-high level. But the girl became tense because there was still no notification about the completion of the quest. Hyun-sung changed his outfit into a red cloak, hoping to remain incognito. The unfinished quest put a big end to his participation in the tournament. However, his conscience did not allow him to simply run away, leaving the city in trouble. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a servant jumped out, joyfully greeting his master. Hyun-sung wearily asked why he always made such scenes. The assistant awkwardly made excuses, but the hero immediately got down to business. The guy sincerely didn't understand how the satellite managed to sneak in after him. Hearing the oath of allegiance, Hyun-sung grinned contentedly. Everything was going well. The servant continued to shower him with flattery, admiring his master's genius. Hyun-sung doubted whether he could trust this strange fanatic. Taking a risk, he announced his preparations to retire from the game. Narcolepsy activated, and the hero, with a grin, sank into a forced sleep. His body fell like a sack to the ground in front of the frozen servant. He burst into tears of delight, seeing in this a true divine sign. And he began to frantically bang his head on the floor, spraying blood. Passers-by shied away in horror, mistaking the fanatic for a deranged NPC. The crowd decided to call the guards to calm down these suspicious types. In reality, Hyun-sung had already sent videos of Asura's exploits. The guy climbed out of the capsule, getting ready to take his sister to rehabilitation. But he noticed how the girl's tear-stained gaze was glued to the screen. She sobbed quietly as she watched the news of the recent battle. The monitor showed blurred footage of Asura's epic attack. A friend noticed through tears that the hero's style had changed greatly. Having calmed down, she smiled while Hyun-sung went to change. They soon reached the massive building of the rehabilitation center. While pushing the stroller, the guy casually said that he had talked to Asura. The girl was surprised to learn that her idol received her valuable gift, and she beamed when she heard what Asura would think about her guild. He smiled and imagined his sister's shock at the truth about Asher. Hyun-sung decided to visit the doctor in person for an important conversation. There was a knock and the black-haired doctor invited them into the office. The doctor greeted the brother and sister who entered with a warm smile. The doctor laughed, instantly reading their mood without any psychology. She apologized guiltily to her guardian for the forced lie. Hyun-sung sincerely thanked the woman for treating his sister. The guy asked seriously when exactly her condition began to improve. The doctor confirmed the time frame, citing the harm caused by family pressure. It turned out that the girl was tormented by an unbearable feeling of guilt towards her brother. The doctor sadly told how often families abandon sick and disabled people. But Hyuna was working hard at the gym, dreaming of making her beloved brother happy as soon as possible. Hyun-sung admitted with quiet pride that he admired his sister's tenacity. The doctor named their warm relationship as the main reason for the girl's successful recovery. The guy modestly joked it off, sincerely thanking his savior for her wonderful work. Having said a warm goodbye, he promised to return soon and headed for the door. The sudden ringing of the telephone made the doctor freeze in place. She ordered the couriers to bring the new game capsule straight into the office. The woman, with a sly grin, admitted that she had also decided to play. After ending the call, she watched Hyun-sung leave with a long look. The doctor was excited to try this miraculous game herself. The story moved to the majestic castle of the Heroes Guild headquarters. In the luxurious hall, the guild's elite gathered for an emergency meeting. The empty chair indicated Hyuna's absence from this urgent meeting. The blonde immediately linked the meeting with a recent high-profile incident. Players were outraged by the strict level limit for participating in the quest. The girl suggested checking out the latest news about the mysterious Asura's involvement. Those gathered immediately recognized the hero of the viral video from the description. The redhead cheerfully noted that even Hyuna had become a fan of the rookie. The grim swordsman spoke with disdain about the arrogance of the unknown rankers. A colleague teased the swordsman, causing him to reluctantly acknowledge Ashura's talent. The blonde shocked everyone by admitting to hunting together with Asura. The guild members were surprised to realize the true reason for this sudden meeting. The leader explained that Asura has not yet given consent to join. The Kaiser abruptly put an end to the dreams, calling on people not to build empty illusions. He grimly recalled how the girl had once already rejected them. That warrior brazenly demanded that she be defeated in order for the application to be considered. The redhead flared up, but Kaiser urged her to think soberly and rationally. Krepik supported his friend, warning the others against bitter disappointment. The leader closed the topic, switching to a discussion of Hyuna's brother's introduction. The girl had doubts, since they usually only accepted proven fighters. The leader agreed to take him because of his connection with Asura. The news of the newcomer's acquaintance with Asura shocked everyone. Kaiser realized that the boy was being used as bait for recruitment. The head confirmed the plan to go to Venice to recruit Asura. The doors of the hall swung open, interrupting the discussion with the sudden appearance of a guest. A knight in shining golden armor confidently entered the room. Eden modestly noted that Kaiser was better suited to the role of leader. The top ranker sat down leisurely, joking off the responsibility of being the guild leader. He apologized for being late, citing Xinhua's important business. Rin asked the new arrival to explain the details of the upcoming operation to the group. Iden noted the lack of low-level fighters to complete this quest. Those gathered were surprised by the proposal to use externally enhanced buffs. The elite will buff participants entering the Venus-restricted area. Rin admitted that it was impossible to strengthen everyone due to the limitations of the magical barrier. However, the hole in the city's defenses opened up an interesting tactical opportunity. Tensions rose when the Pantheon Temple was mentioned as a key point. The Kaiser wondered doubtfully whether this risky plan would work. Asura had to deal with enemies inside the majestic Pantheon. Meanwhile, the mad fanatic threateningly interrogated the frightened bishop. A fanatic with a frightening smile loomed over the priest, who was trembling with fear. The servant brazenly embraced the bishop, completely ignoring the difference in their statuses. The priest realized in horror that these madmen were worshipping a heavenly deity. The madman burst out laughing, forcing the frightened old man to agree to defend the city. The fanatic raised his hands, loudly proclaiming the coming of the great time of the Pantheon. He asked in surprise why the Holy Father did not share his stormy happiness. The bishop let out a strangled squeak, forced to support the mad jubilation of his tormentor. Kaiser summarized that their goal was to support the guild and appreciate Asura. Iden reported that the advanced detachment of fighters had almost reached Venea. The leader tore open the teleportation scroll, ordering his clansmen to move ahead of him. Blue magical flashes crackled and illuminated the luxurious council hall. The leader asked about the matter, and the girl immediately started talking about Asher, She confidently stated that this guy is actually a hero. The leader only smiled wryly, advising them to act as quickly as possible. And then it turned out that the Black Guild had already begun the hunt. The 5 richest clans united into an invincible and dangerous fist. They brazenly threatened their competitors, considering Asura their rightful property. The leader realized with alarm that his enemies might simply buy him, and if he refuses, he will inevitably face death. Then, in desperation, he suggested trying to buy the fighter first. Suddenly, the blonde man grinned and suggested that she enter the tournament herself. The girl was surprised when he ordered to drag the entire guild there. The head stated that it was time for their organization to finally come out of the shadows. The beauty hesitated, as she had planned to reveal herself much later in the plot. But the leader suddenly demanded that the mysterious girl be brought in as well. It turned out that intelligence had already informed him of her plans. The heroine's eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately accepted the challenge. The blonde calculated how hellishly difficult the tournament would be for Asura. The decision was made, they would immediately move to Vienna, and the girl's heart fluttered at the thought of meeting Asura. Zhou Minwu looked incredibly tired in his formal business suit. The control center was buzzing with discussion about the incredible success of player Hyun Sung. The administrator lazily stretched his neck and demanded to bring the full list of awards. He carefully studied the report on the level 99 cheat skill. The man suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and instantly tensed up his whole body. Suddenly, the silence of the office was interrupted by an insistent call from Min Yu-ra. Zhou Minwu answered the call and immediately demanded complete confidentiality. Rumors about the manager's daughter's participation in the tournament did not please him at all. The sharp voice from the speaker finally threw the calm manager off balance. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung woke up right on the busy street of the game. Hyun Sung woke up on the altar, feeling like a real sacrificial lamb. Libius shouted enthusiastically about success, while the hero skeptically rebuked him. The system message about the reward made the guy immediately open his inventory. The new leather armor provided excellent bonuses to strength and defense. The guy calmly sorted through a mountain of junk swords and new skills. Hyun Sun decided to quickly sell the junk and get out of there quickly. The guy asked if his advice had helped stop the monster invasion. The mad servant fanatically thanked his master as he hurried away. The rooftops of the city of Armen, in the quiet outskirts of the capital, loomed ahead. The hero decided to avoid fights, so as not to accidentally increase his level. Apostle Thananos' magic forcibly transported Libeus directly to the surprised Hyun Seong. A joyful fanatic appeared in the middle of the street, frightening his sleepy master to death. The boy listened skeptically to Libeus' nonsense about divine intervention and teleportation. And then Hyun Sung realized with horror that his companion was completely naked. The hero ordered him to get dressed, dreaming of strangling this joker apostle with his own hands. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Belderon, serious and dangerous intrigues were in full swing. The leaders of the Black Guild gathered in a luxurious hall to discuss their plans. The mighty Chungu looked forward to the start of the Great Imperial Tournament in 6 days. The cunning Yukarin reported that the developers are still finalizing important details of the event. And the mysterious Flay admitted that it is currently impossible to obtain information about Asura. Heli noted ironically that she was more interested in the other participants in the tournament than Asura. Flay warned the gambling merchant against dangerous machinations with the guild's common funds. Chungu brought up the question of inviting the mysterious Asura to their ranks. Zerable insisted on recruiting this player, considering him the most valuable asset of the Union. The remaining leaders unanimously supported the idea, anticipating the upcoming strengthening of their group. Yukarin reluctantly agreed, just to avoid unnecessary disputes within the guild's leadership. Zerable inquired about the fate of the remaining fighters, while the Inferno organization sent out invitations. The red-haired beast planned to use the tournament to recruit fresh blood into the guild. The leader of the Black Knights vowed to wipe the hated Shinhwa Guild off the face of the earth. The villains considered the lack of interest from competitors and strong professional players to be excellent news. The Black Guild leaders concluded the meeting, anticipating the triumphant capture of the elusive Asura. The mysterious brunette cursed the ban on teleportation as she got stuck in deep snowdrifts. She was quite pleased with her progress, looking forward to the upcoming increase in game levels. The girl was genuinely amazed at how Asura had honed his filigree control. The stranger's meager inventory only whetted her burning curiosity about her enemy's skills. At this time, the headquarters of the Guild of Heroes also began to hunt for the master. The leader of the heroes vowed not to miss the legend this time in the capital. Everyone was sure that for the sake of her reputation, Asura would definitely show up at the tournament. The hero girls were overjoyed at the opportunity to finally see their idol in action. And then the fighters began to doubt whether Asura would get bored of fighting weaklings. The blonde leader warned that the major guilds would field their best fighters against Asura. The heroes' guild team gathered to decide who would fight for glory. And then the news broke. That same mysterious girl had agreed to participate. The heroes' comrades only chuckled, as they had long anticipated this turn of events. The silver-haired fighter became inspired, but his companion became seriously nervous. The curly-haired healer refused with a laugh, admitting her powerlessness in open combat. The red-haired warrior also gave in, doubting her control over her destructive skills. The leader only smiled softly, making an appointment for everyone to meet at the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, Jo Min-woo was toiling away alone in an empty office. He prayed fervently that the boss's daughter would not cause another big scandal. Jo Min-woo noted that the guy still hadn't picked up the 100. Hyun-sung, wearing a mask, was preparing to dominate all the pros with brutal force. The upcoming battle in the huge arena promised to cause a powerful resonance. The tired manager frantically checked the current date in his database. Suddenly he remembered about today's important update of the special store. The majestic capital of the empire greeted the players with bright sunshine and bustle. Hyun-sung looked skeptically at the endless line of weak newcomers. The guy in the red hood tensed up as the participants were being rigorously checked. And then he noticed Libius, deciding not to trust the madman with the line. Hyun-sung skillfully ran to the store for fresh imbalanced skills. Hyun-sung noticed the pile of glasses and decided not to save anymore. The shop dispensed skills through the prism of his dark specialization as a descendant of Thanatos. The guy resolutely pointed his finger at the section of the most expensive legendary skills. Cards flashed before his eyes, and the hero only silently watched the process. He thought about the possibility of leveling up his heroic skill to the divine level. Meanwhile, the guy was grumbling about the fallen legendary trash. Suddenly he froze and asked the system for 1 minute. The hero thoughtfully rubbed his chin, planning to get the most out of the new practice. In fact, he had planned to combine his skills for the sake of a crazy show. And then he was officially welcomed to the Imperial Sword Tournament. The system has temporarily sealed all passive skills for the sake of strict weeding out of participants. Wearing a mask, Hyun-sung decided to record an impressive video for Jae-hwan. With 2 blades in his hands, he confirmed his readiness to begin the test. From the thickening darkness, the first enemy began to materialize right in front of him. The hero prepared to demonstrate the results of his long and hard training. Suddenly he took off, attacking the enemy with a swift dash. Steel met steel in a blinding flash of energy and fury. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung moved incredibly fast, creating the illusion of multiple attacks. His gaze beneath the mask was focused on searching for vulnerabilities. And then the guy delivered a crushing kick, confusing the enemy. The masked hero calmly raised his sword over the fallen enemy. With one lightning stroke, he finally suppressed the enemy's resistance. Meanwhile, the arena was filled with shadows and flashes of his dark energy. The guy performed an incredible somersault, delivering the decisive blow in midair. And then the tip of his blade pierced the defense of the last monster. Suddenly, the system announced that the tournament verification had been successfully completed. He set an insane record of 38 seconds, shocking the system. Hyun-sung just smirked as he chose the anonymous status to participate. The hero walked pompously through the crowd while the players studied the list of participants. Those around were in complete shock from the incredible results of the mysterious Asura. The hero heard animated whispers in the crowd about the new leader of the overall rating. Hyun-sung began to sweat as he saw his colossal lead over all his other pursuers. The guy regretted his haste because now he had attracted too much attention. Meanwhile, he went to train, hoping that narcolepsy would not strike soon. The professionals clenched their fists in disbelief, not believing the honesty of such a crazy record. Players were angrily wondering whether Asura would torment her opponents for a long time at first. Some tattooed blonde man was literally seething with fierce and sudden hatred. He considered Hyun-sung an arrogant upstart playing the hero for an idea. In fact, the aggressor was already anticipating their imminent meeting in the net. In the end, he promised to grind the mysterious leader into fine powder. Pei Seong-che solemnly opened the Grand Imperial Tournament in the Colosseum. His colleague Hong Jin-oh also greeted fans on air. The former pro admitted that his previous matches had not impressed him at all. Meanwhile, experts are waiting with bated breath for the appearance of the mysterious leader of Asura. In fact, no one understood why the main favorite was absent. The YouTube broadcast broke records while everyone was guessing about the hero. And then the hosts switched to discussing a tournament for novice players. Suddenly they started talking about Lucifer, who was considered the best first ranker. The opponent was Ark, and this match promised to be a battle of strategies. Reporter Kim Hae-won was already prepared to interview the participants. Kim Hae-won began to question Ark about his incredible popularity at the tournament. Professional Ark looked calm and fully focused on the great battle ahead. Meanwhile, he admitted that the virtual world amazed him with its realism. And then the reporter asked who exactly the fighter was most looking forward to today. And then Ark directly stated that he was eager to see Asura in action. The crowd was outraged by such interest in the truant, since he had broken his promise. After a short thank you, Ark began to dissolve into thin air, leaving the makeshift stage. Hae-won then solemnly announced the entry of the most anticipated participant up to level 100. In fact, the impudent Lucifer turned out to be that same tattooed evil blonde. Fans immediately exploded with indignation at his terrible manners and arrogance. The reporter held back her anger as Lucifer brazenly declared his future victory. When asked about his favorites, the blonde only grimaced contemptuously, making the girl nervous. The arrogant fighter called Ark a mediocrity, and Asura an ordinary user. Suddenly, Lucifer disappeared into thin air, leaving a shocked High One alone. Meanwhile, commentators acknowledged the impudent man's skill, but harshly condemned his manners. The presenters moved on to the rules, noting that the newcomers did not yet know the conditions. One of the experts asked a colleague to tell him more about the latest tournament update. In fact, they introduced a strict regime of speedy clearing of dungeons against time. Each participant found themselves in identical conditions, facing 3 unique bosses. And then the main rule became clear: using skills during the selection is prohibited. Experts announced that only 32 fast players will make it to the final. Meanwhile, the tournament for beginners up to level 100 has officially started. Hyun-sung lazily watched the broadcast begin from his sofa. He stood up abruptly, deciding to show the arrogant pros a real masterclass. And then the guy in the mask grinned mysteriously, anticipating a quick meeting. Suddenly, the presenters noted that the bosses in the dungeons were superior to the players. On the screen, Ark single-handedly attacked a gorilla intended for raids. The fighter had to survive alone, relying only on his insane stats. Ark skillfully dodged the boss's furious attacks without taking any damage. And then everyone realized that he could predict the enemy by muscle contractions. The experts acknowledged Ark's skill, as they expected nothing less from a professional. He interrupted the boss's attack before he could strike. The stadium roared, chanting the favorite's name and wishing him only victory. Meanwhile, Lucifer had already taken off half of the boss's health, demonstrating his power. The blonde grinned maliciously, completely confident in his total superiority. He considered the gorilla a worthless obstacle on the path to his fame. Lucifer was definitely not what you'd call a regular user due to his technology. In fact, he planned to take first place and set a record. The fighter looked forward to joining the Black Guild immediately after his triumph. And then he remembered the generous offer that exceeded his earnings. Lucifer despised Ark for refusing the Black Guild's lucrative offer. Meanwhile, the blonde was cutting up the gorilla, wondering why Asura never showed up. He considered popular internet stars to be ordinary, talentless seekers of easy hype. Lucifer's spectacular attack resembled a scene from a movie, but did little damage. The irritated fighter decided to immediately put an end to this drawn-out and boring spectacle. And then he made a swift dash, preparing to deliver his final blow. Suddenly, the presenters received breaking news that left them literally speechless. The entire stadium went crazy when they saw the new 4-minute clearing record. The players refused to believe that such a result was possible, frozen in complete stupor. In fact, the true master was already clutching a sword and a dagger in his hands. Fans instantly recognized the familiar mask and were literally speechless. Suddenly, Asura showed up at the newcomers' tournament, causing quite a shock to the spectators. Meanwhile, the huge snake hissed furiously, preparing to immediately devour the hero. The guy quickly rushed forward, skillfully dodging splashes of caustic poison. And then the monster lunged, trying to swallow the enemy whole in one gulp. Asura's powerful blow caused a bright flash of dark energy right in the dungeon. He fell upon the enemy from above, plunging his sharp blades into the scales. In fact, the dagger in his hand was already glowing with a deadly light. Asura broke through the defense with incredible ease and triumphantly advanced further. Experts were confident of his even more rapid victory over the enemy. Asura tried to pierce the snake with his sword, but the monster's scales proved too strong. Meanwhile, the hero showed off an incredible technique using a dagger against damage-absorbing skin. Experts acknowledged the sword's low effectiveness, but Asura suppressed everyone with his power. And then the audience noticed a hidden dagger attack during masterful dodges. In fact, the guy methodically hacked at the enemy with many precise and quick blows. Suddenly, the system recorded a new, insane 9-minute clearing record. The crowd literally exploded with delight as the previous leader was left far behind. The hero immediately moved on to the third stage when confronted with a dark and dangerous vampire. Even the fog and transformations couldn't help the boss escape Asura's furious onslaught. And then Asura cold-bloodedly finished off the difficult opponent, causing a new wave of shock. Asura simply tore everyone apart and flew through the stage in a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, the crowd was going wild and was already predicting an easy victory for Asura. The mysterious brunette admitted that his skills exceeded all her expectations. She was already anticipating triumph and wanted to tease this strong guy as soon as possible. And then in the corridors, people began to guess about the secret of his strange nickname. Soon, all the top-level players were officially invited to the final matches. The golden-haired warrior in armor could not comprehend the scale of his power. Suddenly she realized that behind the usual foolishness, there was constant training. The girl firmly decided to become stronger and over time surpass all her rivals. The rating confirmed Asura's complete dominance, to the wild delight of the stands throughout the stadium. She was angry that at this rate she would never cross paths with him. The blonde was devastated by the loss, vowing to take the final at any cost. The enraged opponent cursed Asura, dreaming of regaining his status as the tournament's main star. In reality, Hyun-sung grumbled that he was desperately short of time. He considered cutting back on sleep while studying the proximity of his competitors in the rankings. The guy seriously thought about having an affair with the girls while his sister was relaxing nearby. The hero brazenly lied to his sister about his disqualification, hiding his resounding triumph. The relative lamented that Rin was unable to get around that impudent girl. Hyun-sung insinuatingly inquired about the identity of the girl who took second place. The sister told of a conflict with an arrogant person who despised weak fighters. The sister remembered how Rin worked hard to defeat that arrogant girl. So A proudly listed all the guild members who had taken high places in the rankings. She explained that only players without official contracts competed in the tournament. The girl asked about Asher, but her brother skillfully pretended to be a complete layman. So A acknowledged Ashura's total superiority over all the participants in this tournament. She advised her brother to watch the recording twice, and he obediently agreed. The girl got ready for bed to gather strength before the morning live broadcast. So Ah suggested that Hyun-sung watch the finale together, considering him the loser. The boy, in fear, came up with plans with Jae-hwan just to avoid exposure. The sister went to her room, deciding to enjoy the spectacle in the company of her beloved cat. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung went to bed, planning to get up early tomorrow. And then he decided to prepare a secret skill for a new tactic. And in the arena, commentators were already promising the spectators the hottest battles possible. The presenters were genuinely envious of the fans with beer, dreaming of going home as soon as possible. They discussed the defeat of pro gamers, calling talented players the true creators of the idea. Colleagues sympathized with the professionals who lost to some upstart without an official contract. The broadcast was full of gusto for Ashura's insane control and powerful moves. It turned out that, thanks to YouTube, the enemies had thoroughly studied all of Ashura's trump cards. The commentator grumbled angrily at the writers for forcing him to spoil the tournament grid. Soon the presenters called everyone to their screens, because the first match was about to begin. The stadium simply exploded with delight because the matches had finally started. The majestic king prepared to closely follow the progress of the first duel. The commentators were heating up the crowd by announcing the battle between Aizel and Asura. Fans immediately realized that Asura looked completely different today. Suddenly, Aizel turned cold with horror, feeling the power emanating from the enemy. Asura stood pompously in his armor, clutching the hilt of a huge sword. Meanwhile, the crowd wondered where this formidable knight had suddenly come from. Aizel panicked as he tried to figure out why he was the one who got such a monster. He didn't have time to study the hunter before he nimbly changed his class. In reality, Hyun-sung was simply enjoying his cool role. Asura knelt down pathetically, tightly gripping the hilt of a huge sword. Aizel confidently raised his gun, preparing to blow the enemy to smithereens. Suddenly, the hero's eyes flashed, activating the terrifying skill Sweet Dream. Meanwhile, the space around was filled with sharp bursts of blue energy. Asura rushed forward, creating dozens of ghostly purple copies of himself. It turned out that the insidious sleepwalking restored his powers with almost no risks. And then Aizel went cold, noticing an ordinary pistol in the knight's hands. Hyun-sung quickly realized that unconventional moves were needed against the pros. The opponent panicked and activated his shield, hoping to survive this crazy attack. The pro gamer admitted with disappointment that Asura turned out to be much stronger than expected. Asura suddenly appeared above Aizel, causing him to flinch in horror. Aizel desperately tried to block the blow, frantically searching for an opening in the defense. Suddenly, Asura smashed the shield, causing the enemy to cough up blood. He then unleashed a barrage of incredibly fast attacks on his opponent. The knight did not stop and continued to methodically break through Aizel's defenses. The pro gamer realized his helplessness, finding himself in a completely hopeless situation. In reality, Asura simply destroyed his opponent, ending the fight. Meanwhile, the enraged opponent watched this triumph through the monitor. He crushed the glass in a rage, vowing to personally finish off the upstart. And then he received a request in some secret chat. In a secret chat, the leaders discussed Aizel's disgrace and future contracts. Meanwhile, the plot moved to the harsh walls of the kingdom of Beldorn. The cunning Flay sarcastically mocked the losing pro gamer's weakness. Knight Chungu enthusiastically called Ashura's skill something transcendental and cosmic. Zerable added gloomily that few could stand against him. In fact, Quarren was amazed at his control at a low level. The leaders of the Black Guild planned to turn the talented upstart into the strongest fighter. Suddenly, Heli announced that they would definitely have enough money for recruitment. And then the heads decided not to waste time on empty chatter. In the end, Chungu confirmed the general agreement to drag Asura into the guild. Zerable confidently confirmed the complete superiority of the best Lucifer in the world. Kavarin only listened silently, maintaining a mysterious and frightening calm. Heli asked ironically about Zerable's actions after the favorite lost. He predicted a shameful loss of title for any losing pro. The leaders decided to simply observe the further development of intriguing events. Meanwhile, the final match of the third stage started at the stadium. Suddenly, Lucifer entered the battle, acting in a very unusual way. He soon easily defeated his enemy, ending a series of heated matches. Commentators began to choose the best player based on the results of all battles. And then the magnificent knight Asura was officially declared the best. The presenters announced a 10-minute break before the start of the next stage. The audience was stunned, awaiting the first interview of the mysterious knight. Suddenly, a charming journalist appeared next to Asura. She greeted the audience and introduced the tournament's main character. The reporter noted the guy's wild popularity and his mystery. In reality, Hyun-sung cursed his own compliance. The girl asked about feelings after defeating the formidable Aizel. Asura acknowledged the high level of the professionals and the intensity of the fight. Meanwhile, the journalist admired his coolness and skill. The guy promised to give his all to defeat any enemy. A reporter asked Asura if he considered himself the greatest player in Idea. The guy modestly replied that at the moment this is not the case at all. Meanwhile, the crowd in the hall froze, stunned by the unexpected answer of the idol. Later, Hyun-sung lamented on the couch, scolding himself for going out to the press. But soon he grinned, planning to prepare a spectacular surprise for everyone. And then he decisively adjusted his famous white mask. Everyone was waiting for a knight, but Hyun-sung suddenly appeared in the guise of a hunter. Suddenly, he finished off the enemy with lightning speed, completely misleading him. In the arena, he was recognized as the only legendary fighter capable of such a thing, and then he hurried away before journalists attacked him again. The second match of the third stage arrived, causing Hyun-sung to turn around warily. Ark, another powerful contender for overall victory, has entered the arena. Meanwhile, Ye-eun came out, using her real name as a nickname. The commentators were buzzing about her incredible skills in the previous battle against Shuz. The crowd roared as the two finally locked eyes in the stadium. The girl believed that victory would finally allow her to challenge Hyun-sung. But in fact, the guy also longed for this meeting with the legendary Asura. And then they came together in a furious dance of blades, shaking the air around. The fighters fought on equal terms, not wanting to give the enemy a single centimeter. The commentator admitted that watching such an intense battle was a real pleasure. Ye-eun charged forward, lightning flashing from the tip of her sword. But the blades collided with a deafening ringing, striking out sheaves of bright sparks. Suddenly, Ark's spear shot into the sky, leaving him almost defenseless. The girl was already preparing to deliver her decisive and very quick blow. Suddenly, Ark pulled out his brass knuckles, shocking everyone with his daring trick. He instantly activated an ice strike, freezing his opponent's movements in the bitter cold. A massive fist and an icy shell flew towards the target at breakneck speed. And then she realized that she would no longer have time to dodge the attack. Ye-eun gave up just in time as the deadly blow stopped right in front of her. The fighters politely thanked each other for this cool and honest experience. Ye-eun admitted defeat, deciding to become much stronger in the future. Hyun-sung watched the battle through the magic screen, mesmerized. And then he seriously thought about buying a powerful brass knuckle. And then the guy got ready to listen attentively to the interview of the winner of Ark. Meanwhile, the crowd was discussing the relationship between the losing girl and Rin. The companion confirmed this, praising her older brother's incredible control. It turned out that this talented swordsman had been ignominiously eliminated during the selection process. The girls were genuinely perplexed as to how a master of such a level could lose. The situation seemed extremely strange against the backdrop of the successes of Ark and Lucifer. Suddenly, a friend asked if her brother had ever told her anything about himself. Suddenly, the redhead realized that her brother had deliberately hidden the level for the sake of anonymity. Meanwhile, the imminent start of the decisive fourth stage of the tournament was announced. The girl eagerly awaited the moment when the names of the guilds would finally be announced. And then the final match of the stage began, capturing the attention of the entire crowd. The commentators were literally speechless at the incredible spectacle in the arena. It turned out that 6 top fighters belonged to the same guild. The audience was amazed by the power of this elite, capable of easily crushing even Lucifer. The mysterious masters stepped forward confidently, demonstrating their overwhelming power to the world. The heroine in the green beret discussed reaching the long-awaited international level. And then the big guy admitted that the Black Guild had already become quite annoying to everyone. The golden-haired warrior turned around, hearing the voice of her comrade approaching her. Vern from the Shinhwa Guild suggested that she simply look at the target as it left. Meanwhile, they began to doubt their ability to defeat that mysterious girl. The guy answered honestly that the risk of a shameful loss was now frighteningly high. But soon he decided to squeeze absolutely every fighting technique out of her. And then the blonde confirmed the need to win in order to recruit a new player. Suddenly they stopped, struck by the sight of a stranger at the end of the empty hall. But in fact, the black-haired traveler was again hopelessly lost in the castle. She was eager to test her strength against Asura himself in a fair fight. The guild leader was determined not to give up her triumph without a tough fight. The dark-haired warrior made a dramatic entrance into the arena to the enthusiastic cheers of her fans. Mighty Vern recalled their meeting that happened exactly 2 months ago. The girl asked ironically if he had really been secretly following her all this time. The hunter grinned, acknowledging the failure of his disguise and the lack of normal tasks for him. Commentators were amazed that instead of fighting, the players decided to simply chat in the arena. The brunette was skeptical about the combat skills of the mages and healers from their guild. Vern had no hope of victory, mentioning their queen as the next target. He checked to see if their agreement was still valid and received confirmation. The opponents exchanged stern glances, giving a silent signal for the start of a heated battle. Suddenly, the big guy swung his monstrous sword furiously, launching a powerful attack. So Ah didn't even try to dodge the crushing blow of the huge sword. The thin scythe suddenly collided with the blade, causing a powerful blast wave. Vern was amazed that the fragile weapon was able not only to withstand but to repel the attack. He abruptly changed his trajectory, preparing a new attack in this furious duel. Meanwhile, the blade of the scythe flashed ominously, preparing for the next fatal collision. Suddenly Vern had to block a counterattack and a very sharp attack himself. The powerful impulse threw the heavy warrior back, causing the spectators to become quite nervous. And then he realized that a real goddess of war stood before him. The hunter decided not to hesitate any longer, and instantly disappeared into the thick darkness. The girl froze, trying to find the enemy in the ensuing ominous and cold darkness. So A uncovered the insidious plan and deftly knocked down the cast of thick darkness. But Vern unleashed a blow that could have smashed the entire battlefield into pieces. He was surprised when the fragile scythe withstood the pressure and did not break. And then he realized that the enemy had already ominously come from behind. The sharp blade instantly ripped through the armor, releasing a fountain of scarlet blood. The hunter roared in searing pain, clenching his teeth convulsively. The girl continued to mercilessly cut him with her scythe on a long chain. His piercing cry, full of despair and torment, echoed throughout the arena. Suddenly the scythe soared high into the sky, preparing for the finale, and Vern tried to stand still as death flew towards him from above again. Vern was surprised when the cold steel links of the scythe gripped him tightly. So Ah's massive blade rose up for its final decisive blow. The girl said goodbye to the enemy in cold blood, bringing down a deadly scythe on him. The spectators and Hyunsung himself froze, shocked by the brutal outcome of the fight. The fourth stage of the tournament officially ended to the thunderous roar of the shocked crowd. The Greybeard King peered into the arena, trying to discern Asura's true nature. He rose abruptly from the throne, confident of the coming triumph of his favorite. The monarch walked away, wondering what kind of reward this guy would ask for. The old man ordered his subordinates to immediately compile a complete dossier on the mysterious fighter. The ruler grinned predatorily, firmly deciding to make Asura his personal disciple. A mysterious hooded killer stalked a target outside a lonely house at night. The leader ordered his shadows to retreat, taking all the dirty work upon himself. Spatial jumps provided an advantage, but there was a catastrophic lack of information. The mercenary understood the futility of the search, but was obliged to take advantage of any opportunity. Suddenly, the Empire's top killer went cold, realizing that he himself had been caught. He fell into a stupor, not even feeling the frightening presence behind him. Instead of the expected Asura, a mysterious and calm mediator appeared before him. The stranger only smiled mysteriously, looking straight into the eyes of his stunned enemy. The assassin feared for his emperor and decided to act preemptively. He instantly drew his dagger, considering it his duty to immediately eliminate the obstacle. The killer was quite scared when he realized that he was being closely watched. And then he froze, unable to move before the mysterious mediator. The stranger politely asked whether he had attacked or threatened his master. Suddenly the assassin realized that his mouth was bound by a powerful invisible seal. The mediator ironically noted that he had foreseen such a turn of events and shut the insolent fellow up. But in reality, he was lazily considering whether to kill the guest or pardon him. The unsuccessful spy dreamed only of quickly escaping and reporting to his emperor. Meanwhile, the mediator turned everything into a joke, sparing the one close to power. He ordered an important message to be delivered, his eyes flashing an ominous purple. The intermediary ordered that the servants of death be treated with due respect. Libius languidly praised his dark minions for their absolute obedience. Then he irritably decided to contact the temple for the owner's sake. The priest jotted down his suspicions about the insolent monarchs on parchment. Suddenly the letter came to life and forbade Libius from unleashing a bloody massacre. He boldly proposed a massacre, but immediately received a harsh threat. Libius winked slyly, agreeing to wait for the formidable emperor's response. The speaking face furiously confirmed the inevitability of war in case of refusal. Meanwhile, Libius recognized the unlimited power of his great master. The magical message flared spectacularly, leaving Libius with a stern order. In the end, the guy cast an icy glance, promising punishment to those who offended the owner. A dark prophecy stated that the entire empire would soon come to a complete end. Suddenly, the violet-eyed fighter admitted his complete lack of understanding of the situation. He warned the ruler of a dangerous war against the servants of death itself. The old man listened silently to the impudent demand to show more respect to the guests. But in fact, the emperor only laughed madly, frightening the envoy. The warrior was surprised by this reaction and immediately suspected something was wrong. Meanwhile, he fell to his knees, begging to be killed for his failure. The king realized that the idiot stuck in the temple had finally begun to act. Here he remembered his only loss in a long 10-day battle. That great winner turned out to be the mysterious and powerful apostle of eternal sleep. The emperor smiled slyly, anticipating a great revenge over his old enemy. He realized that the enemies were now heavily protecting the mysterious Asura. Suddenly the monarch drove the warrior away, causing him to become quite nervous. The fighter obediently left, leaving the gentleman in the deathly silence of the chambers. The old man then activated the sphere to contact the required priest. The magic ball reflected a face shocked by the king's sudden challenge. The ruler demanded that he immediately have a serious conversation with the servant. Meanwhile, an extremely dangerous grin played on his lips. Suddenly, Libeus startled Hyun-sung with his sudden scream. The priest made fun of the hero by appearing right in front of him. Libeus proudly announced that he had accomplished something great for his master. Hyun-sung was very surprised by the news of the priest's meeting with the emperor's knights. The guy reasonably assumed that the knights were sniffing out the winner's plans before the final. Suddenly, Libeus became nervous, realizing the full seriousness of his rash actions. The priest hastened to justify himself by saying that he had hidden their location from the annoying guests. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung decided to quickly hone his skills before the fight. And then the magic leaflet furiously scolded Libeus for his impudent arbitrariness. Libeus bloodthirstily thought about the physical elimination of the impudent king in the crown. But in reality, he fell into despair due to the lack of help. In reality, Hyun-sung was happily discussing the withdrawal of his earnings on the phone. The guy promised to check the accounts and call his partner back immediately. Hyun-sung was stunned by the possibility of making $1 billion from his videos. Suddenly, he noticed one extremely strange detail on his smartphone. Here the hero was completely stunned, realizing the scale of his luck. But in fact, $2 million fell to him in dollars. Meanwhile, the start of the decisive third match was loudly announced in the arena. The king smiled slyly, anticipating the epic entrance of the mysterious Asura. The companion asked incredulously if she had really been invited just for this spectacle. Archmage Julia watched the preparations for the battle from the heights of the stands with skepticism. She called the fighter's skills mediocre, but the emperor asked her to wait. Julia wondered why the grumpy old man was so concerned about this wanderer. Meanwhile, the start of the decisive third match was finally announced at the arena. And then Julia felt how dramatically the atmosphere changed after his appearance. Suddenly the emperor grinned contentedly, noticing the genuine surprise on his companion's face. He was eager to see everything the fighter had prepared for this fight. Julia noticed the king's gaze and received the promise of a spectacular spectacle. But in fact, the girl was simply stunned when she saw the magician in front of her. Suddenly, the mysterious Asura appeared in the arena with a powerful magical staff. Archmage Julia sternly warned that she would be extremely picky about the fighter's skills. In the end, she honestly admitted that she didn't know at all what to expect. The old man confessed to Julia that he had previously only seen the fighter as a swordsman. Meanwhile, the emperor expected to see a truly interesting and epic spectacle. And then the ruler grinned slyly, anticipating the beginning of a great battle. Suddenly, Asura appeared in the arena wearing an unusual blue mask. The crowd wondered if the hero would show a completely new side of himself. To everyone's surprise, instead of a sword, the guy was holding a powerful magic staff. Commentators were seriously discussing the sudden transformation of the legendary Asura into a mage. Player Ark became nervous, clearly sensing an imminent defeat at the hands of the mysterious opponent. The call for the match to begin sounded and everything around froze. But in fact, Asura was already prepared to cast spells with his artifact. Suddenly, Asura unleashed a furious column of roaring flames upon the enemy. Here Ark realized that a powerful enemy mage stood before him. Suddenly, an explosion shook the arena, blinding all the astonished spectators. Meanwhile, the crowd went wild, amazed by the swordsman's new magical talent. In reality, Hyun-sung was simply purchasing top skills. And then he decided to strengthen the attack with the tongue of the ancient dragons. Hyun-sung burned through his mana, while Ark calmly closed the distance. Suddenly, an experienced pro gamer showed off a fierce masterclass in dodging. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung assessed the enemy's strength and prepared a combination. And then Ark boldly slipped right through the wall of fire. And then Ark realized the full power of his mysterious opponent. Suddenly, he began to deftly dodge the flying fireballs. Meanwhile, the pro gamer looked pretty battered after the surprise attack. In fact, the fiery explosions literally covered the poor guy. Here, Ark decided to abruptly break the distance in order to at least catch his breath a little. Commentators wondered how dangerous it was for him to be so close. Suddenly, a complex and incredibly powerful magic circle flared up in front of Asura. Meanwhile, the entire arena turned into a real blazing hell. And then Ark realized that he only had 30% of his life left. As a result, he was desperate to land at least one accurate blow. Ark attacked swiftly, breaking through a series of bright and loud explosions. He soared high into the air, trying to catch the lurking Asura off guard. And then the fighter noticed the disappearance of the magic circles of depleting mana. The guy rushed forward, considering this moment his long-awaited chance. Meanwhile, he fell into a fire trap cunningly set by the enemy. Hyun Sung used powerful magic, causing the enemy to curse desperately. A pillar of 6-star black flame turned the center of the arena into a living hell. An exhausted Ark collapsed while the commentators marveled at Master Ashura's strength. The spectators were in ecstasy, amazed by the skill and outcome of this fight. The presenters officially called Hyun Sung not only a knight, but also a magician. The king asked Julia about the incredible combination of the blessing and the dragon's tongue. The archmage was surprised, but the swordsman, at a low level, had produced 6-star magic. The ruler thought about patronage, but Julia wanted to take the boy as an apprentice. Such brazen competition caused a drop of sweat to run down the king's face. The strongest leaders realized that they had their eyes on Hyun Sung at the same time. Meanwhile, the hero himself only doubted the possibility of dual education. Hyun Sung later praised Ark for his worthy fight and high-quality footage. The defeated enemy thanked Hyun Sung in confusion, shaking his hand. Ark immediately asked to join the guild, but was simply offered to be friends. Watching Ark Hyun Seong's wild excitement, he immediately remembered Libius. In the first match of the 4th stage, I crushed a top-ranked player. Kaiser defeated guildmate Tanguri after his quick surrender. The daring archer dealt with the enemy even faster than I herself. The arena froze in anticipation of the final battle between the leaders of the tournament table. The time has come for the fateful clash of the main contenders, Rin versus Han So-ah. Watching the broadcast, Hyun Sung was genuinely impressed by the level of skill of these participants. The girls clashed in a furious dance of blades, striking out sheaves of bright sparks. Rin was suddenly taken aback as the enemy weapon came dangerously close to her face. Han So-ah launched a devastating attack, forcing her opponent to quickly retreat back. And then the black-haired warrior bound the entire space around her with heavy magical chains. Rin remembered seeing similar chains on Hyun Sung before. She decided to cut the magical shackles to continue the fierce fight. The girl took the blow upon herself, breaking through the steel rings. Han So-ah was surprised by her rival's bold and dangerous determination. Suddenly, a powerful and frightening column of black energy shook the arena. A monstrous explosion covered the battlefield, hiding the fighters in the dust. Han So-ah stood frozen in her tracks among the ruins, waiting for the enemy. Rin quickly flew out of the smoke, closing the distance to attack. The girls' weapons collided, producing showers of bright, hot sparks. The blonde suddenly froze, noticing the deadly threat right in front of her. Rin took a hit and fell asleep due to a dangerous debuff. Watching this, Hyun Sun only noted with annoyance the error in the distance. After the spectacle, the guy planned to simply relax at home before tomorrow's semi-final. Suddenly, someone's heavy gaze made his heart beat wildly. The hero was suddenly addressed as the master, causing him to flinch. Hyun Sung was surprised because this guy looked unusually scared and nervous. Meanwhile, Julia appeared on the threshold, pleased with her sudden guess. The Archmage of the 5000 continent appeared dramatically before the stunned Hyun Seong. And then Julia directly invited the hero to become her personal student. The guy was literally speechless at such an impudent offer. Julia apologized for the suddenness of the proposal, acknowledging the strangeness of her spectacular appearance. The Archmage confessed in a hurry, because at her age, decency was no longer important. A pop-up window notified of the hero's survival and phenomenal growth in stats. Julia called herself Catastrophe, revealing that she saw him fight as a mage. She declared her superiority as the only mage on the entire continent. Noticing Libius's nervousness, Hyun Sung decided to be extremely careful with the lady. The woman promised to pass on secret techniques if the boy accepted her mentorship. Hyun Sung figured that this was a great chance to master legendary-level magic. After letting the hero think, Julia mentioned the grumpy old man and got ready to leave. The Archmage disappeared into the portal, leaving the boys in complete stupor and silence. The guys collapsed exhausted on the sofa after the visit of this crazy woman. Libius gasped for air, clearly shocked by the great Archmage's behavior. The priest apologized guiltily for his weakness, confirming Julia's status as a catastrophe. Meanwhile, in reality, the hero was thinking about refusing such mentoring. He suddenly fell into a stupor, trying to comprehend the scale of the impending threat. Hyun Sung became seriously nervous, fearing a quick reprisal if he refused. And in the palace, the king angrily scolded Julia for her impudent antics. The Archmage made a ridiculous excuse for her politeness, which only caused a new wave of discontent. And then the monarch finally lost his temper, forbidding Julia to approach the guy. The ruler threatened to leave her without a penny for a whole decade of research. The commentators officially announced the start of the most anticipated final match of the stage, Lucifer and Hyun Sung, who had changed his style to a magician, clashed in the arena. The rival arrogantly considered the hero an upstart and planned a very quick reprisal. Lucifer furiously promised to literally chop Hyun Sung up and feed him to the dogs. And then the swordsman quickly rushed forward, beginning his aggressive attack. He planned to constantly dodge to close the distance for the killing blow. Suddenly the swordsman realized his fatal mistake when he saw the spell. Lucifer's face was distorted by primal horror as he realized the full extent of Hyun Sung's power. A devastating explosion of dark magic engulfed the enemy, causing him to scream hysterically. The fallen warrior froze, recognizing the legendary black flame in this attack. Hyun Sung snapped his fingers coldly. Lucifer stood frozen in bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend the true power of his enemy. The melody of Thanatos enveloped the enemy, completely depriving him of all hope. The spectators and leaders were stunned by the crushing and sudden victory they witnessed. Lucifer screamed in pain, admitting his complete defeat. Hyun Sung watched calmly as his defeated opponent collapsed to the ground. The hero thought ironically that he had dealt with this enemy faster than Ark. The arena erupted in cheers, officially declaring Asura the winner of this fight. The herald announced the beginning of the awards ceremony for the tournament's heroes. The victors lined up before the monarch, awaiting the honors and awards they deserved. Hyun Sung became nervous after hearing the familiar name and noticing the magical portal opening. The guy realized the inevitability of meeting Yulia, seriously fearing for his life. The king watched the situation with concern, expecting another crazy prank from the archmage. Julia confidently walked towards the heroes, anticipating a fun and spectacular reunion. The archmage greeted the tournament participants unceremoniously, leaving everyone completely stunned. A dumbfounded Hyun Sung stood frozen in confusion before the mentor who suddenly appeared in front of him. Suddenly, a frightening system message about skill activation appeared before the guy's eyes. The system notified the hero of an instantaneous plunge into a deep and irresistible sleep. Julia stared in bewilderment at Hyun Sung, who suddenly began to pass out. The tournament winner collapsed shamefully to the ground, leaving everyone present in shock. The crowd roared in horror, accusing Julia of killing the newly crowned tournament champion. The archmage made her excuses in confusion, not understanding why her student had suddenly kicked the bucket. Hyun Sung woke up on soft pillows in the luxurious imperial chambers. The guy jumped up abruptly, trying to figure out how he had ended up here. Suddenly Libius burst into the room, joyfully shouting about his master's awakening. The hero asked if the palace bigwigs had sensed the aura of his strange hibernation. The priest beamed with happiness, making Hyun Sung doubt his sanity. Suddenly the door swung open, interrupting their strange and very awkward conversation. Libius pounced on the servant, scolding him for his brazen intrusion without knocking. He apologized and conveyed the emperor's urgent demand to appear on the carpet. The companions were asked to wait outside, allowing only Lord Asura into the palace. Hyun Sung wondered if he should take off his mask for important negotiations. Libius brazenly promised protection, threatening the emperor with war if he became rude. Hyun Sung almost burst from such dangerous audacity of the priest. And this madman just grinned contentedly and encouraged the hero with his thumb. Hyun Sung entered the monarch's presence, suspecting the priest of wanting to set him up. In the throne room, the guy was seriously considering falling to his knees like in a movie. Suddenly the old emperor himself allowed the traveler to do without ceremony. The hero was truly impressed by the friendliness and simplicity of the powerful ruler. Meanwhile, the monarch apologized for the rude girl, justifying it by youthful maximalism. Yulia, in a rage, proved her maturity and excessive politeness to the hero. Hyun Sung smiled nervously as he recalled the death penalty for disobeying the monarch. And then the ruler sincerely congratulated the guy on his crushing victory. Suddenly the emperor decided to discuss something important before issuing the award. He mentioned that Julia had already offered the hero to become her student. But in fact, the old man himself wanted to take the boy as an apprentice. Hyun Sung was simply speechless at this unexpected proposal. At first, he thought that becoming the emperor's disciple was a great chance. But he soon came to see it as a boring prison and a waste of time. In the end, the guy decided that this whole idea was complete bullshit. Hyun Sung began with a sincere apology, officially declining the tempting offer. The emperor was genuinely amazed, because others were ready to bite their throats for such a chance. The boy bowed politely, explaining his endless love of freedom and adventure. He added that attachment to the palace would completely deprive his journey of any meaning. Suddenly a heavy silence fell over the throne room, broken only by tense glances. Hyun Sung became nervous, realizing how pompous and cringe-inducing his answer had been. Suddenly, from this ringing silence, a sharp and loud laugh burst out. Yulia literally burst into laughter, unable to believe the absurdity she had heard. Meanwhile, the hero blushed, fearing that he had said something completely stupid in front of the NPC. The emperor explained through laughter that skill books free one from confinement in the palace. Hyun Sung was almost consumed with shame at his pathetic failure. The emperor explained that the skill book only provided basic techniques. The old man offered to pass on the experience without tying the hero to the throne. Yulia confirmed with a laugh that the guy's freedom would remain with him. The monarch suggested simply coming for advice in difficult situations. He added that blind obedience prevents one from creating one's own unique style. These conditions convinced Hyun-sun that the journey would remain the same. The emperor solemnly swore an oath on his honor, sealing the agreement with a system message. Following him, Julia also took the oath, risking her title of Archmage. After all the guarantees, the ruler again offered the hero to accept this alliance. Hyun-seong sincerely thanked the emperor for the unique opportunity provided. The guy almost burst into tears when he realized what a big catch he had almost missed. The monarch handed the hero a luxurious red book containing a valuable skill. Seeing the item's legendary rank, Hyun-sung was literally speechless. But in fact, he immediately activated the legendary sword skill. Meanwhile, the emperor offered the hero a warehouse and one cherished wish. Julia received an order to escort the guest out, and the guy felt a slight sense of unease. The archmage unceremoniously dragged the hero into the portal, leaving the ruler alone. Suddenly, the old man menacingly called the priest hiding in the shadows to talk. Suddenly, Libius put his blade to the monarch's throat with a mad grin. The emperor announced that Lord Asura had now become his disciple. Meanwhile, the priest and the emperor continued their mysterious dialogue in the empty hall. Julia walked cheerfully through the palace, amazed at the strong differences between the empire and the places she was used to. Suddenly, she turned around sharply, catching Hyun-sung off guard with her sudden movement. And then, with a beaming smile, she handed the guy 2 powerful magic books. The first book turned out to be a legendary grimoire that allowed one to perform magic with just one thought. Hyun-sung excitedly activated the second item, a legendary plus-rank meteorite skill. The boy studied the description of the devastating spell, realizing the power of his new active skill. In fact, he was almost salivating in anticipation of the double challenge. Suddenly, Julia began to overwhelm the hero with a mountain of new books, ordering him to take them all. Julia overwhelmed her student with a mountain of books, considering this knowledge vital. The archmage beamed with happiness, having finally acquired such a talented ward. She then proceeded to show off her collection of really cool and rare trinkets. Hyun-seong could barely hold the entire mountain of priceless imperial treasures in his hands. The boy didn't understand how to tactfully refuse the teacher's excessive generosity. Julia suggested checking out the storage of unique items for the best catch. They stopped in front of a massive black door leading into the very heart of the empire. Inside the hero's warehouse, an endless supply of heroic-grade weapons and armor awaited him. The archmage hurried the boy, fearing reprimand for embezzlement of state property. And then she clarified that you can only choose one single item. Hyun-sung froze, feeling the incredible power coming from the seemingly simple blade. Suddenly, the sword in his hands flashed with a blinding light, frightening with its energy. The hero became seriously alarmed when he noticed a strange black whirlpool on the guard. And then he realized that this item would be the perfect addition to his collection. Meanwhile, another fragment of this mysterious artifact materialized out of thin air. The system has confirmed the receipt of a rare amplifier capable of significantly reducing mana consumption. Yulia was genuinely surprised when the student chose this strange and nondescript thing. After this, the archmage ordered them to quickly get out of here before the guards caught them. Later, the monarch admired the boy's talent, calling him a true descendant of the ancient god. In fact, the emperor secretly kept this artifact as a valuable exhibit. The emperor reproached Julia for being excessively strict towards the future ruler of the country. Suddenly, the monarch was amazed by the guy's choice of Ilas's unsuccessful creation. Soon they arrived in Konum, the fertile granary of the entire empire. Hyun-sung noted that the proximity of the fortress would not interfere with intense training. The guy decided to test his arsenal before starting a real job. Unfortunately, the hero still didn't have enough level to use the top gun. Suddenly, the system offered to synthesize Killian's ring with Ayla's unique branch, and then Hyun-sun seriously considered the risky combination of artifacts. Meanwhile, he was tormented by doubts about the success of this risky experiment. However, the result exceeded expectations, producing a staff of almost legendary level. Hyun-sung finally decided to try out his new staff. Suddenly, he activated a powerful gravity spell. A huge magical seal glowed ominously right above the valley. The crowd below screamed in horror as they saw the falling meteor. The fireball rammed into the imperial city at full speed. A thunderous explosion instantly wiped the fortress wall off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the survivors were begging in panic for rescue. The system dryly reported on the destruction and the growth of karma. And then the hero unlocked the legendary divine skills. Hyun-sung was amazed at the chance to cheat legally in this world. Hyun-sung appreciated the power and was seriously afraid of the gun's imminent nerf. Suddenly he saw his points fading away, and bitterly lamented his savings. The newcomer hoped that no one would notice his involvement in the demolition. The workers quickly dragged the building materials to the warehouse, away from harm's way. Meanwhile, the soldiers attributed all this bang to Yulia's anger. Fans frantically searched for their idol amid the rubble and thick smoke, and then he realized that it was time to tie it up and aim more accurately. The hero decided to first test out his new abilities, and then take up fencing. But in fact, the fresh skill was fighting back against his hibernation. The guy was already anticipating a random gold bonus or a quick leveling up. Hyun-sung saved the buff specifically for future monster hunts. And then the hero learned about the quest's serious level limitation. Soon the boy remembered the rumors about the strengthening of enemies in the castle. This news only filled him with anticipation and a cheeky smile. Suddenly Hyun-sung decided to swing right there. Meanwhile, a hail of fire turned the entire battlefield into hell. The young man decided to postpone important fencing lessons with his teacher Karen. The enraged warrior cursed Lucifer for his sudden and dastardly escape. But in reality, he simply missed the chance to gain his father's recognition. The boss ordered that the exact location of this impudent fugitive be immediately determined. The fierce warrior spat out the name of that very bastard Asura with rage. Meanwhile, the temple of Thanatos loomed ominously under the cover of night. And then the Pope warmly welcomed the guest who had arrived at the shrine. The head of the church humbly thanked the saint for this important visit. So A responded coldly about fulfilling her direct duty. Suddenly, Dad decided to ask the girl for a favor. The saint was surprised by the order to urgently go to the distant Karen Empire. They needed to retrieve a powerful divine relic from the emperor, and then he followed her with his gaze, assuring her of his faith. In fact, the old man was eager to unlock that very seal as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Pope doubted that the rogue Libius would do everything as expected. A week after the tournament, the Imperial warriors were literally burning in hellfire, and then Hyun-sung finally reached the coveted 148th level. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, because they had finally finished this tedious cleanup. Suddenly, the boy decided to try out Karen's fencing in the royal castle. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was meticulously choosing a cool new game class for himself. Soon the partners confidently walked into the citadel through the massive open gates, and then a familiar voice sarcastically greeted the god who had survived in the ancient castle. But in reality, the stranger was simply showering Hyun-sun and Libius with pleasantries. The guy immediately saw through the streamer and demanded an immediate explanation of the quest. The guide warned that this quest would be much more difficult than the previous ones. King Fialos was once renowned for his exceptional honesty and power. Meanwhile, his vile son was always madly envious of his father's success. And then the prince killed the king in cold blood in order to take the throne for himself. But in fact, after this, the entire kingdom began to decline. Soon the Karen Empire declared itself the dominant force and began a global war. How suddenly the cowardly monarch found that very forbidden fragment of the soul. The foolish king wished that his native state would never fall. This is why the boss now resurrects infinitely after each death. Since then, any attempts to capture this castle have finally ceased. This immortal king controlled the eerie energy of the demon king himself. They needed Libius precisely to seal this power of immortality. Libius laughed when Hyun-sung compared the boss to a wyvern doppelganger. Meanwhile, the guide warned about the king losing his human soul. Suddenly, the streamer disappeared, wishing his partners good luck in their dangerous endeavor. And then Hyun-sung was looking forward to filming some really cool gaming content. The system promised generous bonuses for completing this story dungeon. Suddenly there was a cry of invasion and an order to call out the soldiers. Hyun-sung deftly deflected the spear flying towards him with a powerful swing of his blade. Soon the hero effectively finished off the guard, quickly making his way to the target. And then the hero dealt the fatal blow, stunning the poor fellow for a long time. Suddenly, a blast wave instantly scattered the guards in different directions. Hyun-sung looked at the dagger, which was glowing with a crimson light, with interest. He enthusiastically admitted that Charon's fencing looked absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, the guy confidently walked forward, knowing no mercy. And then the guards started screaming in panic, calling on everyone to retreat immediately. Suddenly, Hyun-sung used a through strike, piercing through the enemies. The hero snapped his fingers with a flourish, activating the magical shackles around the soldiers. He soon activated his telekinesis, creating a deadly levitation zone. But in reality, the enemies simply hung helplessly in the air. And then Hyun-sung made a sharp vertical cut. Suddenly, a bloody line cut the squad of guards in half. Meanwhile, he realized that there really was no end to the soldiers. The guy doubted his success, looking at the new wave of enemies. The hero shouted to Libius that the powerful buffs were already fully prepared. Suddenly he changed class and summoned a gravity meteor. A fiery explosion instantly wiped the enemies off the face of the earth. But in fact, the guards instantly turned to ashes. Libius screamed joyfully, amazed at such an incredibly cool sight. A column of smoke marked the complete destruction of this royal fortress. The subject swore to the king that he would immediately tear this vile imperial dog to pieces. The immortal monarch thought darkly about the impudent invader who dared to appear here. The boss grinned predatorily, because he had been waiting for his uninvited guest for a long time. The ordinary guards were shaking with fear, not understanding how to defeat the monster. The soldiers decided to overwhelm the hero with their numbers, hoping to wear him down with endless attacks. Hyunseong's deadly moonsword effortlessly cut down entire groups of enemies. The guy was surprised to see an entire door right at the epicenter of the meteor's fall. The enemies cried out about Hyunsung's fatigue while he reproached himself. The hero realized with a scowl that now he didn't have a second to breathe. Another magical blast scattered the guards, completely turning the castle into ruins. The heavily armored knight decided to intervene, considering the others to be useless weaklings. Commander Mirando pompously declared that he would not tolerate the tyranny of the godless empire. Hyunsung decided to show these monsters in armor the true devil. The air shook with the powerful clash of blades between these two opponents. The huge knight made a deadly lunge, trying to squash the nimble guy. Hyunsung deftly executed a through blow, slipping past the stunned commander. The armored giant only groaned in displeasure from the daring attacks. Mirando activated his knight's will, making his body virtually invulnerable. The knight unleashed a blast from the giant's sword, but the hero instantly moved. The guy suddenly appeared behind him, causing the enemy to cry out in pain. The huge sword came crashing down, nearly crushing the agile hero. The guy felt his muscles literally cracking from the insane tension. Meanwhile, the steel-clad giant raised his monstrous weapon again. Hyunsung barely dodged, mentally noting that this was damn dangerous. Suddenly he used a through blow, leaving a deep cut on the enemy. The hero soared into the air, effectively flying over the head of the stunned knight. The heavy blade cut through the air again, sending sparks flying from the floor. And then blood spurted from Mirando's fingers after the hero's well-aimed attack. The fight turned into a frantic dance of death between the guy and the steel monster. Hyunsung jumped back sharply as the enemy's sword stabbed uselessly into the slabs. Hyunseong unleashed a crushing blow of 1,000 jin on the enemy. Suddenly the battlefield was covered by the dark and powerful nocturne of Thananos. The dying knight made one last desperate cry to his king. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors in horror begged their comrades to survive. And then the demonic soldiers ran away, saving their pitiful skins. The guy was upset because the cool weapon he had taken from the monster had instantly disappeared. But in reality, he simply masterfully applied telekinesis to the trophies. Hyunsung was quite pleased with the rich spoils, and decided to move on. Libeus applauded mockingly, admiring the merciless and ferocious appearance of his master. Ahead of them was a gloomy hall with a truly eerie and oppressive atmosphere. A gray-haired giant with a frightening stony face appeared before them. Hyunsung realized that this boss had the power of a demon king. Libeus brazenly promised that he would easily seal the enemy's immortality. Meanwhile, the guy appreciated the monstrous height of this 4-meter giant. The hero decided to first conduct reconnaissance without wasting the power of his belt. And then Libeus pathetically began to sing a funeral song about eternal peace. Suddenly, the cunning priest managed to block the monster's main ability. Hyunsung was eager to deal with the demon king's vaunted power. The guy suddenly rushed into the attack, trying to end this fight as quickly as possible. But suddenly he froze in surprise, because the boss had fallen shamefully. Hyunsung froze in shock at the strange behavior of his formidable opponent. And then the 4-meter boss fell to his knees, begging to be killed. The guy almost dropped his sword, not understanding this strange absurdity. The huge giant burst into tears, losing all dignity. Hyunsung asked if the enemy had suddenly been overcome by a powerful wave of regret. He admitted that he used to enjoy immortality, but now he suffers greatly. The hero sighed in disappointment, because he was expecting a battle, not whining. Meanwhile, Libeus shouted pathetically, praising the greatness of his master. Hyunsung resolutely raised his blade over the head of the sobbing demon king. Suddenly, the system window ordered him to get the legendary sleeping egg. Hyunsung took out the legendary egg that suddenly flew out of his inventory. The artifact decided to absorb a fragment of the soul of the defeated demon king. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the egg was nodding in response. Meanwhile, Libeus began to doubt the safety of this strange undertaking. Hyunsung assumed that the pet would not dare attack him. And then he officially allowed the egg to take the shard of power. This mysterious dark artifact began rapidly absorbing magical energy. The dying giant burst into mad laughter, finding his long-awaited death. The shell of the legendary egg became cracked, signaling the birth of the creature. The boy was speechless with delight when he saw the incredible cuteness inside the shell. A tiny imp popped out of the egg, joyfully announcing its birth. Libeus was delighted to hear how this little one could talk. Hyunseong was surprised by his high rank, which exceeded even the skills of an archmage. Suddenly the pet smugly boasted of his incredible and deadly charm. And then the guy realized that a real demigod was growing in front of him. Meanwhile, the system confirmed the creature's ability to devour souls for leveling up. The baby proved capable of absorbing other people's skills, possessing legendary gluttony. But in fact, he was able to brazenly copy any enemy skills. Hyunsung was horrified to realize the cheating power of this tiny demonic creature. The guy clarified the possibility of copying the dragon language, receiving an affirmative nod. The kid demonstrated the immortality skill with an incredibly fast recharge of 10 seconds. Hyun Sung was stunned, unable to believe that such cheats were real. The tiny demon pressed affectionately against the cheek of its tough master. Suddenly, a task appeared to find a third trace right near the apostle himself. The unknown masked priest cried out in fear upon seeing the wondrous little creature. The baby proudly introduced himself as his master's pet, exuding the energy of a demon king. Libius noted with envy that Hyun Seong had acquired a very loyal servant. The apostle kindly suggested that the hero quickly collect his honestly earned reward. A window appeared in front of the guy, asking him to choose between a new power and a relic. Hyun Sung asked puzzledly about the contents of these awards, trying to figure it out. Hyun Sung was choosing carefully between the power of death and the divine artifact. And then the apostle politely urged the hero to make this difficult choice. Meanwhile, the description of the death skill truly amazed the guy with its power. But in fact, the priest simply gave the hero the next task ahead of schedule. Suddenly it turned out that now it was necessary to find Emperor Karen himself. The guide suddenly disappeared, scaring the guy with a strict level limit. Hyun Sung was genuinely surprised that the apostle didn't know about his mentor. The guy suddenly began to doubt whether he had forgotten something important in the dungeon. The system joyfully announced the successful completion and the expulsion of the heroes outside. And then the hero fell into a real stupor from the latest news. In the luxurious hall, the priest announced the transfer of the sacred weapon to the cathedral. The envoy of the Church of Tananos took the artifact in order to quickly break the ancient seal. Libus suddenly fell on his face, screaming hysterically about his mortal sin. Meanwhile, the journey to the temple on foot would take a whole game month. Hyun Sung quickly calculated that in reality, it was only 6 days. The emperor promised to prepare a super-fast and powerful flying vessel for them. While the transport was being built, the guy was offered to do a little hunting in the area. The hero was given a magic pager to communicate when the ship was ready. Suddenly the tiny pet froze, realizing something extremely important. And then the kid indignantly reminded that he was still nameless. Hyun Sung thought hard about a suitable name for his tiny little devil. The hero cheerfully asked if he was a man, but she offendedly admitted to being a girl. Libeus was also deceived by appearances until the description revealed the power of Thananos' force. Finally, the guy suggested the name Tina, and the baby was completely delighted. Meanwhile, the plot moved to the majestic headquarters of the heroes in the castle of Ishtain. The fair-haired lady studied the reports and was glad for her friend's help in selecting candidates. Suddenly, 2 girls entered the office with a very important conversation. The mistress of the castle put the papers aside and invited the guests to make themselves comfortable on the sofa. A cheerful Hyuna spoke with anticipation about her older brother's upcoming visit. And then the girls realized they had to give it their all for his entry. And then Ye Yoon was finally convinced of the relationship between Hyun Sung and Hyuna. She wondered why her sister still hadn't understood the simple truth. Meanwhile, the blonde understood that Hyuna would never believe the truth. Suddenly, Ye-eun asked to join the girls on the excursion tomorrow. She complained of fatigue and a desperate desire to clear her head a little. But in fact, Rin was very surprised by her friend's sudden outburst. Suddenly, Hyuna burst into her brother's room with a very important question. My sister persistently asked for permission to take her best friends for a walk. Hyun Sung calmly reasoned that his identity was no secret to them. The guy easily agreed, which caused his sister genuine delight. A flash of black flame instantly incinerated the crowd of terrifying monsters in battle. A gravity meteor then crashed down, turning the battlefield into a living hell. Hyun Sung reached level 160 and tried on his new appearance. Meanwhile, Libeus was amazed at the hero's increased strength after the powerful explosion. The priest eagerly offered more, but the boy decided to slowly move forward. The hero seriously doubted whether it was worth taking this crazy guy with him. Suddenly, Libeus provoked a huge crowd of monsters with his daring prank. Hyun Sung strictly ordered his companions to hide from prying eyes in the forest. And then little Tina obediently promised to sit quietly, like a mouse. But in fact, the priest's insolent grin only infuriated the hero even more. The team moved forward, leaving behind mountains and peaks smoking from explosions. Hyuna joyfully greeted her brother in the luxurious and bright hall of Ishtin Castle. The girl said that her friends were a little late due to very important matters. Hyun Sung received the message and realized that Ye Yun had realized everything. Suddenly, Hyuna noticed a tiny and strange creature on her brother's shoulder. The hero allowed Tina to speak, which greatly shocked his curious sister. The little girl introduced herself cheerfully, and Hyuna, who was in love with the cuteness, was delighted. The sister began to squeeze the little devil, and Tina felt terribly and unbearably ticklish. The guy offered his pet the boss's soul to snack on, which delighted the little one. Tina devoured the treat with gusto, frantically thanking her very generous owner. Hyuna almost fainted from the emotion of looking at the baby. Finally, Julia and a thoughtful Ye-eun appeared in the office doorway. Hyuna happily called out to the guests, inviting them to quickly join the conversation. Archmage Julia suddenly froze and broke out in a cold sweat from what she saw. Hyun Sung smiled calmly at his old acquaintances, enjoying the moment of general shock. The sister cheerfully asked if she and her brother had met before. An awkward silence fell in the office as the girls searched for the right words. Hyun-sung looked at his strangely frozen friends with genuine bewilderment. Suddenly the space shook with a frightening feeling of impending mortal danger. And then a monstrous explosion thundered, shaking the walls of the majestic castle of Ishstein. Hyun-sung instantly activated a magical shield to provide reliable protection to everyone present. The dust settled, and the heroes stared warily at the huge, smoking breach. Suddenly, Julia entered the office, loudly announcing herself as the hero's teacher. Hyuna screamed in horror when she heard Asura's legendary name from the guest. The arriving lady eagerly searched for Asura among all the shocked people. The crowd on the street wondered why Archmage Julia called herself a mentor. People were puzzled as to how one could be an official student of two people at once. Hyun-sung put on his mask in time, maintaining his incognito in front of his stunned sister. Julia resentfully scolded the student for not visiting her. Finally, Ye-yoon realized the incredible truth about her friend's status. Hyun-sung suggested that the teacher immediately move to a quieter place. Julia inquired about the identities of her companions, and the guy finally introduced his sister. Meanwhile, the Archmage snapped her fingers imperiously, calling everyone to go together. Representatives of the Empire promised the cafe owner full compensation for the destroyed building. Suddenly, Libeus fell to his knees in the middle of the street in utter despair. But in fact, the priest was crying because of the sudden disappearance of his master. And then Tina almost released the boss's swallowed soul straight out. The company finally arrived at the luxurious Imperial Laboratory in the center of the capital. Hyun-sung politely handed Yulia the valuable gift and received sincere gratitude. Julia proudly boasted of her knowledge, completely shocking the poor and confused girls. Hyun-sung learned the legendary horse riding skill from a book given to him by his teacher. Meanwhile, Julia admitted that she replaced the boring boat with this powerful skill. The girls were surprised, because the skill turned out to be much more valuable than an entire flying dragon. And then the hero politely said goodbye, promising to visit the Imperial Laboratory again soon. The group walked outside in heavy silence after all the incredible revelations. Finally, Hyuna couldn't take it anymore, and sternly demanded an honest explanation from her brother. The sister muttered in shock, finally realizing the truth about her brother's connection with Asura. The boy awkwardly apologized for his teacher's sudden and overly noisy visit. Julia waved her hand cheerfully and personally led the hero to inspect the guild's vast holdings. Hyun-sung noticed the genuine trust of ordinary local residents in their mistress. They discussed the vital role of elite warriors in defending the city during an attack. Julia mentioned a mythical guild and its leader, the great top-ranker Eden. Meanwhile, Eden turned out to be the cousin of the serious and always silent Rin. The Archmage explained in detail how exactly Hyuna became one of the best heroes. Suddenly, Hyun-sung noticed a strange building with a bright green glow. Julia introduced the guests to the Lord's personal dungeon for training the strongest fighters. It turned out that each castle hides a secret and extremely dangerous dungeon. Inside lived level 300 monsters for the fastest and most efficient leveling. And then the hero remembered the Imperial dungeon from Karen's old stories. Hyuna happily boasted of her success in this harsh and eerie place. Hyun-sung was seriously considering visiting the dungeon upon returning to the capital. Soon the group reached the fortress wall, towering on a high, inaccessible cliff. The boy wondered if he would ever be able to take possession of his fiefdom. Suddenly there was a roar, and the fortress shook from a powerful air attack. Julia cautiously ordered everyone to unite to meet the mysterious intruder. The frightened soldiers reported to the Lord about a strange man right at the base of the wall. The heroes cautiously peered over the edge of the wall, fearing a new wave of crushing blows. There was an eerie silence as the friends tried to make out the figure in the clouds of dust. Hyuna asked with genuine bewilderment what kind of madman had disturbed their peace. Below, the abandoned Libeus was sobbing, begging his master to return for his faithful servant. Hyun-sung stood completely stunned by the madness happening around him. From the fortress wall, he furiously ordered Libeus to come to him immediately. The priest, screaming about his beloved master, literally flew up the sheer wall. The companions were speechless, as Libeus brazenly ignored the magical barrier and gravity. Libeus was in a wild state of ecstasy when Hyun-sung's heavy fist landed on the top of his head. The guy quickly apologized to the ladies for the behavior of his inadequate NPC. The girl froze in stupor, realizing the extreme level of power of this strange guy. Soon she suggested moving to the meeting room for a serious discussion, and then Julia snapped that the guild would not be able to accept Hyun-sung. The comrades froze in silent shock from such a sharp and unfair refusal. The girl looked depressed because of the Archmage's unfair and harsh decision. Hyun-sung could hardly believe his ears at such a sudden refusal. The majestic kingdom of Beldorn towered under the bright rays of the sun. In the huge hall, a debriefing began after Zerubbabel's defeat. The defeated fighter cursed his helplessness in rage before everyone gathered. The red-haired mercenary sarcastically suggested a candidate for the role of the new leader. The air in the room was literally heated with hatred and lust for power. and then they began to discuss finances for controlling the entire guild. The cunning schemer smiled contentedly at her insidious and well-thought-out plan. But in reality, the conspirators decided to finally throw out the leader. In the luxurious hall, the leaders discussed the failure of the spies in the mythic guild. They soon recalled Eden's meeting with the mysterious lady in reality. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate about the fabulous wealth of the influential Rin family. The red-haired swordsman reasonably suggested postponing the attack on the dangerous competitors, and then the council decided to engage only in guaranteed victorious battles. Suddenly, the conversation turned to the topic of Asura's possible entry into the coalition. As it turned out, even these fat cats couldn't afford Asura's fees. The pink-haired girl just chuckled about the rich people's reluctance to work for others. Meanwhile, the sullen warrior confirmed Asura's reputation as a lone wolf. But in fact, the leader doubted the reality of such a union. The leaders decided to forget about Asura and switch to the top guilds. And then the blonde in armor was truly stunned by Rin's strange words. Suddenly, Libeus became indignant that the gentleman was being housed in such a despicable place. The girl immediately apologized and admitted that they were not up to par with him. Meanwhile, she reminded him of his cool status as Emperor Karen's student. But in fact, he also studied with the great Julia. The blonde honestly said that she does not see Hyun-sung as a subordinate. She soon realized that Julia would definitely rebel against such a brazen recruitment. And then the lady finally realized the failure of the idea to drag him into the guild. Finally, she put forward a bold idea about creating a powerful and equal union. The blonde suggested to Hyun-seong that they join together into a powerful alliance after registering the guild. Meanwhile, the partnership promised access to secret dungeons and support in raids. Suddenly, the dealers promised to sell rare items and information for pennies. And then Hyun-sung reasonably inquired about the price of such a generous and suspicious offer. But in reality, she just needed data on the progress of the main scenario. She asked the hero only to share the story he had seen after extracting all the benefits. It turned out that the goal of their elite guild was to directly influence the course of the plot. Soon, Hyun-sung added her as a friend, deciding to think this deal over carefully. Meanwhile, the guy came out into the huge and noisy city square of Konam. He only thought about creating a guild after clearing the mysterious temple of Tananos. Suddenly, Hyun-sung decided to try his luck at the skill shop. And then he was truly stunned, having knocked out a rare legendary rank skill. Meanwhile, in the forest, a red orc roared in fear, sensing a stranger. Soon the monster fell, and the guy appreciated the funny effect of his new power. Suddenly, the little companion began to enthusiastically praise his owner for his coolness. The assistant suggested that a powerful boss was waiting for them just a kilometer away. The hero activated a Hambriad's destructive arrow, preparing for a crushing, powerful blow. And then a black power enveloped the bow, releasing an arrow of incredible power. As it turned out, the system highlighted all the enemy's vulnerable points in red. Hyun-seong wondered if his arrows had hidden attributes. Suddenly, purple energy filled the arrow to deliver a powerful through strike. A blinding stream of light pierced the forest, turning into a precise destructive projectile. A deadly arrow pierced the orc's flesh, causing him to choke on a scream. Hyun-sung calmly calculated the percentage of bonus damage from a precise hit. Meanwhile, he treated Tina, planning to level up before the difficult quest. The guy narrowed his eyes sternly behind his mask, anticipating an encounter with something exciting. But in reality, my friend was truly shocked by the truth. And then he confessed that he possessed a rare profession of divine rank. It turned out that Hyun-seong is a descendant of Thananos, the powerful god of death and sleep. He soon added that there was no point in hiding the remaining secrets now. Hyun-sung suddenly suggested that Hyuna move into a new house as soon as possible. He explained this by the unexpectedly huge income from his channel. The guy entrusted Henna with the selection of all the furniture and the future interior. Henna responded by asking for the first opportunity to view new videos. Soon the hero returned to the game and resolutely set out on his journey. He told Libeus to hold on tight before calling down the gravity meteor. Suddenly a meteor fell down, activating a crazy riding skill. And then Hyun-sun felt the colossal damage from controlling the boulder. The guy realized in horror that the slightest mistake would be fatal. Meanwhile, Libeus was simply enjoying this extreme flight. The blazing meteor rushed downwards while Hyun-sung regretted his troubles. Soon a view of the eerie temple opened up, accompanied by the roar of collapses. Meanwhile, the fanatics smashed their heads until they bled, begging for mercy. A giant skeleton in a shroud loomed ominously over the crowd of believers. Bishop Amorgides grinned contentedly, rejoicing at the zeal of his faithful servants. Suddenly the sectarians raised their heads, seeing a flying fireball. The old man felt a painfully familiar sacred energy from the meteor. But in reality, the bishop simply longed to see the end of the fall. A devastating explosion scattered the crowd, turning everything around into hell. Libeus screamed with delight while the shell-shocked Hyun-sung dreamed of survival. Libeus suddenly recognized his old devoted brothers in the crowd of fanatics. Meanwhile, the crazy sectarians rushed to enthusiastically greet their cardinal. and then they tearfully acknowledged him as the most sincere teacher of the church. Libeus grinned insolently and asked everyone to disperse for the sake of the master. Suddenly the crowd was truly stunned by the news of the presence of the gentleman. Soon a terrible giant emerged from the shadows and ordered everyone to move aside. Hyun-sung appreciated the immense power of this armored monster in the skulls. It turned out that this big guy was the head of the local church and invited the guests to come in. Meanwhile, the leader allowed Hun-sun to communicate with him informally. Finally, the giant clarified the purpose of the visit for items with divine energy. The big man repented to Hyun-sung for his extremely difficult life. Soon he reported the removal of the first stage of a complex ancient seal. Hyun-sung realized that special tools would be needed to destroy the seal. Meanwhile, the bishop reminded about the severe punishment for evil gods. The boy instantly imagined himself armed with a powerful scythe and long chains. And then he decided that this look of Asura sounded good. Suddenly, Hyun-sung saw shining objects with pure divine energy. Libeus laughed contentedly as he looked at the main sparkling pride of their church. Meanwhile, at Inferno headquarters, the admin silently watched them. It turned out that the hero obtained the artifacts much faster than the system itself planned. The admin at headquarters was worried about the imminent unraveling of the main scenario. Meanwhile, the developer admitted that Hyun-sung revived the dormant project. Thananos' fluffy pillow promised the hero incredibly sweet and healthy dreams, and the cozy blanket of the god of death halved the debuffs of any enemies. Hyun-sung really enjoyed the opportunity to level up his stats for free. Suddenly, a real divine apostle appeared in the temple with great effect. And then the alien realized with fright that he had not ended up in a palace at all. Soon, all those present finally recognized the uninvited guest as a holy messenger. The apostle was only upset by the sudden and extremely rapid breaking of the seal. Suddenly, the huge priest became quite furious at the inappropriate jokes of the impudent guest. He disappeared with a laugh, promising to meet at the next divine trail. The mighty priest repented before Hyun-sung while he was asking about the apostle. It turned out that the apostle had long since fled, taking with him all of Thananos' sacred relics. Having lost its artifacts, the church lost its former grandeur and the trust of ordinary people. The giant sadly admitted that only a handful of faithful priests remained in the temple. The priest thanked the heroes and asked them to give the apostle some instructions when they met. And then the big guy decided to ask Hyun-sung for a very delicate favor. The Temple of Thananos has exhausted its strength trying to maintain power over the various races. A cave with an unknown death force and a transparent barrier was found in the mines. Hyun-sung became wary, because this darkness was different from the magic of the god of death. The priest lamented that that strange force of death brought only evil. He emphasized that this darkness felt frighteningly fundamental and alien. It turned out that only travelers of level 150 plus were allowed into the cave. The giant hopefully offered Hyun-sung to personally deal with this anomaly. The guy eagerly agreed, finally securing his status as the true owner. Suddenly Karat, a cardinal with pink rabbit ears, appeared in front of the heroes. Hyun-sung was taken aback when he noticed such an unusual detail in his new ally's appearance. The rabbit girl bowed gracefully, formally greeting her master. She politely apologized for Libeus, while he grinned contentedly next to her. And the next second the impudent priest flew away into a cloud of dust. The giant explained Carrot's dislike for Libeus, while the rabbit apologized for her rudeness. A battered Libeus appreciated Carrot's warm welcome as he climbed out of a pile of fresh stones. The group set off while the giant gave them warnings to be careful. The big man stopped Libeus from trying to escape after his beloved master. The giant ordered the priest to stay so as not to disturb the master with unnecessary problems. Hyun-sung walked away happily, ignoring the sorrowful sobs of his faithful servant. Abandoned, Libeus suffered on the floor while the giant demanded serious attention. The priest, through tears, inquired about the essence of his new secret assignment. The conversation turned to searching for the old dangerous enemies of the Church of Thananos. The giant ordered Libeus to find the enemy's lair through the Dark Knight Fernand. Libeus, with a bloodthirsty grin, promised to punish the presumptuous enemies of his order. The priest vowed to grind their souls into dust, frightening the giant with his cruelty. Meanwhile, he hoped to travel with the master again after the completion of the business. A huge dragon carried Hyun-sung across the sky, cutting through the clouds with its powerful wings. The guy is seriously considering buying a personal flying lizard for quick travel. Suddenly, Carrot pointed to a mysterious valley shrouded in thunderclouds. Below, a desecrated sanctuary of death sprawled, spewing streams of raw, dark energy. The system suddenly issued a notification about the launch of the first large-scale main scenario. Hyun-sung realized that the reward for the quest would tip the balance of the entire world. And then he realized that the slightest mistake could close the doors for him forever. Hyun-sung assigned Carrot to watch the mine for 10 whole days. The guy hid his face with a mask, thinking about the strength of his old acquaintance. Meanwhile, Carrot suddenly decided to voice her one personal request. The rabbit begged the gentleman to speak informally to her for a closer connection. The hero agreed in a friendly manner, causing the girl to simply glow with insane happiness. And then the system recognized him as the discoverer of this terribly dangerous quest. Suddenly there was no time for jokes, because the Death Baron was already watching. Hyun-sung went ahead, planning to play his most secret trump cards. Suddenly there was the thunder of footsteps of someone truly powerful and very dangerous. But in fact, he attacked instantly, turning on a crushing magnetic gust. Hyun-sung realized it wasn't an attack due to the lack of notifications. A dark creature emerged from the thick smoke, literally oozing hatred for the living. A soldier of rotting death, a product of the purest darkness, appeared before the hero. The guy grinned, deciding not to hide his true fighting skills anymore. And then the rotten corpse, with a furious cry, rushed into a frontal attack. Hyun-sung instantly used the wind sword, delivering a powerful through slash. Meanwhile, he activated a hidden psychedelic mirage technique to deceive the enemy. Dozens of copies of the hero surrounded the monster, completely confusing it. Suddenly he realized that the skin of this creature turned out to be incredibly durable. Gray blood sprayed in all directions, confirming the success of this dangerous attack. Hyun-sung decided to play it safe, fearing unexpected surprises in the dark mine. He attacked with demonic bullets, literally riddling the flesh of the rotten enemy. Meanwhile, the guy realized that ordinary blows were just a waste of energy. Suddenly he thought about searching for the monster's hidden critical points. The hero activated a Hambrid's powerful arrow for maximum accuracy. Red zones flashed in front of him, revealing all the zombie's vulnerable organs. Hyun-sung suddenly cancelled the skill, deciding to save his rare artifact. The energy was wasted, but now he could see right through his opponent. The monster screamed furiously, wanting to quickly take away the man's life force. The guy summoned an endless dagger, deciding to end this boring brawl beautifully. Hyun-sung unleashed a series of strikes on the zombies using the falling moon sword. Suddenly, an explosion of shurikens thundered, completely tearing apart the flesh of the rotten soldier. The guy once again used the lunar technique, suppressing the resistance of a powerful enemy. Meanwhile, he activated the shredding, turning the monster into a pile of useless shreds. Hyun-sung decided to strike straight at the navel from now on for a quick kill. The mysterious stranger watched the hero's progress through the magic screen with a grin. And then the true puppeteer appeared, lazily sipping wine in his throne room. He found it amusing that the descendant of Thanatos was ignoring his divine power. But in fact, the enemy had already begun to slowly prepare for the guest's arrival. A mighty army of undead prepared to give Hyun-sung a truly warm welcome. The puppeteer promised his soldiers great joy for the death of the descendant of Thanatos. In the server control office, the screens were flashing with messages about hellish inferno. The officers in suits were shocked that the guy managed it alone. The hero's level skyrocketed from 172nd to 175th. The admins acknowledged that the divine rank lives up to its grand name. They admired his tactic of canceling skills to find vulnerabilities. The specialists realized that Hyun-sung was aware of the treachery of the upcoming boss. Using latent skills in 3 directions significantly increased the chances of success. The director noted the boy's sharp mind, despite his brash manner. Ultimately, management allowed for the possibility of completing the main scenario alone. The reward for the main scenario promised to be truly legendary and valuable. Suddenly one of the analysts froze, not believing his eyes. It turns out that the elite quest usually only opens at level 400. The system identified Hyun-sung as a key character and a descendant of Thanatos. It turned out that the powerful Thanatos possessed 3 items with divine energy at once. Hyun-sung's acquisition of 2 artifacts was planned, but the third became a problem. The quest was considered impossible to complete on the first try, even for experienced players. He began to argue with himself, causing genuine bewilderment among his subordinates. As a result, the manager even moved his personal computer directly into the server room. The employees wondered if their boss had gone completely crazy. Analysts were sweating as Baron Death's plans were under serious threat. It turned out that Hyun-sung had found a dangerous secret passage instead of a safe one. The hero was genuinely surprised by this turn of events, maintaining his usual daring appearance. Meanwhile, another armored corpse collapsed, struck down by the warrior's powerful blow. The dying monster cursed the vile and treacherous traitor Thanatos in rage. Hyun-sung was really enjoying the new level and the mountain of experience. The guy was already pretty exhausted and dreamed of getting to a break as quickly as possible. Suddenly he felt the Death Baron's gaze on him. Hyun-sung didn't like being manipulated by this sick guy. Little Tina was dragging the heavy axe to her master with all her might. Hyun-sung asked Tina to help only if he suddenly fell asleep. The guy graciously allowed his assistant to eat the obtained sphere of cursed energy. The tiny demon greedily bit into the treat, promising eternal support. Suddenly, Tina almost threw up from the disgusting taste of the Death Knight. The baby flew off in search of food, telling her owner not to worry about anything. Hyun-sung just looked at his hyperactive and strange companion with bewilderment. Meanwhile, a triumphant voice was heard behind the wall about the successful completion of the matter. The system reported that the Death Baron was completely confused by the actions of the impudent player. The hero entered a crumbling passage, hidden from the eyes of the omnipresent boss. The guy guessed that something important, connected with Thanatos, was waiting for him below. Hyun-sung came across a locked door to a mysterious laboratory. The guy went inside, noting the surprisingly modest size of the work area. The hero was frustrated by the lack of skill books, collecting only historical journals. Hyun-sung's attention was suddenly drawn to an old note lying on the table. The text stated that the priests who rebelled against Thanatos were forever cursed. Suddenly, the boy discovered someone's gift hidden in the back of the room. The find clearly belonged to one of the devoted followers of the ancient god. Meanwhile, the cunning priest was perplexed as to how he had missed this hiding place. The cunning man seriously doubted whether the count himself knew about this secret passage. The villain ordered his faithful servant to find out any information about the hidden place. The silver-haired priest decided to wait until the impudent guy came out himself. The villain noted with satisfaction at the screen that the target had finally left his hideout. The cunning man doubted whether the hero's sudden escape was part of a cunning plan. The enraged priest immediately ordered his servants to rush in pursuit of the murderer. The terrifying explosion confirmed the insane destructive power of the followers of the Church of the Ancient God. Hyun-sung watched the operation of the total self-destruction device from the safe zone. The guy got a real kick out of the sudden level jump to rank 180. The hero smiled slyly, deciding to add even more fire to this chaos. The powerful gravity meteor technique began to rapidly reduce the surrounding area to ashes. A colossal pillar of fire marked the triumph of our hero's new destructive ability. Hyun-sung activated the gravity meteor again, turning everything around into hell. The priest took refuge behind the barrier, realizing the terrifying scale of the self-destruction process. The villain realized that the descendant of Thanatos had deceived him and disappeared. He watched in despair as his precious subordinates perished. Suddenly, the sly fellow froze in complete shock at the enemy's impudence. Baring his teeth, the enraged enemy swore to tear the lucky upstart to pieces. Hyun-sung calmly drank the potion, feeling the presence of the living boss. Meanwhile, the enemy rose from the fire, demonstrating its true power. The maddened monster roared, promising the hero a quick and painful reprisal. And then Hyun-sung barely dodged a powerful beam of destructive energy. Hyun-sung activated the Dream Belt, releasing a powerful wave of blue energy. A quick dash allowed the hero to instantly break the dangerous distance with the enemy. The maddened priest fired blindly while the boy brazenly provoked him. The hero understood that the speed of the enemy's magic could be fatal for him. The enraged boss predicted a mistake for the guy under a hail of blue flame. Tylo's stealth allowed the hero to sneak up behind the priest without being noticed. Suddenly, a destructive arrow from the great Ahambrita pierced the impudent man. Thanatos' menacing nocturne bound the monster, causing it to scream piercingly. A crushing through blow pierced the enemy's defense with a bright hot crystal. And finally, a colossal beam of light completely slammed the priest into the ground. The wounded bastard fell to his knees, howling hysterically from unbearable pain. The system announced the start of the third phase and the temporary invincibility of the boss. And then Hyun-sung realized that the enemy had changed phase in advance. This psycho was preparing to strike immediately after completing his transformation. Suddenly, the invincibility status disappeared, and the boss was surprised by the hero's maneuver. The priest's legs began to rapidly turn to stone, completely paralyzing him. The enemy realized with annoyance that he had made a fatal mistake in choosing a skill. The bloodied enemy released a powerful stream of magical energy in a last attempt. Hyun-sung calmly drew back the bowstring, aiming for the most vulnerable spot. The deadly arrow found its target, causing the priest to shudder from the final blow. A fatal blow to a vital organ paralyzed the boss with a terrible nightmare. The distraught baron screamed hysterically, begging to finally be released from the church. Hyun-sung put the enemy into a deep sleep, doubling the power of his next attack. The dying monster wheezed in rage that this battle was not over yet. The battlefield shook with the final curse and a blinding flash of light. The system recognized the hero as the winner of the scenario, showering him with valuable divine rewards. Meanwhile, important guild leaders gathered in the majestic Ishtain Castle. At the guild headquarters, the heroes tried in vain to find traces of the forgotten cult. Hina admitted the complete failure of the search, sowing serious doubts about its success. Julia looked depressed, seriously considering the need to shamefully admit defeat. She suggested that the tired Rena stop searching and finally get some rest. Kripik immediately agreed, believing that they definitely needed a short break. Suddenly Hyun-sung burst into the room with news of his discovery. He smiled triumphantly, because he had managed to obtain some truly valuable information. Suddenly the system notified everyone about the completion of the first part of the scenario. Meanwhile, Julia was very surprised by the lack of new patches in the menu. The team realized that the search had failed because of the mysterious Church of Thanatos, and then Hyun-sung suspected that his father was hiding the truth. Meanwhile, the mysterious masked Asura ordered the filming to be stopped immediately. And then the guy realized that the grueling battle was just a prologue. And then the hero thought about getting a useful item for Mana. Suddenly, the system announced the creation of an intermediate part of the main scenario. The guy decided to first study the contents of the new skill book. He was impressed by the powerful breathing skill that inflicted a lot of debuffs on enemies. The hero was genuinely delighted with the amazing reward for completing the difficult solo quest. Meanwhile, he found a description of a cloud bed with divine energy. Hyun Sung imagined punishing his enemies with meteorites straight from the cloud. Suddenly, the system warned about an imminent forced exit from the game. But in fact, some mysterious conspirator completed the final preparations. And then the stranger in the office expressed complete confidence in his plan. The conspirator before the blue sphere swore to faithfully await his triumphant hour. Libius smiled slyly as he looked for a safe place to store the divine item. He decided that the Black Dragon's lair would be the perfect hiding place for the cloud. The magician passionately desired to see the enemy's wrath on the day of the ancient relic's return. Suddenly, in the silence of the office, the sorcerer sensed something was wrong and became very alarmed. It turned out that the valuable thing had disappeared without a trace, forcing him to frantically search all the shelves. Meanwhile, Hyun Sun was barely able to stand on his feet from mortal fatigue. And then he realized that his talkative friends had finally finished him off. Suddenly, a cute pink bunny joyfully greeted the hero in a dark mine. The guy cursed, not wanting to cross paths with the arrogant priest at headquarters again. Hyun Sung asked his assistant to convey his important words to his father. The girl immediately mounted the dragon, promising to immediately carry out this order. Meanwhile, the guy checked the map to choose a direction. Suddenly, he activated his riding skill and took off at a rapid pace. Hyun Sung was genuinely enjoying the ride on his fiery comet. Soon, the foggy port city of Fabium appeared on the horizon. A mysterious man in a cloak appeared before a crowd of dark shadows. The creatures coldly confirmed the death of the Baron in the past battle. It turned out that this defeat had been predicted in advance by their mysterious leader. And then the enemies vowed not to allow any more annoying misfires. The dark conspirator called on the sectarians to unquestioningly follow the will of the mysterious leader. Meanwhile, the shadows compared the ruler's care with the betrayal of the dirty Tanakos. Suddenly, the fanatics shouted in rage that their church was fading. And then the madman demanded to find a way to quickly and completely destroy the seal. Baron Param coldly noted that the magical barrier was still far from being destroyed. He soon ended the meeting, promising to report news as it became available. But in reality, the Baron considered his allies to be gullible idiots. And then he hid his face, suppressing the desire to immediately kill the fools. The liquidator realized that the power of the church was now greater than ever before. As a result, Param decided to leave the Wolfren territory secretly and quickly. The stranger ingratiatingly asked the Baron about the mysterious, stinking death. Param recognized with horror the priest wearing the robe of the cursed church of Tanakos. The enemy sarcastically clarified the name of the curse, forcing the Baron to frantically search for a way out. Suddenly, dark energy bound the fugitive, depriving him of his last hope. The impudent Libius ordered the poor fellow to immediately tell the whole truth to his master. The priest began a brutal interrogation, wanting to find out absolutely every little detail from the victim. After the interrogation, Libius mockingly thanked the Baron and threw him overboard. He ironically celebrated his kindness by sending the heretic straight to the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, the priest began to think about visiting several more fallen shrines. And then the king was greatly surprised by the frantic pace of his daring ward's development. Hyun Seong thanked the king and asked him to study the book. The king immediately suspected his enemies of using dangerous otherworldly powers. Suddenly, the system announced the completion of the quest and the issuance of a reward. The ruler decided to reward the guy adequately for passing on valuable information. Suddenly, the hero was stunned by the sight of the legendary skill book. He solemnly promised the teacher to use this powerful gift correctly. Meanwhile, the king invited the boy to test his strength against his students. The old man assured that the skill of the competitors was not too frightening. And then Hyun Sung got the idea to meet the wanderer at the tournament. In the end, he agreed to wait for the imminent appearance of his future rivals. Hyun Sung noticed that Teacher Heron loved cool growing skills. The hero decided to hold off on the quests and contact the guild later. Suddenly, Carrot screamed as she sensed the powerful energy of her familiar dragon. And then Hyun Sung saw a huge, ominous eye outside the window. Carrot flew in spectacularly on horseback, considering herself more pleasant than the impudent Libius. Meanwhile, the assistant's serious look made the guy tense up considerably. The girl solemnly handed the hero a mysterious book and a heavy box. Suddenly, the formidable iron-blooded ruler himself majestically entered the room. Carrot fell prostrate before the mighty emperor of the Iron Empire. And then the guy realized that the strongest leader was standing in front of him. The iron-blooded emperor ordered Carrot to rise and report on current affairs. The priestess explained that she had personally come to protect her descendant from old enemies. Meanwhile, the bishop asked what kind of help she was expecting now. Suddenly, Carrot confessed that the enemies had secretly infected the central territories. The ruler immediately asked about the creatures that carried that very same decaying death. And then he realized that they were talking about gray demonic creatures. It turned out that the explosion of the Hyunsun base made the task of the church bloodhounds much easier. As a result, the satisfied old man officially allowed Carrot to operate in the empire. Moreover, he ordered not to worry about the safety of his student. Carrot soon flew away in style, promising to quickly complete this important task. Hyunsung watched the dragon fly away, noting that its flight was too noisy. The emperor nodded understandingly, remembering the boy's eternal weakness for dragons. Soon, teacher Karen left to gather information about the terrible decomposing death. And then the guy realized that the upcoming scenario would affect the entire server. Meanwhile, Hyunsung finally decided to check out the new book and box. Suddenly, inside the chest, he discovered a pair of magical earrings. But in reality, the hero dreamed of snatching a divine rank skill. And then the system solemnly announced the acquisition of the skill of collecting souls. Suddenly, a truly gigantic and evil enemy appeared before him. And then the monster promised to incinerate the man's soul along with his body. The emperor coldly retorted that only the strongest in the world had the right to be insolent. The red dragon suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure after his great rebirth. The ancient tribesmen did not even come close to this man. The emperor chuckled contentedly, for now he had learned to control his violent temper. Suddenly the ruler decided that one dragon wing was enough for him. I remembered the legends about the madman who collected the hearts of entire scaly clans. But in fact, the ruler realized the truth of the old bloody stories. And then he realized that this giant would be the ideal option. Meanwhile, in the Hamelfis Mountains, lava flows flooded everything around. The path lay to the kingdom of Kuktas, famous for its stern and experienced blacksmiths. The sage Duralis ordered his student to set out on a long journey as quickly as possible. Young Will, with a joyful smile, confirmed his complete readiness. Suddenly the old man sensed that an important person had come out to meet them. Duralis immediately guessed that the guest had been sent by the busy Emperor Karen himself. And then Julia appeared, demanding that respect be shown during an important conversation. The student politely greeted Mrs. Julia, who had arrived from a distant continent. The Archmage looked at Will coldly, wondering why Emperor Karen had sent her. Meanwhile, the old man was making sarcastic jokes, and Julia could barely contain her anger. The girl remembered the Emperor's order to always restrain her fiery temper. The old man laughed, noticing how much this once impudent girl had matured. The great teacher Duralis discussed the benefits of mentorship for one's own growth. Julia only chuckled skeptically when she heard about the mysterious and powerful magical swordsman. And then she literally became twisted with anger because of the words about greed. The old man insistently advised Will to dig only one well for success. The Archmage countered that gravity magic could distort even space-time itself. Duralis laughed merrily and suggested that the elf teach her blockheads as she pleased. Suddenly, an enraged Julia reminded the boar of his crowd of worthless and untalented students. Poor Will, in a cold sweat, begged his elders to finally put an end to this farce. Meanwhile, in the twilight of the forest, two strange warriors began a quiet conversation. Hyunsung glanced lazily at the magical projection, and was extremely dissatisfied. The formidable Wolfram ordered the lazy student to stop slacking off and continue on his way. The old man could barely contain his anger at the boy's frivolous attitude towards the enemy. Titan looked forward with excitement to the upcoming battle with the legendary Asura himself. Suddenly the mentor gave the inspired young man a resounding and sobering slap. Meanwhile, in reality, the modern office building Inferno stood majestically. And then Hyunsung realized the scale of the extremely serious problem that had emerged. He watched in horror as the cruel images of the torture of the unfortunate dragons were filmed. It turned out that the appearance of the Emperor's new disciple completely distorted the main game scenario. The profession of the descendant of Thanatos mercilessly destroyed all the usual logic of the virtual world. But in fact, the hero was extremely worried about the mysterious Holy Sun. The writers were worried that this player would get into the main plot prematurely. Management ordered NPCs to be monitored as the infection spread across the central lands. Suddenly, the movements of the dead began to differ from all previously calculated expectations. The seal unlocked by Hyunseong could have a fatal effect on the behavior of the terrible creatures. An order immediately followed to urgently display Libius's image on the main monitor. It turned out that the impudent priest, instead of hunting fanatics, was simply having fun in the capital. Libius cried out joyfully, anticipating a quick meeting with his dear master. And then the admins realized that the script was breaking down right before their eyes. Meanwhile, in reality, Hyunsung was vigorously warming up before heading to the gym. The guy was discussing the unpredictability of game intelligence and new problems on the phone. Hyunsung decided to take action, taking into account the new variable in his plans. The gym was buzzing with talk about the local champion with 13 consecutive victories. It turned out that all these people were talking enthusiastically about a popular game. And then he remembered how he had once tried to play it a long time ago. A huge crowd of spectators gathered at the gaming center around the glowing capsules. Suddenly, Hyunsung took a closer look at that mysterious player. People were wondering if this tough newcomer could break his winning streak. The guy put on a helmet, and the spectators were skeptical about his chances of success. Suddenly, a mirror match between two stern warriors began on the screen. The blades clashed with a roar, marking the beginning of this furious duel. Hyun-sung noted that even a professional would have had a very difficult time here. The crowd roared with excitement as the newcomer suddenly broke the local ranker's winning streak. The mysterious fighter quickly left, noticing that his opponent had cleverly disappeared first. He silently took his winnings, hoping for a new meeting with the mysterious fugitive. Raymond hurried to his mentor, afraid of receiving a severe reprimand for his tardiness. The young man wondered how many years had passed, and whether the teacher was in good health. Ahead appeared a door to a secluded hall where the old master was waiting. An old man named Tok Bae was genuinely surprised by the sudden appearance of his guest. The smiling guy happily confirmed that he was that very Raymond. The master laughed, because this simple-minded boy did not look like a foreigner at all. Tok Bae proudly introduced his best student, Raymond, to Hyun-sung. The guys instantly recognized each other from their recent meeting in the game. Raymond laughed as he acknowledged his crushing defeat in a recent game match. Hyun-sung remembered the familiar fighting style of this master's strongest disciple, and then he suggested having a real one-on-one duel. The opponents armed themselves with training swords under the watchful and wise gaze of the teacher. Hyun-sung began the countdown, his mind completely focused on the serious fight that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Raymond realized that this fight would not be one-sided. Suddenly, a bloody hand confirmed the stern and wise words of the mentor. Tok Bae bandaged his hand while the fighters discussed their future training. Raymond admired how his opponent grew stronger with each new round. Master Tok Bae sarcastically promised the guy a new round of painful blows. Raymond seriously compared Hyun-sung's power to the legendary Asura himself. The boy confessed to the teacher that he was extremely busy with important game matters right now. The old man grumbled angrily at his student because of his sudden and long absence. Hyun-sung mentioned his affiliation with a problematic religious group. He added that the organization recently acquired a new, powerful owner. The battered but happy hero anticipated the coming shock of his sister Hyuna. Hyun-sung decided to quickly hide in the bathroom from his sister's watchful gaze. In the majestic castle, the guest humbly asked permission to enter the chambers. The servant reported to Hyun-seong about the arrival of the formidable Wolfram and Titan. The guy was confused as to why he even needed to know about these uninvited guests. It turned out that the Emperor and Julia suddenly disappeared from the capital itself. The poor butler begged the hero to personally meet these foreign persons. Suddenly, the creepy Wolfram appeared right behind the trembling servant. Hyun-seong proudly called himself Asura, a disciple of two great masters. And then the warrior realized that in front of him was a truly dangerous monster. Meanwhile, the old man sensed an incredible divine power in the boy. Wolfram introduced Titan's protege, calling him a fellow wanderer. Titan happily declared himself a fan of Asura, which greatly infuriated the teacher. The fan begged Asura for an autograph, irritating him with his excessive persistence. Suddenly, a noisy elf and an old master from the forge burst into the hall. Hyun-sung noticed teacher Julia, and decided to go up to her to say hello. The little elf scolded the old man loudly for his incredible slowness. In response, the blacksmith caustically teased the girl for her eternal talkativeness. Great Julia interrupted the stupid quarrel by shaming both of them in front of their students. The tiny elf rushed happily towards Asura, causing him to smile awkwardly. She sarcastically stated that the old man's disciple would never defeat her Asura. The master acknowledged the hero's power, which even the emperor himself became interested in. Mubal entered the hall with pomp, retaining all his former arrogance. The formidable lion Mubal showed the hall his arrogant and extremely frightening grin. The beast arrogantly explained that the teacher sent him alone because the meeting was unnecessary. Julia was glad that there was no hot-tempered old man who could immediately start a noisy fight. Hyun-seong silently assessed the powerful opponent, acknowledging the incredible strength of this student. The mighty warrior and Julia were outraged by the disappearance of the emperor, who stopped responding. The hero involuntarily became nervous, wondering if it was because of his request that the ruler was being delayed. Meanwhile, among the endless cloudy cliffs, the mysterious traveler finally reached his destination. The majestic old man greeted his old acquaintance, smiling ironically at their meeting in the wilderness. Before him stood the noble Elcassius, the legendary dragon and savior of the fallen race. The old man confessed to his friend that he was looking for a worthy dragon as a gift for his student. Elcassius pompously fished out of the portal an egg that he had once received from the god of heaven. The old man was inspired, because raising a dragon himself would be much more interesting.